Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This morning, our invocation will be given by Reverend Sharon Stewart with First United Methodist Church. Reverend?
Let us pray. Almighty and loving God, we thank you for this opportunity. And as we gather today, we ask that your guidance and wisdom will prevail. May the discussions be filled with insight and the decisions be aligned with your will. Bless our time together and help us to work in unity and purpose. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable to you. Help us to feel your mighty presence today. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. And this morning, our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Bruno Narvaez. He is a senior at Veterans High School, National Honor Society member, and a student council member. Bruno?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Bruno, and good luck in your studies.
Thank you.
Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu. Gil Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Present.
Mark Scott.
Present.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Next, we'll go to Section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and members of the council and the community. We do have two items today on the city manager's report. The first will be from Nick Winkleman, which will be an update on our water supply dashboard. This is our routine 30-day update. And you do know yesterday we had a press briefing where we shared this information with the community in advance of today's council meeting. So then following Nick, we do have a few words to say about Miles, who is retiring. And so we'll have a small comment or two and some gifts provided to Miles. So we'll go through the water dashboard first, and then I'll talk to Miles.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. This is an update to our water supply dashboard. The previous update was given on June 23rd. First, I'd like to go over some of the historical information on the storage capacities of our Western Reservoir. The last time the Western Reservoirs, that includes Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi, was at 50%, was March of 2022. We were at 40% last July of 2023, 30% March of 2024. December 2025, we were at 20%. And July 28th, that's today, we're at 26.6% combined capacity. And as you know, the recent beneficial rain in the upper part of our watershed has been positively impacting Choke Canyon Reservoir. We have not seen an impact from those rains at Lake Corpus Christi as of yet. So the water supply dashboard, working with our modeler Carollo, has been updated. This has been updated utilizing inflows as of the end of the day, July 26th. So that's Sunday evening. The model was updated on Monday, utilizing all of the information through Sunday. The other assumptions for this dashboard are that the Nueces groundwater program would continue to operate per the protocols established in the Bed and Banks permit. Effluent reuse continues with an offset of demand beginning this calendar year, with amounts increasing through 2027. Alice Mathis and Beeville, their water demands are have been decreased, taking into account their new water supply projects. Other changes are the operation of the Mary Roads pipeline. We met with the Lavaca Navidad River Authority on Friday. They requested a two-day shutdown of the Mary Roads pipeline to do maintenance and upgrade a surge valve located at the Edna pump station. So that has been taken into account into this projection. Additionally, we have 4 weeks of operating the Mary Roads pipeline at Schedule 3. That's 55 million gallons a day. That's to accommodate the upgrades at the Woodsboro pump station. This was included in the last dashboard update as well. That includes installing and plumbing the spare pumping equipment and also installing the spare variable frequency drive and other electrical upgrades. And then 3 weeks of operating at Schedule 2, which is 43 million gallons a day, to accommodate the upgrades at the Bloomington pump station. The upgrades are the same as Woodsboro to permanently install the spare pump, install the variable frequency drive, and conduct the electrical upgrades. The comment I do want to make is future inflows projected into Lake Corpus Christi are not in this model because the water we haven't seen that inflow into Lake Corpus Christi as of yet. So the update for the level 1 water emergency is shown on this chart. And I apologize about the amount of data on the chart and the length of it, but it's good news because the new projected date of level 1 water emergency is September of 2028. So that's a year later than the previous dashboard. So move from September 2027 to September 28. You can see on this chart we have, it's the same factors are shown. There is a change in how we depict wastewater effluent or wastewater reuse, and those are the pink vertical bars shown on the graph. That is to account for the use of wastewater effluent in lieu of potable water. And to summarize, the estimated date for level 1 water emergency, that's when we're projected to be 6 months away from supply not meeting demand, has been updated to September 2028. I would like to state that in a couple of weeks or so, when we have the full impact, positive inflows into Lake Corpus Christi, we would want to update this dashboard once again so that we can account for those positive impacts into Lake Corpus Christi. And with that, Mayor and Council, I stand by for any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Nick. Councilman Cantu, you have some.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, real quick, Alice Mathis and Beeville, you said that there's a reduction?
Right, they are bringing on their own water supply projects.
Okay.
And they are, Mathis has investigated some existing wells, they're drilling 2 new wells, and then.
How much from our supply are they going to reduce? Like, how many MGDs per day with those 3 cities that we're going to see relief from?
Sure, the early projections are about 4 to 5 MGD, Councilman.
Per day?
Per day, yeah.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
correct.
That's good. Okay. Thank you.
Nick, thank you so much for the presentation. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do this one from here. This is to acknowledge Miles, who, as we know, is retiring. And so on behalf of the city organization, great pleasure to recognize and commend City Attorney Miles Risley as he's retiring from our city that he's made home for the past decade plus. Today is the last council meeting with Miles, so if you want to give him a hard time, all right, today's a chance. Not that we haven't in the past, right, Miles? But okay. So Miles joined the city of Corpus Christi over 12 years ago, well over a decade with the city. And that translates to preparing and advising numerous city council members and mayors and city leadership on city business. And I think we all can agree that's no small feat to do that. Miles has numerous clients, including the city council and then the city administration. Any city attorney does, so it's a tough job to say the least. During his career, he worked with 4 mayors, 4 city managers, and dozens of council members, assistant city managers, and department heads over that decade. His work is extremely commendable, but also includes a certain amount of time and investment and commitment that he's made to this organization and this community. That includes long days, long nights. It means working on holidays. It means working on weekends and countless hours away from his own family and his friends. And I can attest, no matter when I called up Miles, whether it was on Christmas Eve, on Christmas, on any holiday, any time of week, Miles would answer and help us out to his best professional state that he could. So I want to personally recognize Miles for all the hard work and dedication over these 12 years and the support that he's given the team here in the city. I think we can say that every one of us goes to at least one person to get city business done, and Miles is one of those people that everybody works with here in the city, him and his team. He has provided great leadership to the departments and has provided his utmost professional self to help us get through many municipal issues, many policy issues for the city. There's a couple of highlights here that Miles, we asked him, how would you want us to remember you? There's a couple of bullets here. I don't know if these truly summarize all the work that he's done, but we want to highlight that Miles was critical in the EPA consent decree that we just went over here recently with City Council. He was probably one of the leaders in advancing that forward. That helped us put millions of dollars of investment in our wastewater system. It also shaved off years and millions that we might have had to have paid to the federal government because of Miles's commitment. He's adopted a strong litigation strategy and has rewarded our litigators and prosecutors in their willingness to fight for the city. That's an important part. And he's also served as the president of the Texas Coalition for Affordable Power. That's a municipal electric aggregator, and the city was a lead member in that back in the day. This was, Miles has been there for a decade plus, so this is something earlier on, and he was a leader in that. So in total, Miles has approximately 32 years of experience in municipal government. 32, that's pretty good. Prior to coming to Corpus Christi, he was a city attorney for the city of Wichita Falls and then the city of Victoria. And I forgot this, but he was also a U.S. Army intelligence officer. Get that, right, Miles? You'll have to tell us about that later. But he earned his undergraduate degree from West Texas State University and his law degree from the University of Texas. And so Miles's retirement will be effective this Sunday. That's August 2nd. And to replace Miles, we have been working with Human Resources on a recruiting process. We know that the city attorney serves both the city council and the city administration, and so city council will be involved in this recruitment process for sure. So at this time, we do have a couple of token gifts that we'd like to give Miles. We're going to ask him to come down here to the podium, and Rebay is going to help. We got some nice pictures up there, by the way, Miles, but we have a nice little commemorative, what do you call this here? I guess
Plaque.
an award, okay.
Award.
And we got a few more things.
Christine. That's great.
We got a nice sign for Miles. This is our traditional street sign, but we kind of jazzed it up a little bit. Since Miles is a jazzy type guy. And we have that plate too, Rebay. Is a plate there somewhere? We got a plate too from Aloe Tile, which is, we know,
Missing.
a local, yeah. Did you have it, Rebay? Oh. Okay, well, while Rebay gets that,
Yeah, where's the cake?
we're going to congratulate Miles. Miles, good job. We're going to see if you have any comments. Nothing too long.
Yeah.
I would like to say it's been a pleasure working with everybody up here and the city council. And when I can help city council members achieve their goals, it gives me a great amount of pleasure. Even when your goals are opposed to one another, if I can help you achieve that, achieve what you're looking for, that's what we do. That's what we try to provide value for you. And when I say we, I'd say the most important thing that a city attorney does in a city this size is develop, retain, and supervise, and sometimes remove subordinates, that is, the other attorneys that assist y'all and will be assisting you into the future, because they are the institution for the city, the lower level employees that support me and support you. So those are the personnel that really make an impact, and what we can do to help those people provide their services effectively to y'all and the other city departments is the main reason that we're here.
Okay, good job, Miles. And then this is our nice plate that we got from Miles from Allo Tile. They're one of our local businesses that does a great job. This is the city manager's recognition plate, Miles, to you. Okay. Good. Okay, that concludes our presentation here this morning, Mayor and members of the council.
Yeah. Miles, thank you. We want to thank you. I know we have a few comments, but we want to thank you for your service to the city and to the multiple councils throughout your 12 years of service. I think everybody knows that it's legal. Legal department is a big part of everything we do here. So, Councilman Cantu.
Miles, I just want to say thank you for all the services you've done for us for the past 12 years. I know at times we didn't see eye to eye on things, but overall, you're a great guy. And I'm really surprised that you didn't use your hockey skills on us, man, because you used to play hockey, right? You told me you played hockey or something like that, no? No?
In my younger days, I was a wrestler, actually.
That's what it was, something like that. I don't remember. But anyways, thank you for everything you did and done for the city, and you will be missed. And just don't sue the city, please, when you leave representing clients, you know, because I know you're going to go work for yourself. So, but anyways, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilman Barrera. Councilman Barrera. Sir, I'm sorry. Sir. Councilman Barrera.
First off, Miles, I just want to say, I'm glad to say this to you, hook 'em. You know, what is it? I'm glad to see that somebody with such dignity, professionalism, and the hard work ethic goes along with the Longhorn values. And I appreciate, you know, how you've guided me over the last 8 years. Sometimes I wanted to go in a different direction, but I know, like I said, with dignity and professionalism, which you shared, despite sometimes some of the challenges that we faced here with those that do not have dignity and professionalism, you've always been a class act. And, you know, one of the things I want to leave with is every time I called you, you would answer the phone and say, "Councilman, how can I help you?" So thank you for that. And good luck in your endeavors.
Councilman. Yeah. Councilman Hernandez.
Miles, you know, thank you for all your years of service. It's been, you know, we've had our challenges working together, and we've had good times working together. So I appreciate that. And just a little inter-service rivalry. Army intelligence has always been an oxymoron for me. But but I appreciate the work we did, even when we didn't agree. We had those arguments, especially when we were talking about Roland. You know, I wish you all the best of luck in the future and enjoy your retirement and traveling. I know you have plans to travel, so please enjoy it. And then also appreciate you being a constituent of District 5.
Councilwoman Vaughn. Oh, hang on. Can you press your light again?
It'd be weird not seeing you sitting over there. You know, you were here the last time I was here, and have been here forever, it seems like. I'm sorry that at times you've had to put up with some ugliness from the audience that was uncalled for, but you handled it with grace. And I wish you luck in your retirement. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Miles, what we do in this avenue is not easy often. And whether we all have a day that we agree or whether we have days or topics or issues that we don't, the constant is that this can be a very tough arena to choose for public service. And I have watched as you have handled some of the things this year that have come against this organization and in some ways come against personally individuals. And I appreciate that you have stuck through those hard times and you served the city regardless. And so again, whether we all agreed or disagreed, I appreciate that you took it into your career path to serve our beautiful city. So I wish you the best on your next chapter. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Well, Miles, I appreciate everything that you've done. I know times it's been tough. I appreciate answering my phone calls, weekends, Sundays, whatever, evening time. And I wish you and your family the best in the future. And just know that the city of Corpus Christi appreciates your service. And I look forward to hearing about your next chapter in life. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Miles, it said that with leadership, what actually matters is, who you leave behind and how you leave your staff. And I do believe that you led with grace and that the staff that have worked with you will remember you with hopefully fond memories, and that you will go on in your life another chapter that will fulfill all your dreams, at least some of them anyway. So best of luck to you.
And Councilman Scott.
Oh, hey, Mayor, thank you. I want to thank you for mentioning your staff. You've got a great team, and you built that, and I think you should have pride in what you've built in that department. I want to thank you for that. I, too, want to thank you for taking my calls whenever it was and asking how you could help. I appreciate you telling me what I needed to know, not what I wanted to know, and I think that's a gift, right? And so I want to thank you for your guidance in me over the years, and I wish you and your family the best of luck in the years to come. No?
Were you going to say something?
No, I was going to say, thank you, and I will always be willing to take your calls 24/7 still.
Yeah, you say that now. Yeah. Good luck, Miles. Thank you.
I'd like to speak on the agenda item.
It's not an agenda item, sir, please.
It's not an official agenda item?
We're going to move on. It's 11:59, so sir, I'm going to ask you to please stop being disruptive, sir, so we can move on with our meeting. I'm asking you to please stop being disruptive. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. So we are going on, it's 12 o'clock noon, so it's time for public comment, and that was the end of yours, correct, Mr. Zanoni?
Yes, Mayor, that's the end of the city manager's report.
Okay. All right, so before we begin public comment, I want to remind everyone that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum to help ensure our meetings remain orderly, respectful, and productive. Copies of the rules of decorum are available at the City Secretary's office across the hall and are also available on the city's website. I ask everyone to please conduct themselves accordingly. We're here to do the people's work, and we would like to proceed in that spirit. Let's see here. So public comment. I'm sorry, should you have any questions to the change, please see our city secretary at the break if there's any questions regarding our public comment. When you come forward, if you'll please state your name and the city in which you reside before beginning your comments. In-person speakers will have up to 3 minutes. For callers and WebEx participants, Corpus Christi residents will have up to 3 minutes, and non-residents will have up to 1 minute. The timer located at the city secretary's desk will help keep everyone within their allotted time. And if you have a petition or any other materials that you would like to give to the council, if you'll please give them to Ms. Huerta first, she will distribute them before you begin speaking. So first on the list, we have Vidal Conde.
Good afternoon, City Council, and hope you all had a good morning. The reason I'm here, my name is Vidal Conde, and I'm from District 1, which is Cal Allen. And the reason I'm here is to talk about the subsidence report, some people say it differently. What's going on right now with the water wells being drilled in the Evangeline, the water wells being drilled at the west field water wells is concerning a lot of rural residents, residents that own livestock. It's concerning the livestock, wildlife. It's all going to be impacted eventually in the near future if we keep utilizing these rural wells. Rural wells and the aquifers are pretty much designed for rural residents, not for municipal consumption. And I don't know if y'all have studied what's going on in Utah, but in Utah, there's a subsidence going on where the ground is collapsing from the overuse of drilling of water wells. So again, there's also the Sphere report that just came out. And again, as I mentioned in my last meeting, it's not wise that we go towards the inner harbor. There's a lot of loose ends. There's a lot of idiosyncrasies there. And I say this respectfully, I propose that we seek somewhere closer to the Gulf, like Barney M. Davis. And I know there's an issue with the permitting. There's going to say, well, it's going to take us another 5 years of permitting. It will not. Trust me. If you reach out to Governor Abbott, state or federal government, they will expedite those permits. They will expedite those wetland permits. They'll expedite the Corps of Engineer permits. And then we need to make a deal with Barney M. Davis to secure a piece of land that'll belong to the city of Corpus Christi, to the citizens. We cannot be utilizing a piece of property that it belongs to another municipality. And we can do that through eminent domain, or we can do it through a direct purchase. And then at that point, since the refineries are utilizing approximately 60% of our water, and the refineries have Department of Defense contracts with the military, this could be deemed as a threat to national security. Perhaps we should go to the federal government and ask them to fund the construction of our desal plant. We already know H2O is out of that Barney M. Davis. Barney M. Davis has a footprint. It's close to the Gulf of Mexico. There's plenty of water. All water around is contaminated, but there's less contaminants out in the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, whatever is more politically correct for everyone here. But I say this humbly, that we cannot keep drilling into our aquifers. They will eventually, it's like the earth is like a sponge, and when that sponge dries out, it starts to collapse, it gets brittle. And the subsidence report states that within the next 3 to 4 years, if we keep going at 30, 40 million gallons per day off of these aquifers, it's going to have an impact all the way into Corpus Christi, where you're going to have collapse of the ground and infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Conde. Mr. Miguez? Mr. Miguez? Marilena Garza?
Marielena Garza, District 1. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tomorrow morning, every one of us will wake up with a roof over our heads, Lord willing. And tonight, hundreds of our neighbors won't have the same security. That should haunt us. Homelessness is not a budget category. It is not a pie chart. It's not a talking point. It is a human being with a name and a family and a story. For me, those names are Carmen Villarreal and Joshua Bright. I found them all in the Monte, and if you don't know what the Monte is, the brush. Both of them were loved. Both of them had families praying they would come home. Both were fighting to make their way back. They didn't need someone to look down on them. They needed someone to leave a light on and build a path that they could actually follow. And by the way, they both made it out, and I'd like to thank all the community partners that made that possible. However, the normal is currently we leave people out to survive on the margins. And we read their names at the annual Homeless Persons Memorial. And we've accepted that as normal for far too long, and I refuse to accept it any longer. Because no one dreams of growing up to die alone in a tent, and no parent raises a child hoping that one day they'll call the Monte home. And no city that prides itself on its namesake should be satisfied managing homelessness instead of reducing it. If we truly believe every life has value, then our budget should reflect it. I'm asking this council to restore a dedicated homelessness department with the authority to coordinate a citywide strategy. This would also allow the council to establish a homelessness advisory board to assist the department with reducing homelessness. That's something you didn't have before. And I'm asking you to invest in a full-time administrative assistant position to assist Amanda, so she can spend less time buried in paperwork and more time bringing grant dollars, partnerships, and solutions to Corpus Christi. We cannot arrest our way out of homelessness, we cannot ignore our way out of homelessness, and we certainly cannot budget our way out of homelessness by pretending someone else will pick up the tab. History will not remember the size of this budget. History will remember what you chose to value. Years from now, I hope we can say that this council had the courage to stop reacting to homelessness and began ending it. No more lost souls in the monte. No more names added to a memorial that never should have been there. Let's build a Corpus Christi where the pathway home is easier to find than the pathway to the streets.
Thank you. Stephen Klepper.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Steve Klepper, District 2. I'm here to talk a little bit about agenda item number 9 on water rate restructuring, increasing the water rates. When I looked at the material, I said, man, there's a lot of nice charts, a lot of pretty graphs, a lot of data, but it missed the mark on what I've been looking for on every presentation on the water rates here, and I've mentioned it numerous times, 3 or 4 times at public comment. The main goal, and what I'm saying, the main goal of a water rate cost of service study is to make sure, to look to see if the total revenues by rate class are approximately the same as the cost to provide service to that rate class. And I've never seen it. Now, I'm sure you've got it, or you may not, but the rate consultant does. It's the first thing that you should do before a rate study, or as part of the rate study before rate redesign. As an example, maybe this is the slides that I used in this council chamber in 1996 when I was assistant to city manager Bill Hennings on the water rate redesign to finance the Mary Roads pipeline. Rebecca, maybe you could get the Skycam, I think it's called. Which way?
Yeah, move it over just a little bit in between the 2 devices. Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
I would appreciate it if you could zoom in on that. Because is that not the right place?
Well, that's good. No, they're doing it right now.
Okay, very good. That is one example of what I'm talking about. And all that, and that's one of many charts that we used. By the way, I didn't personally develop the data. I managed the project as assistant to city manager Bill Hennings. We had a rate consultant and a CPA looking at the data and pulling the data, and I coordinated it all. The data on that isn't particularly important. That's before we had raw water pass through, all the rates that we have, because we used the restructure. But the purpose there, you can see one bar is the actual revenues. The dark chart is the actual revenues, and the white bar is the cost per the model. And in all of those cases, they're pretty close. There we're looking at ICL, OCL. The main point is we look to see, to validate and see where the problems were, and then from there you do rate redesign. There's quite a few charts, there were several. There's one, you had bar charts, tables, all these different things. Therefore, we're listing in terms of the cost and then the revenues. By each class, you see what the discrepancies are. The data in that isn't, remember, important. It's the approach and the information. What it is transparency. I advocate more transparency in the whole water rate design. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. Bradley Bartleson.
Good afternoon, y'all. Hockey's played in Minnesota. Numbers matter. Brad Bartleson, Corpus Christi. From Max H2O, we learned that economy of scale is 100 MGD for publicly owned, 150 for private. Their CapEx was 10 million per MGD. Inner Harbor is 3 times that. God's time-tested surface water at $1 a thousand can't be beat. And industry needs to produce their own water. Our reservoir levels have come far, and yet we have a long way to get to safety. How will we not only use it, but protect it? I've shown that evaporation dominates reservoir water consumption, that had we implemented 29% evap control on Lake Corpus Christi alone, we'd have had 74% instead of 7% in May. We're now at 36.5 combined, or 400,000 acre feet. We now have options. If we continue drawing 30 MGD and had no evaporation, we'd have 11 years to empty, but that's not reality. If we cut off the wells and don't do Evangeline, we have 5.9 years, but that's not reality. If we add in gross evaporation, no rain, we go down to 1.4 years. If we include average rain, we get to 3.2. And if we add in evap control, we get to 3.7 years, gaining 17 MGD. Our financial position isn't strong. We're $2 billion in debt, most of which is supported by utility and water obligations. As I presented last week, this is a bad time for debt burden. It's time for free water, for evap control on Lake Corpus Christi. Yes, Peter, we do own the lake bottom. We get 17 MGD for free, which is 55% of Inner Harbor. Recreation and fishery is improved, everyone wins. Cost-benefit analysis is the approved method for city governments to evaluate large project options. This brings numbers instead of opinions that can join us together. Floating solar coming in free to us soars far above all other options. As presented before, we have to do more of these $1 a thousand surface water options to take advantage of, including stormwater, which we already pay for. Shown in pink on this map, drought-resistant streams running underneath the Mary Roads pipeline that can give us more of that $1 per thousand God-given water. Convince yourself, go look at the 40-year drought maps. Inner Harbor lessons learned, environmentally wrong. 2, the capacity was insufficient. The cost is non-competitive. Citizens became educated, won't bear the water burden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Jason Followell.
Boy, y'all in trouble again. Let me know when I have the floor. Thank you. You fucked up again. You let him fuck up again. That's terrible. 557.007, what's that? Agenda items. What is E? E is an agenda item. That's an official agenda item in which I was allowed to speak, and you didn't fucking let me. Guess what? Lawsuit again, your name will be on it. Do you understand me? Look at me when I'm talking to you. Show some respect. You work for me. You're not going to show me any respect? Well, fuck her. All right. So, I came here to talk about something else, but you ruined it for me. You can look at me and not the chief. He's a tyrant piece of shit, too. Pay attention to me. All right.
Mr. Followell.
I'm talking. Do not interrupt me. It's hindering a public meeting.
You're being disruptive.
You will. You arrest
Followell,
her.
you're
I'm
being
trying
disruptive.
to speak. I had the floor.
And offensive.
I had the floor. You do not. Do you understand me? You work for me.
Mr. Followell, finish your comments, sir. Finish your comments, please.
Stop my clock and reset it to where I was as I was talking, and she hindered a public meeting, which is a Class A misdemeanor and arrestable. Will you do your job, Chief Myrtle? Will you do your job, Chief Myrtle? Of course you won't, you piece of shit.
All right, we're done, Mr. Followell. Thank you. No, we are, this is, sir, we have decorum, and you're being disruptive.
No, I'm not. It's my turn to talk.
You can talk, sir. Sir, you can talk. You have a right, sir. You have a right to talk. You're being disruptive. You're being disruptive.
Hindering a public meeting, I have the floor. I'm the one that's
Finish your comment, sir. Finish your comment, sir, because you're using your time. Finish your comments.
Quit threatening me. Quit threatening me and back away. Quit threatening me and back away.
Mr. Followell, Mr. Followell, finish. I'm trying to ask you to finish. Please, stop and finish. If you just want to come up and offend, then please finish.
Let me finish. Thank you. Okay.
Good God.
So, that was an agenda item that you interrupted. Illegal. I will sue you. Now, clapping. All of y'all broke the quorum. The quorum is for everybody. It does not go one way. It's for everybody. If y'all clapped in a decorum public meeting, y'all violate that meeting. She allowed it. She broke the quorum. Will you do anything about it, Chief Myrtle? Okay, Myrtle, see, you won't do it. And you laugh because it's true. If y'all don't know the rights, hire a better attorney because your one sucks. Now, what did I come here to talk about? Well, since you took all my time away, we have Officer Emmanuel Martinez, still works for the city, was actually doing a run for the city. He beat a guy in April this year. The guy was going to work, beat the shit out of him, nothing happened. We appreciate you, Chief Murphy, for doing nothing about it, piece of shit. We have another one, Martinez, who allegedly was fired, but nobody ever talked about it. He's not going to be prosecuted. And then you have an Officer Sanchez, who's a woman who watched the whole thing and did anything about it. What are we doing about it? Fuck.
Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you. Diana De Hoyos. Diana De Hoyos. Susie Luna Saldana.
Hard act to follow. Susie Luna Saldana, District 2. I come before you because I am very much in favor of due process and the way that it should be done. What happened lately is that you have not allowed due process to be done. When you talk in the mayor's hearing, trial, whatever you want to call it, you allowed Doug Allison to use discovery of videos that he had already done himself. You allowed that to happen. You allowed cut and paste manipulating of the issues there, and you allowed it to happen. And that is wrong. You allowed cut and paste of testimony to happen, and that is wrong. You allow it to be called fraud and fraud and fraud, when different agencies have proven that it is not fraud, that it is not, nothing illegal was done. You have tons and tons of information to tell you, but you keep allowing for the word fraud to be used when it is not legal to be using it. You create a perception there about fraud. If you're going to do something, do it legally, do it right. If you are going to come out, and I'm going to read you this because I don't want to get this wrong. As elected officials, I ask that you hold everyone to the same standards of fairness, accuracy, on honest representation of facts, not on repeated allegations that have not been supported by the proper legal authorities. I encourage this council to ensure that the future discussions are based on completed facts, due process, respect, and legal conclusions that have been reached. The reason I read it is because I want to make sure that you understand it, that you understand you have to be legal. Do what you have to do, but do it in a legal way. Do not set up your own agendas, as is very clear to the people now. I respect every one of you, but I want you to do it right, because every time you call fraud, every time you scream it, every time you say it, you are the ones that are violating the law, and you're allowing Doug Allison, by his client, Ajib David, and Rachel Caballero to do these things. And it is wrong for you to be doing it. The people of Corpus Christi are watching. You need to make yourself do the right thing, because I know that you are good and honorable people. And good and honorable people do the right thing, because that's the way people should remember you, rather than what's going on right now.
Christina McKay.
I'd ask for my money back on that. Christina McKay, Corpus Christi. Thinking mostly today about the Inner Harbor, the grant, the far field modeling, all of that. I'm concerned about the fact that local scientists seem to be suddenly unwilling, unable to review this information. That's suspect to me. I personally believe that experts in our area are being silenced, probably by an outgoing governor, maybe by a Nepo baby slumlord. I really, speaking of which, I wish David Loeb would invest $20,000 in the vacant, rundown, derelict buildings that disrespect and devalue my neighborhood and other cherished neighborhoods in Corpus Christi. I went to several of the Far Field Model committee meetings in person, and something that you don't see on camera is the way that people act when they're not on camera. And David Loeb made faces and laughed at people and made fun of people and bloviated, and he was so disgraceful, it was disgusting. And he has his hands in so much in this city, and I wish you all would stop putting him in a position to do that, starting with this $20,000. You were right when you discussed this issue last time. No matter how much the mayor lies to the people of Corpus Christi, this is not a $120 million grant for Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi may be eligible for a small fraction of that grant. It's like saying that you are getting a job offer for the entire payroll of a company when there's 200 employees. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. We know that that would also increase future building expenses that would eat up that grant. It's a dumb idea. We also know that this grant is meant for approved projects, which the desal plant in Hillcrest is not. My neighbors in Hillcrest do not have $20,000 to influence their government or to push their interests. They have prayers, and they have you. And I really hope that it'll be enough.
Eli McKay.
It's nice to see everybody this afternoon. Everyone will get a copy, including the city manager and city attorney. As you all know, my name is Eli McKay, and I live on the historic north side in District 1, the OG part of District 1. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Coastal Action Network Coalition again. As most of you probably know, 2 of our 6 organizations, For the Greater Good and Texas Campaign for the Environment, were the primary partners in the successful petition drive to put the proposal for the Fair Water Amendment on the November ballot. The Fair Water Amendment, or FWA as we called it, to the Corpus Christi City Charter, if approved by voters, would end the drought surcharge exemption for large volume water users and actually require those users to pay drought surcharges after the exemption is repealed. My primary purpose for speaking here today is accolades. To acknowledge the hard work of Rebecca Huerta, Stephanie Box, and the entire city secretary staff, who were incredibly professional, went above and beyond with communication as they undertook the effort to validate the nearly 13,000 signatures that we brought to them that day. So thank you so much to the city secretary's office for all of that, as well as everything that you do for our city to keep us going. So also with the Fair Water Amendment on the executive session today and scheduled for a council vote August 11th, I additionally wanted to take this opportunity to share a copy of an important memorandum with the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Secretary's office. This memo that you just received is a memo from attorney Renee Hicks, who was commissioned by the Fair Water Amendment Committee to lay out the city's legal obligations and constraints now that the petition has been validated. So I think that you'll find this memo very informative for your discussion in executive session today, as well as for your vote in 2 weeks. I hope that it's helpful. And I know you have a long day ahead of you, so I will give the rest of my time, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Joseph Gore.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Joseph Gore, District 5. I'm here to express my support and defense of our Mayor Paulette Guajardo. I have watched all these proceedings, hearings, and meetings, and I have to say that my and your character and service has gone from somewhat neutral to very extremely positive, and you should hold your head high. I have always listened to someone when they tell you who they are, but the real proof is when they show you who they are. There are several council members here publicly claiming Christianity as their faith. Some even conclude that they are here only of evangelical Christians. What a joke. An evangelical Christian who dismisses the clear instruction provided in the Bible, the infallible Word of God. It was written for situations exactly like this. The Bible instructs that there must be 2 to 3 witnesses at least who are held accountable for making any accusation about a crime or a sin whose punishment for false testimony would be the same for them as the punishment is for the accused. But we have no witnesses at all. The petitioner isn't even a witness, just an accuser with no proof. The commandment, "You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor," is a very serious commandment that some of you don't seem to hold in a high regard. That is the first step in proving there was a crime at all. Oh, that's right. It's not about crime anymore. It's about malfeasance, which merely means that we do not like you, we cannot control you, so we're going to punish you. The Bible even declares that you are not supposed to participate in a corrupt process or pervert justice in any way when judging your brother, nor are you to idly stand by and allow it to happen. Yet here we are. Just because you are provided a channel through a flawed organization created by man that gives you the ability to oppress and hurt your brother, you are not permitted to do so. You are required as a Christian to hold yourself to a higher standard than a normal person. You can't say you were just doing your job. Clearly, the crime and fraud and malfeasance is being perpetuated by the radicals who call themselves Christian and conservative. You can't be a solution to the problem when you are the problem. Which brings me to the charter amendments. Never in my life have I ever heard of someone who considered themselves a Christian conservative Republican wanting to increase the cost and size of government. You all bring shame upon those of us who have always considered themselves Christian conservative and Republican. The light at the end of the tunnel here is that there is a very dark and evil side to this council, and I have recognized it. And the mayor, you are not part of it. Like the old saying, birds of a feather flock together, the Bible says light cannot walk with darkness. They have clearly drawn the line between us. God will judge them at some point in the future, and the voters will this fall. God bless you, Mayor Guajardo. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Thank you guys for being here. Perjury is a crime and it's illegal. The city charter exists, so we have guidelines to make sure that people, elected officials, city staff, that we understand how the city wants to be run. We're following the city charter, and I'm grateful for that, extremely grateful for that. And we're also listening to 2,705 people's desire to want to expose the people that are perjuring themselves, to expose the people that are stealing taxpayer dollars. So I appreciate the opportunity. I got to get this in here as quickly as possible. It is of my understanding that the 3 scientists have stepped out of the far-field model due to pressures from the old guard. And I will say it here behind this dais, it's David Loeb. And I don't know if the community is paying attention, but it's the same names. It's always the same names that are involved in attorney licenses being suspended because they stole their clients' money. It's the same names that we have issues with that are trying to contribute $20,000. We were not allowed as a community to crowdfund a far-field study. So this should not be allowed, the $20,000 later on on this agenda. We have the beach permit increase of 60, it's at 67%. Can we give our community a break for the love of all that is holy? The Parks and Rec Department is the second most expensive department on the city budget, outside of public safety. We leave public safety alone. That's our community. We support them. But this is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing has happened at the beaches to require more maintenance. They provide minimal maintenance as it is. And quite frankly, 67% increase is ridiculous. You want to go from 12 to 14? Okay, let's, inflation. But this is an overreach. And I will not mention any names because I already know who's at the head of this. This is a constant money grab from this city manager. Constant money grab. And it has to come to an end. I also am very appreciative that we are finally discussing the Bass Pro Shop situation that Mayor Paulette Guajardo, Mike Pusley, Dan Suckley, and Roland Barrera, same names again, my goodness. So I appreciate what the 5 are doing in support of this community. I ask that we, on the drought contingency plan, that we allow our neighbors to protect their biggest asset in their lives, which is their home, to be able to water their lawns and maintain and water their foundations. But I also request that we put a stop point for allowing data centers to use water. Thank you.
Isabel Ariza. Jared Suarez.
Jared Suarez, District 2. I got something to say, and I know I'm going to get a lot of backlash, and it's a very unpopular opinion, and that's just it, is my opinion. I understand why the increases for the water, sewage, and other things are rising, and it's because we are so far in debt that we got to make hard decisions. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying I like it, but I understand about the rates going higher. And it needs to, for the fact that we're $3.1 billion in debt, yet how are we gonna pay that? Like I said last time, it's gonna be 86 years if that's the only thing we're doing to pay off, not including everything else. What people need to know is if the Inner Harbor was approved, our rates will go up to $25 plus. So between what, $4 or $5 compared to $25, $30 maybe, yeah, I'll take this little increase. And I know it's a hard call, it's a hard decision. I know you don't want your constituents to pay any more because of the economy and how things are. So I support you for the fact that we got to take care of this debt, and the only way to do it is by these small little prices that are increasing. As far as the beach permit, I'm not sure that was a smart move to raise. We got to be smart about this, yet at the same time, we cannot punish people for enjoying something that's what God gave us, the beach, the sand. So I don't think that should be increased, but I know there's other ways. And you can thank past councils for putting us this far in debt. And I know a lot of things that the mayor has pushed and projects she wanted to do, which caused us to go into further debt. So for the Fab Five, I thank y'all for defending us, for making the hard call that nobody likes to make. And for the Unfab Four, I hope there's a conversion of heart to get rid of this corruption. We need to do the right thing and not play politics, especially with election coming around, making empty promises like Bass Pro Shops that was used last time, and is now being thrown around again. I think we need to be honest, we need to be transparent, and we need to think above all for the constituents, what's the best thing for us? And pray your rosary daily and go to Latin Mass on the corner of Caroline and Galahar. Thank you.
Maria Rosa Suarez.
Maria Suarez, District 2. Many business owners don't know that under Texas law and the Federal Durbin Act, businesses are not allowed to charge a surcharge when someone pays with a debit card. A debit card is treated like cash. The problem is that some payment processing companies set up these surcharge programs, and if they charge customers for using a debit card, the business, not the processing company, can be the one that gets in trouble with fines up to $500 per violation. Here's an example. If 100 customers each spend $75 and 3.5% surcharge is added, that's about $262.50 collected in extra fees, not including taxes and tips from just 100 sales. Imagine that happened every day at businesses across our city and state. The processing companies make multi-millions in a year, but our local businesses take the legal risk. I'm asking the city of Corpus Christi to help educate business owners. A simple notice through the city's Economic Development Office, business outreach programs, or Chamber of Commerce to help prevent constantly mistakes and protect both businesses and customers. With utility bills continuing to increase, every dollar matters for families and small businesses. Helping people avoid unnecessary fees is a great way to help. City can make a big difference. Thank you for your time. I pray the rosary.
Thank you, Maria. Scott Peraza.
Good afternoon, Scott Barraza, Nueces County. I'm still waiting on that written mitigation plan. I've been asking since February. I haven't seen anything. It's like you don't care or have a single concern about any rural well owners. Had that been the case, there'd be a written plan by now. Nick, anytime I ask on the written mitigation plan, he always references that data collection program, the Good Neighbor program, when asked about it. So let me talk about that since the AG finally ruled against Miles and his request trying to keep it from me. I now have all that data. I have all the information on the participants and the testing results. I shared it on my Facebook page. If anyone wanted to go look at it, it's there. So that Good Neighbor data collection program, 74 wells were tested from 66 property owners. They tested for E. coli and coliform, TDS, arsenic, and uranium, among other things, in static water level testing. There was no mention in that report about well construction reviews like what was been advertised has been done, so I don't know if that's been done. So the E. coli and coliform was only completed on 9 wells. It stopped in January of 26. The TDS, arsenic, uranium, and other quality tests were performed consistently. You're to be commended on that. That is great. Now, the static water level testing was done on 17 wells. It stopped in April. Why? That's very important baseline information for well owners that choose to work for the city, with the city, and it is not being done. Another way to evaluate this or look at this testing is out of those 74 wells, 65 wells or 88% were not tested for the E. coli or coliform. 57 wells were not static water level tested, or it comes out to 77% of the wells screened. Does this fulfill the requirements of the permit special conditions? How is this a Good Neighbor program that works? It's a huge chunk of participants that are not getting anything close as to what was advertised for the test being offered. When the testing criteria is written but not fully implemented, what does that suggest? Lack of care and thoroughness? Perhaps. And yet there's still no written well mitigation plan. Why not? It's clear based on the handling of the testing that without one that's written, it will change depending on who's administering it. Not fully performing all of the baseline tests for well owners does not equip them to accurately and fairly determine who is responsible for any well issues that come up. Perhaps that's your goal since you're the beneficiary here. And once again, us rural well owners get the shaft, proving once again they cannot depend upon the city. If you can't even carry through with the data collection program, how will the well mitigation plan be ran? Especially if nothing is written. The city has proven it does not care about rural residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peraza. Melissa Zamora?
Hello, Melissa Zamora, District 2. Sorry I didn't make it last week. Some things came up. Grateful for this opportunity. Sad to see the amount of disrespect earlier, and just like how that man is treated different than some other brown women that I've seen being taken out by the cops in here by saying like one bad word and not telling the mayor to shut up. Why do you treat certain people a certain way and others differently? So today, most of my comments, or that was for last week, we're going to be focused on item 10 of last week, but now it's 4 with the crime control and prevention. But before I segue into that, I did want to mention that on item 21, from the Voices of the Coastal Bend on their unrestricted donation offer. You don't have to take it just because they're offering it. Again, why do you choose to take their money versus others who have offered it in the past? I saw that they were a 501c6, and since I'm learning what a lot of that still is, I looked it up, and it says that a 501c6 is a tax-exempt nonprofit organization defined by the IRS tax-exempt guidance as a business league, chamber of commerce, or trade association. These groups exist to promote the common business interest of their members rather than the general public. That was in the definition of a 501c6. Wow. They have more freedom, again, continuing with this off of the IRS website, they have more freedom than 501c3 groups to lobby for laws that help them and their specific industries. That's not okay with the general public. They are not my voice. I am from the Coastal Bend. I am tired of getting their text messages. I don't know how they got my number. I don't appreciate that. As far as crime prevention goes and why a lot of our funding is going towards policing versus the actual prevention itself, this all ties into what our economy is based on. Research has shown that people who live near industrial areas and neighborhoods that are around ugly factories have more crime rates. Maybe if we started transitioning to a cleaner, healthier means of economy, then maybe the crime would go down. There's so much more as far as like putting in for the libraries, skill sharing, meetups, trash cleanups, composting, glass recycling, developing jobs with this as well. One last thing, I finished this book. I urge you all to read it from the Serviceberry. In these urgent times of impending climate catastrophe, we need to move quickly to the decarbonized economy that is essential to life as we know it. A fellow tribal member captured my thoughts when she wrote, "If the economy requires people to consume more resources than the earth can replenish just to keep the whole thing from collapsing, isn't it time for a new economy?"
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Mora. Christopher Braglia? Christopher Braglia? Miriam Guerra Rashidi? Miriam or Fatima Guerra Rashidi? Okay. Jasmine Evans?
Jasmine Evans, District 5. As many people have already said, it really is a shame that the practices of this city and some members of this council have desecrated the namesake of this beautiful city, reflected across a budget that invests in industry and policing over the health and livelihood of our families, selling out our land and water, the body of Christ, piece by piece, till there's nothing left, the very blood of this community tainted by those who claim to be of Christ. The very church located in the neighborhood that you seem to continually erase and ignore, you invite to these chambers to bless this space, and it's just very performative and shameful, and we deserve so much better. The cost of the Farfield model seemed outrageous to this council, and like people have pointed out, it seems very unfair that the community can't pull together to fund things that will take care of our community, to make sure that there's regulations and checks in place. But like someone pointed out, an organization that is by definition from the IRS, not representative of the community, but of that organization's own personal interest, you're taking money from them, or you seem to entertain it. It is not fair. The project has not been approved, not by council, and definitely not by the people of the Coastal Bend. We deserve libraries with doors open to the public that pays for it. We deserve well-funded and accessible houseless services. We deserve increased communal input in the budget and water rates and other city-related matters. We deserve a public safety budget that doesn't equate over policing, surveillance, and violence. We deserve the Fair Water Amendment and no desal in Hillcrest or the Bay. And we deserve elementary schools that aren't across the street from data centers and ammonia plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Amanda Guerra? Amanda Guerra? Jessica Villarreal? Jessica, oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Villarreal, District 2. Well, the people that talk about shame, it's basically you bring shame to yourself because of the actions that are being taken. I stand here today to speak for the hardworking families of Corpus Christi, Texas, who are hitting a breaking point. Look at all our bills. Our water rates are literally skyrocketing. And our taxes, their burden, they keep climbing. We're being forced to pay more and more while the city locals do less and less. It's a shame, really. The citizens of every day are really tired. This isn't just a budget issue, it's a fundamental breakdown of accountability. The responsibility for this misconduct falls directly on city leadership. It is time for a drastic change in direction, and that starts at the top. We need to fire the city council as well as our city manager. The votes are coming in November. The people that choose not to run, good for them. They will be voted out. That being said, the special interests and the bureaucratic inherent in Article 1, Section 27, our Texas Constitution guarantees us the right to protection, to petition our government for the redress of grievance. Today, we are exercising that right. We are drawing a line in the sand. It's time to roll back these punishing rates, remove the leadership that has failed us and continuously keeps failing us. Taking back control of the city for the citizens who built it. And I'd like to just let my time run out.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Amanda Gomez?
My time needs to run out, ma'am.
Oh, you want to hold the time? Okay.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Do I need to stand up there so that the time can run out?
Yeah, it's probably best. Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Amanda Gomez?
Good afternoon, everyone. Amanda Gomez, resident of District 5. I'm here today to ask the council to support the proposal being made by the Planning and Economic Development Department to support Mother Teresa Shelter through the distribution of ESG and CDBG funding. I am the Director of Mission Advancement of Mother Teresa Shelter and Catholic Charities of Corpus Christi. I was here a few weeks ago, a little early, and I was sharing about the services we offer at the shelter for the unhoused community here in Corpus Christi. 52,000 meals each year, 6,900 showers, and 2,500 laundry cycles, all essential services that each of us would find very difficult to live without. I also mentioned last time how Mother Teresa Shelter serves as a pathway of hope towards housing stabilization, and that is what I want to share about with you all today. After a meal and a refreshing shower, our clients have full access to our on-site case manager, who helps address the obstacles that our unhoused brothers and sisters face. Retrieving identification documentation is one of the most common. A photo ID, birth certificate, social security card, those are all part of the first step before someone can even think about developing or obtaining housing. And we assist easily 100 individuals each year in this capacity. From identification documents, our case managers support individuals in the housing application process. We offer direct referrals to within the continuum of care network and without and outside of that. We interview eligible candidates also for another program that we have, our Mother Teresa Transitional Housing, which is kind of down the street from the shelter on Mestina. This is a men's transitional housing program that has 24 private rooms, communal space living, where residents can live up to 24 months as they ready themselves for a more stable housing situation. And I mentioned last time that homelessness, it's a very complex issue. Take any number of reasons why someone may be out on the street. And in a unique way, Mother Teresa Shelter, we meet every person right where they are. But we also accompany each person. So yes, with the immediate needs, meals, but document retrieval, like I said, helping fill out housing applications and group counseling even, just to remain hopeful for those times when things just cannot happen soon enough. That's what I mean by a pathway of hope towards housing stabilization. So I ask the council once again to consider this proposal, agenda item number 16, for the distribution of ESG and CDBG funds for Mother Teresa Shelter. And also I wanted to invite you all, if you are interested in touring the facility, I would love to have you introduce you to some of our unhoused community and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Zuri Reyes?
District 1, Suri Reyes. Hi, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. I'm here today because I'd like to speak on the homelessness issue as previously discussed twice earlier in this meeting. Studies show that the most recent count of the homeless population in the city has nearly doubled from about 600 to over 1,000 in just 1 year. That's an 88% increase. I care about this issue a lot, although I'm new to Corpus. I've been here less than a year, but I can already tell that this definitely needs attention. This isn't something I've seen from the sidelines. I try to help whenever I can, even if that's just stopping to listen or converse for a few minutes. Before I go on, I want to be clear. I'm not blaming homeless individuals, but we should admit that some take advantage of the resources, such as certain benefits or shelter space, leaving those who truly need help with nothing. They're the ones who suffer most when resources are stretched thin. I think the city needs to take a closer look at who's getting help and whether the help is actually reaching the people who need it most. On top of that, most shelters don't feel safe. I've heard about volunteers being rude, disrespectful, and even abusive. Shelter conditions aren't good enough for safety, hygiene, and health. Many people in these shelters may be dealing with mental health or behavioral issues, and they can be a danger to others. That keeps a lot of people on the streets who would rather be in a shelter if it were safe. Then again, there's the weather. We are in Corpus. It is well known that the heat here is brutal. People risk dehydration and heat stroke just trying to get through the day. If the city doesn't take this seriously, we're going to see a very real and very sad outcome. If we don't act now, lives could be lost. That sounds harsh, but it's the truth. It has most likely happened already, and it will happen more often if nothing changes. This is a crisis for the people on the streets, for public safety, for the city's image, and for every resident who sees it happening. Briefly, I'd like to speak on 2 more points, one being road and construction debris along highways and busy intersections. Trash doesn't get picked up fast enough. This is a safety issue, and it doesn't look good for the city. Also, most of our parks don't have enough picnic tables or play area for kids. The ones that I've seen are in areas that don't feel great either, which is probably why people don't go. I'd like the Parks Department to check out what's missing and where new parks could go. I know that's a lot for one comment period, but these are things people talk about every day. I'm asking the council to look into these issues and let the public know what's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry Williams.
Henry Williams, District 1, Hillcrest neighborhood. You know, Mayor, I think first of all, I would like to again commend you for the prayer gathering at Cole Park on July 8th. The results have been, very significant. We prayed for water and for rain, and we have received it. And Mr. Risley, the city attorney, I would like to thank him, for his years of service. And also for Police Chief Markle, Assistant Chief David Blackman. For many years, we've had the prayer at the police station, and we've seen constructive changes, in our city over those years. The city agenda. I would like for you to say no to item number 21, having to do with the Voices of Coastal Bend Energy, the 501c6 organization of doing funding. I would ask that you would vote no to that item. Secondly, item number 26, having to do with the fall field study. I would like for you to also, in the fall field study, whoever is doing that study, that you would factor in the 1,200 tankers that go in and out of the ship channel each year. And with 1,200 tankers going in and out of the ship channel, the refuse, okay, should there be an inner harbor desalination, it would carry the waste into the bay. And the bay is not such that it can expel the waste. Therefore, our bay, the iconic symbol of our city, would be contaminated. And I ask that you would reflect upon this, indeed, while giving a push to the inner harbor desalination. It would be destructive both to our environment, and it would be destructive also to the Hillcrest neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend. Sue Heskett? Sue Heskett. Okay, Melody Cooper?
Melody Cooper, District 5. I've made it abundantly clear what a sham the removal proceedings are, so I will turn to the charter amendments. These came out of left field but had obviously been cleverly premeditated. Yes, the charter should be amended, but now? When we have no public input and the election is in 3 months, shouldn't the new council deal with this with public input, since the charter is in effect our constitution? But let's review these proposals. Increase your terms from 2 to 4 years. Witnessing the action of this council? Absolutely not. Increasing term limits so you can serve longer? Again, no. Increasing council member salaries from $6,000 to $30,000 and the mayor's to $37,500? Really? I served 7 terms as a public servant, and not because I needed a job. And a 2-cent property tax increase for streets when we have to repay millions for Inner Harbor, still have to fix our water crisis, just had our water rates raised, and are spending God knows what on these removal proceedings. Really? And isn't funding streets something you do in the budget process, or are you just punting this to the voters? Street improvements are typically the subject of a bond election. But wait, our bond rating is shot because of your inaction on the water crisis, so forget that. And the icing on the cake, increasing the number of registered voters required for a petition for removal and increasing the number of council votes for removal from a majority to 2/3, or from the current magic number 5 votes to 6. You have the audacity to proceed with removal under the current rules, but want to make it harder for you to be removed. If the 6-vote rule were effective now, you couldn't remove her, could you? And everyone, please remember that if Mayor Guajardo is removed, she cannot run again in November. And that is the whole point of this charade of a removal action. So to recap, you want longer terms, more terms, raises to raise our taxes, and make it harder for you to suffer the torment through which you're putting our mayor. That really takes, excuse my language, balls. I feel like I'm living in a communist state, and maybe that's exactly where we're headed. I am repulsed that these chambers in which I have served have been turned into a kangaroo courtroom. But it's not too late to say, since the election is so near and this issue so divisive, let's let the voters decide who is mayor. If even one of you 5 broke from the 5, moved to stop this political charade and voted no on removal, you would be a hero. Our city is torn apart and polarized, relationships ruined, people upset, depressed, and confused. Think about it. We could end this in 3 months. Thank you, Mayor Guajardo, for all you have done and continue to do. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Michael Miller. And then we'll have Jason Hale.
Michael Miller, District 2, and I'm glad to follow Melody because I agree with her. Not about letting the voters decide about who's going to be mayor, that's part of it, but also about letting the voters decide on item number 21. First of all, the last year has been incredibly rough on all of you, whether you're of the 4 or of the 5. Let's see, we've got, whether it was Rachel, Sean, Ajit, Jason Followell, Robin, Mark, Chloe, Brad, Blanca, Aaron, Jason, Tito, Adrian, Wayne, Sharon, Melody, David, Susie, or even me. You've all had your fair share of tomatoes thrown at you guys. But I just wanted to thank you all because through it all, over the past year and a half, every time I've gone to turn on my sink, water's come out. Every time I've gone to flush the toilet, everything's gone down the drain. There has been no catastrophes, and so you should all, be proud of you, especially staff and Peter. Everything worked. Now we have a huge wall of water heading towards our reservoirs right now. We don't know how much water it's going to yield, but it's definitely going to give us at least 2 years to slow down, take a deep breath, and reevaluate all of our projects. This gives us a little time. I would suggest you guys use it to direct staff to do a little more research, get all the projects, organized, do a reevaluation of everything, put them all together, put them on a silver platter for the next council to consider. Eric Cantu asked, we should put the desal plant on the ballot. And Peter made it perfectly clear that that was not going to be a possibility because we didn't have the general obligation bond capacity to be able to go for that. But this is a way to put it on the ballot. is, ask everybody where they stand on the Inner Harbor desal plant, and then let the next council decide, because that gives the power to the people to make the decision on this project. Also takes a lot of stress off of you guys, but I appreciate the offer from voices from Coastal Bend Energy or whatever it's called, but now is not the time. Let's let the next council make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Jason Hale. Yeah, Councilman Cantu.
Hey, Michael, real quick, just to let you guys know, I was talking about putting it on the ballot, and at first they said no, and then we got some confirmation that it's a possibility we can. So I'm going to talk about that today. Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Today, I wanted to talk about the need for an independent review for the city's far-field model for the Inner Harbor. But first, I want to thank CCW and city staff for making the modeling files available to the public. I got a copy of it a couple of weeks ago, and it's been really cool to look at the results, the inputs, and see the way everything was set up. It's like literally all I did for the past 2 weeks. Anyways, yesterday the city manager announced that the estuaries program and the local scientists won't be able to facilitate independent reviews of the far-field model. That was a bummer because I think it would be a big benefit to the city to get the model double-checked. I recently reread the June 2nd letter from Dr. Hertzka and Dr. Wetz and the 11 other scientists who signed on to the letter. And I still think all of their recommendations are spot on and worth looking into. Personally, I'm concerned that the model may be overestimating vertical mixing because of the way the desalination plant outfalls were set up in the model. Basically, it was done crudely and in a way that masks the effluence concentrations in the ship channel. And that could be, understating potential dissolved oxygen issues. And I think the main reason for this is because Spheros and Hazen and Sawyer don't have experience with modeling desalination plants that have actually been built and validated by real-world field measurements. That's not to say that they didn't do really good work. I think the nuts and bolts are there, and we just need an expert to look over it and say whether or not it looks good. I think if there was a problem, it'd be a pretty easy fix. Just change a couple of things, rerun the model. And I think the cost of the independent review would be relatively affordable, maybe like $5,000 or $10,000. And as a side benefit, an expert would be able to give feedback on the diffuser design, which is really important. Right now, the diffuser is designed to be located 3 feet above the bank of the ship channel, which is really close, and could impair dilutions by starving the diffuser of ambient water for dilution, which could result in higher effluent concentrations and more potential for dissolved oxygen issues. All of which could be easily fixed by using the proper spacing or adding more diffuser ports if you need more dilution. Important you figure out that stuff first before building the plant, rather than later after you built it and when making modifications would be more expensive. So I included a list of references in my handout. Please look into it if you have a chance. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Ms. Huerta, that concludes our in-person public comment. Ms. Huerta, do we have a WebEx?
We had one individual, Mr. Zertuche, but he's not online, and I don't see him in the audience. So that would conclude the public comment period, Mayor.
Okay. Did we miss? No, yeah, so the list is complete. Okay, so that concludes our public comment. And we are going to move on to section I, our consent agenda, items 3 through 15. Do we have any requests from the council to pull any items for discussion? Items 3 through 15, I'm sorry. Item number 4. 12. Item number 7, 15. So far, we have 7, or I'm sorry, number 9, and number 8, number 10.
7, 8, 9.
So yeah, so we have 7, 8, 9, 10. No, let's start with 4. We have 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 15. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those that I just called out.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number,
I was out of the room, I apologize.
oh, did you want to put your vote in?
Aye, please.
Okay.
Councilmember.
Councilman Scott, yes. So the first item pulled was item number 4, an ordinance approving the Corpus Christi Crime Control and Prevention District budget. Who pulled 4? Councilwoman Campos, your question or comment?
Okay, thank you. I've been supporting it for years, even though I've had some critiques over it. But I decided that I will not be supporting it this year. And let me tell you, just the more that I hear about the homelessness and what we can do and what our needs are, I know that we have right now an Officer Brown, but there's a need, an additional need for a 24-hour homeless officer that I myself see. I also want to make sure that, and you know, like people have said that these are moral documents, the budgets are moral documents. I want to make sure that we are taking care of our homeless. And as you know, the budget is stretched beyond. I mean, it is, you know, we're trying to do all the things that we'd like to do or come to our dais. And homelessness, for me, is one that we need to make sure that we fund. One of the other things that I know is needed, and I've been, we have all received a request, is a full-time worker to update the HMF, the Homelessness Management Information System. That's also been lacking for years. And I know that a lot of the, you know, the issues that come up through the police forces has to do with either mental health or, you know, substance abuse, and of course, that includes homelessness. So for that reason, I will be voting no on this. So I just wanted you to hear my explanation and for the audience to hear it as well. So.
Yes, ma'am.
For approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. We did. Yeah, this is consent, so wasn't this the meeting that it was going to, right? So public comment on all the agenda items was going to
All consent agenda items.
I'm sorry, consent agenda items was going to the public comment. Remember, we explained that? Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Please submit your vote. Oh, Councilwoman Paxson.
Before we vote, I want to again raise that I don't believe that this policy on public comment meets the definition and intentions behind allowing commentary before action is taken. I firmly believe that the 12 o'clock public comment is the avenue for individuals to come and be able to raise concerns about things that are city-related, but not necessarily agenda. Having the opportunity to speak on the agenda is an important process that I do not believe we should deviate from. So I would like to allow the public to continue to speak at public comment. If I need to make a motion, I can do that.
So this was a conversation that we had and discussed, and I disagree. I think that their public comment at noon, and we established that between multiple conversations with the city secretary, that it actually is. It is an opportunity, and we're not taking away an opportunity. We're just moving that over. But I'm happy to discuss that with you in the spirit of time and the fact that I've already, if you will, made that call. But because you and I have not discussed that since you made the comment last week. So I'm happy to discuss that with you.
I don't
offline.
believe the policy was discussed with us, and I did raise objections to this last week, and I even asked for a copy of that. Thank you, Rebecca, for sending that policy over. But I, again, have to maintain that I do believe that we are reducing access to speak on our public action by doing this. And if I need to make a motion before this board to change that, I'm willing to do that. I've spoken once. I see there's another request to speak. I'll save that for next.
Councilman Hernandez.
Maybe I misunderstood what you were trying to get across here, but from what I understand, when you pull an item from the consent agenda, it becomes an individual item. And when that becomes an individual item, they should be allowed to have public comment on the individually considered item. Since we pulled it off to make it an individual consideration item, we should allow for the public comment on it. So I understand your position on consent agenda, but once it's pulled, it becomes an individual item. So it should be allowed for public comment. And
May I say something? Or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Well, no, that was what I was going to say, and I would agree with Councilwoman Paxton that if we need to make a motion here right now to allow for these pulled consent items to be considered individual items to be discussed or allowed for public comment, then I would agree to that as well.
Okay. I just wanted to point out to the council that the consent agenda, they're routine, non-controversial items for the most part. So individual consideration items, those are big policy items that involve a lot of discussion. Those are placed in another part of the agenda. But the consent agenda, for the most part, that's what they are. So we wouldn't give them, in my opinion, the same amount of weight, right? So they're important, and the public does have an opportunity to speak on them. I mean, I'm saying they're routine, non-controversial, but the public may want to talk about them. They can do that. We didn't remove the opportunity for them to do that. They can do that at the noon time frame, but during and they can still speak on individual consideration items further on in the agenda. So it was a meeting efficiency idea. As you all know, our meetings tend to be very long. So it's just a way to streamline that without infringing on the public's right. I mean, that was the concept behind that. So I just wanted to say that for your consideration.
Thank you, Rebecca. Councilman Scott.
I want to talk about the agenda item, but I concur with you, Mrs. Secretary. Thank you so much. I just want to thank my appointee for his time on the Crime Control and Prevention District. Thought he did a yeoman's job, and I've talked to him a number of times. He's very impressed with how the entity operates, and I support his input. I checked with him before the vote today, and he was supportive of the budget item, and so I'll be supportive.
Councilman Barrera. She'd already spoken once. So.
Okay. Well, you still have
Well, I think you're waiting for a.
I'm sorry.
She'd already made comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, is it appropriate to discuss the parliamentary procedure for the process or because it's not an agenda item? And my question would be for anybody that's smarter than me, which is the whole room, but specifically the city secretary, the city attorney.
It isn't specifically posted on the agenda as a discussion item.
Okay.
If the city attorney disagrees with me, he'll comment.
Okay, okay, well, I'll comment anyway. I just wanted to make sure that, I think the only reason that, unless it was predetermined that the item was gonna be pulled, I think that the public having some level of understanding of how our budget works, that if they thought it was in consent agenda, that they would probably speak so during noon anyway. And so I think that's the item. They would speak during noon, at the noon time, to be able to have their voice heard on the consent agenda item, or they could ask a council member, they could speak to them and then ask them to pull it if that, for that specificity. And I don't see that any of that is done here. And, you know, I think we give our public an opportunity, often a lot of opportunity to speak, so. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, it aggravates me because people come down here, they get 3 minutes of public comment. 3 minutes. That may sound like a lot of time, but it's not when there's a lot of issues discussed. And I understand the timing. You want to sit up here all day and listen to public comments. Some don't. I don't have a problem with it. But I think that if they make the trip down here and they want to speak on the agenda item, they should be allowed to speak on the agenda item. If we have to sit here for another hour, then we should do that. I've never seen it done any differently, and why we're changing it now. And you may sit and say, well, the agenda item, they're not as important, the consent. Yeah, they are. They're all important. So as for me, I think they should get to do that.
Well, I appreciate y'all's comments, but again, that's not what anyone is saying, number one. Number two, it's continuing to give the opportunity, just moving it up. But it is what it is. We're spending a lot of time on something that's pretty simple. If you want to make your motion, that's your right.
Mr. Risley, you opined that we could have this discussion. The policies were brought up, so it was posted publicly. I can make a motion to, a simple motion as we would to table something or pull something forward, et cetera, through housekeeping, if you will. Like, I can make a motion in this format to allow individuals to speak on consent items.
Well, I think your question, the question was originally to Rebecca, so.
I'm sorry, she punted it to you. I didn't mean to.
I gave my opinion that it's not posted, so I just said if he had any objection, he would say.
And that's right, and I did not have any objection to what she was saying.
Okay, thank you. Then I make a motion that if someone would like to speak on a consent item that is pulled or at the beginning of the consent agenda, that they be allowed to speak.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
3 noes. Motion carries. So does that have to be effective today? Being that the verbiage is not in, we had taken it out, Miles?
Essentially, the way I interpret that is that it was overruling your determination that the 3-minute limit applied, that the discussion could occur again for this particular day. It's not a change for all the rules for the rest of time. So given that it was not clarified otherwise, I'm going to assume that that was the case.
Okay.
So we have to do it every week?
No, we can, okay, we'll talk offline, Rebecca. Okay, so Ms. Luna, did you want to make comment? No, you didn't. And this is on item number 4.
The only thing I wanted to tell you is that we need our officers really badly. And I understand where Ms. Campos is coming from. I just want you to know that we need them. They're absolutely essential, and we need to keep the money on our officers. The way things are going, especially in my street, I want to have more officers there. That was my only intent to tell you, because I know the budget of crime control. I know that they spare no expense, but the bodies that are there are what we need. I thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close that public comment. Next item pulled is item number 7, and that is.
Need a vote
Oh,
on it,
shoot.
Mayor.
Sorry, please. Well, I have it. Oh, we did vote. I guess we just didn't register it. I mean, my vote's there.
We'll restart the vote. Yeah, that must have been an issue.
Okay, the motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 7. That is a zoning case number ZN 9194 Miller Street Holdings. Who pulled this one? I did. Your question or comment?
Mayor, thank you. It was only to vote no on the item. That's all. No questions.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next item would be number 8, ordinance reappointing Jacqueline Deliano Chapa as presiding judge for a 2-year term of office. Who pulled this item? Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment?
Yes, I voted against this last week, so I pulled it to vote it again this week. I vote against it this week. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 9 is the ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code, Section 55-50 regarding water rates. Who pulled item number 9? Councilman Vaughn, your question or comment?
I was, when Mr. Klepper came up here and he gave that chart, that was a really good chart. Why have we not understand for residents?
Absolutely. So the chart itself is a foundation of the water rate setting, as Mr. Klepper said. It's foundational to the costs of service. The chart is not in the presentation. It was shared previously with this body, and then of course it's in our annual water rate study report that NewGen does to wrap up the entire process.
We should put it out there for the citizens to see. And the other reasons, thank Nick, I pulled it is because I want the public to understand why we're raising the rates. We tried to explain it last week. It's because of past projects that were done. It was because of the agreed order of projects that had to be done. And it's because when we got on the council, we had a perceived water crisis. We had to put 6 new projects on, diversified the water. It has absolutely nothing to do with a grant for $100 and something million. Nothing. That grant has to do with only Inner Harbor desal. And they report it on the news, someone says it, they never challenge it, and the news should challenge that because it sends a message to the citizens that's not true. I make a motion for approval. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Nick, the slide that Mr. Klepper brought, the distinction that stuck out to me was something I have been looking for, and I'm so glad that he brought it up. Basically, what he's doing there is each rate class, what they're looking at is how do we justify the revenue per expense for each rate class. His chart depicted a lot more, shall you say, levelness between those two measures in each of those categories. If I pulled a use versus revenue report for our current rate proposals and our current usage volumes per class, it's way different.
So what Mr. Klepper showed was prior year's actuals versus a new proposed rate. That's not how we set rates. We present the proposed budget, and the revenue requirements for that. So when we showed the slide of the revenues and how each class of the total pays in, how much the percentage for each class, that represents the cost of service. When the rate is billed, we assign costs to all of those areas, residential, commercial, large volume, wholesale, and then based on those expenditures in those classes, we have to generate revenues that equal 1-for-1. So the revenue chart is basically a cost of service charge.
Mr. Klepper has some additional information. If I could ask him to come clarify that. Because this is really important to me. This was something that I was really looking for. I'm here, between the last time we read this and now, the amount of public input I've received is just crazy.
Can I say something?
Yes, please do.
And I had an email with Camille, and I have the greatest respect for Camille. I know him, I've worked with him. But Camille says it, it's true, except what he just said. And what I heard him, what my chart was actual cost per the model and actual revenues. It wasn't new rates. It was based upon the previous year's audited financials. So, and that's where we were, because we have a friendly email thing going on every now and then. I knew you misunderstood. So I want to know where's that chart that you said was presented? I've been looking for it, and I even asked you for it. I haven't seen it. So I miss a lot of things, no doubt about it. Okay. So you're telling me you have running through the model, I know you're the rate consultant there, and I'm sure you've got it somewhere. You got, this is the actual cost of services by customer category.
Class.
There's a lot more information too I'd like to see, and this is the actual revenue. So matching revenues with the actual modeled cost.
We can sit
Revenues
down.
being the rate.
Excuse me, we can sit down, Mr. Klepper, if you'd like, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to
We
see
would.
that information.
Yeah,
If
we can get
if Mr. Camille says that slide exists, could we see that right now before we move forward? Because
Let's check
there's a
with,
big discrepancy here.
Check with Andy to see if we have it. Do we?
Yeah, Andy McCarney, principal with New Gen. So I think Mr. Klepper is a little bit mistaken. So when we do a cost of service study, some of you may remember the term the cash basis of revenue requirement determination. So what we're doing is using a prospective rate year to set the rates. So we're using the proposed budget and any known and measurable changes that are to occur in 2027. And that's what we design rates for, because rates will be going into effect on January 1st. So we do not look back except for the contract customers and compare the actuals, to the budget for 2 years ago, like I spoke about last week with I think in response to maybe Mr. Scott or Mr. Roy's question about, why do we do this true up? That's the only time Corpus Christi Water does a true up. So it's not really part of the rate setting process. If we were using a historical test year, like you do with the utility bases, where you have a rate base and other items, you would start with actuals and then make known and measurable changes. But that's not the methodology that we're using, that the majority of municipally owned water and wastewater utilities use. And we do have a comparison based on the cost of service in our model, and I believe it's been in prior the rate study reports. There's even a graph. It's green and black showing the cost of service by class for residential, commercial, irrigation, and large volume compared to their cost of service to show the discrepancies. If you remember, I've talked about over this is the 4th year of doing the study. We've been trying to get the commercial as well as the residential to their class-based cost of service, because they have been over-recovering over the years. And so this year we got large volume finally as close to their cost of service as possible, like to the tune of $8,848. I know, I just looked it up. The residential inside is still a little bit over recovery. Commercial is a lot closer to their actual cost of service. So that's the whole point of a class-based cost of service and rate study, is to drive all the customer classes as close to their cost of service as possible. Now, for example, the large volume, we got within 8850, there's not one rate element that could have been adjusted, because they would have gone from an $8,800 over recovery to a major under recovery by changing that rate 1 penny on the volumetric rate. So that's how many levers we're having to pull at one time to try to get classes. And if you remember, it was either during the budget workshop or last week where I said, cost of service is a snapshot at one particular point in time using a year. So we look at some historical years and then try to do an average. I think this year we were using finally a 3-year average. It was hard to use 2020 and 2021 because of the pandemic. We saw a lot of shifts in usage between residential and commercial. And so that's why we did not utilize those years for Corpus Christi Water, as well as for other of our municipally owned water utility clients.
And you're saying in the residential class, they're still overshooting from
Yes,
trying
and
to get to
next
that
year
true
we're going to try
cost?
to get that even closer.
But we're increasing?
Yes, we're still increasing. Everybody's bills are going up, all customer classes.
But if we were already trying to bring that toggle down, why are we going up again?
Because the rate structure, because you're setting the volumetric for outside equal to inside, the outside is still, I think, under recovering somewhat. So we're trying to, the outside city limit residential customers. So it's very complex, Ms. Paxton. It just is. And so we're trying to get it done over time.
This is the one that we showed.
We're going to put that on the screen and
Okay.
talk to that.
Okay, and we do have a graph, rate revenue generated by customer class.
Which is in the.
But that's the whole point of the cost of service study. You have to do it over time. So there were larger over recoveries, so we're reducing it. We finally got commercial.
AV control, put the camera, the eye in the sky. Camille, you may have to move that forward a little bit. Yeah, move it towards the dais a little bit. Okay.
So this is the slide I spoke about where we showed what's the recovery of the revenues per class. So based on the, just like Andy spoke, based on the expenditures per class, we recover 1 for 1. So the cost, you know, if we take residential, based on the budget and allocation of the costs for residential class, 26.9% of the budget, operating budget is assigned to that class. We recover 26.9% out of the revenue to pay for that. So it's a 1 for 1, basically. So that's why we showed it. We didn't, and we had in previous years, we had when it was bar chart board next to each other. We just, the question was, can we see it by revenue class? So that's what we presented to council. That's by revenue class, but it's a 1 for 1. Yes, there's always, you'll never get to a 0.00% recovery. There's always going to be fluctuation because you're talking about, at that point, hundreds of a cent differences. And if you move it by 1 cent, you're going to over recover here, under recover here. So there's always going to be a small percentage thing. What you're looking for is not to have, 50% over recovery here, 50% thing. If it's 1% overall between the two, that's just, you will never get to the exact 0.00%.
Are you still on, Councilwoman?
Yes. So with this chart, we're to assume what is embedded in this description is that these totals are also equal to the cost per class.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
That's
the
cost of
assumption
service.
behind this chart.
Yes, because it's a cost of service. So the revenue that we recover has to be the cost of service for that class.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I appreciate the comments, but I think you're trying to overcomplicate what's being asked for, right? You can look historically, and you can use actuals, historical cost per, and then cost recovery based on class. And I think you have 9 classes, right? 8 classes, and then raw water wholesale customers. So, you can, I don't even know if you need to do that for that one, but you can, it's only 8 of them, right? So if you do them in that sense, what your cost recovery is and what your cost is for that customer class, or if you look at it on a projected basis, what your projected cost and then what your estimated revenue comes in from what your rate structure is, we're not asking for anything complicated. What he provided was very simple. It's just to make, for us to have a visual description of what the costs are and then what's the recovery from that customer class. It's It's not that difficult. We don't need to overcomplicate it. It's just a simple, on the projection side or on the historical side. Nothing complicated about it, okay? Secondly, I want to agree with Councilwoman Vaughn on the description of what these rates are for, right? We had the presentation on what that rate structure or the increases are designed for. And you put it in a little pie chart, okay? The project with the desal project is coming off of the capital improvement plan, right?
Councilman, it's currently not on, Inner Harbor is currently not in the capital improvement
Okay, so for the 26, 27 budget, Inner Harbor's not going to be on there.
Correct.
So if not accepting a grant doesn't affect what the rates are going to be.
That's correct.
It's correct, because it's not a project that's in our capital improvement plan.
That's correct.
So I want to make sure that's very clear that not accepting a grant for a project that we're not doing doesn't affect the rates.
You're correct.
Pretty simple. Okay, so I want to make sure that that the basis of most of this increase is our increased operational cost and past debt service. And then we have some projection, I guess, what is it, 30-some% of what is for projected cost for future water sources?
Right,
that we're actually doing. So I just want to be very clear here. It's for past expenditures on debt that we accumulated because our debt service increased, and then also increased operational cost. That's what it's based on.
Yeah.
Very clear. Is that correct?
Yeah, in terms, just one point to add on to that. So the wastewater operational costs did not increase over last year. And then the water operational costs.
I was talking water.
We do have some, the operational costs are increasing. We do have some additions because of the new water supply projects. But I agree with you, Councilman.
What I was referring to is this graph right here.
Yeah.
Right? This is the chart you talked about.
Yeah, it's slide number 6. If it
Right, and
puts the PowerPoint up.
36% is for new operating expenditures, prior CIP project issuance, and debt service from the past.
Right, that totals, that's 64%, Councilman.
Right.
Is the prior debt service coverage, the prior approved CIP, and the operating is 64%.
Okay? I don't want to complicate this.
Right.
It has nothing to do with any grant recovery or anything like that. It just has to do with this is what it is.
Right.
Okay? So.
We have it on the screen, yeah.
Okay, so just want to clarify that, emphasize what Councilwoman Vaughn had mentioned, and to be very clear as to what it's for. And you agree with what I just said?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to just agree with Councilman Hernandez about just maybe it's being overcomplicated when it doesn't have to be. So I just, the pie charts are one thing, but I think also just having the graphs as, comparison right then and there, it's just simpler to see. So I hope that comes across.
It does, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
All right, thank you.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is item number 9. Please submit your vote. Oh, we didn't. You're right. Thank you. Yeah. Well, is there anyone who would like to make public comment on item number 9? Okay, there being no one, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 10 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-100 regarding wastewater rates. Who pulled that one? I'm sorry?
I move for approval.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would anyone like to make public comment on item number 10, wastewater rates? Okay, there being no one, we'll close that public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item pulled would be item number 12, and that is a resolution authorizing a license agreement with Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector to allow designated city fleet personnel to be deputized by the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector. Who pulled item number 12? Councilman Vaughn?
I'm just curious, I see on here it was to save time. Is that the reason you did it? Was to save
Juan
time?
Rivera, Director of Asset Management. Councilwoman, yes, it is to save time, and that's the reason why we did it. It's efficiency. So what we're looking is for an opportunity to get this approved and take it over to the county commissioner's office to reduce the time that my staff has to dedicate to this task. We received the renewal through the mail individually, 30 to 40 per week for our 2,200 vehicles. And my staff has to inform the department, inform accounts payable, wait a few weeks until accounts payable generates a check. Then we have to attach each check to each individual renewal, take it over to the county office, process it as a bulk item individually with each check attached to it, and then come back weeks later once the registration is printed to pick up and take back. The new process will allow us to have 2 deputized agents in the department that will do this during that week and can print those stickers the same day that they process the registration. The other part is we will be able to also pay for that service in bulk using our credit card and then funding it through our account, which is already being funded through Fleet.
Any chance of abuse?
There is a possibility, however, I will tell you this, I think we have great people in Fleet and a great manager who's going to oversee this process. I'm also going to ask the county to come out and inspect how we're doing business so there's no opportunity for abuse. That process is audited on a weekly basis.
Okay, so that's my concerns, abuse. Okay, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion, or I'm sorry, is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 12? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Councilman Paxton.
I'm sorry, I was preparing for 15. I had pulled.
Okay. Yeah, our last item pulled is item number 15. Councilwoman Paxton. You know what, let me say what it is. It's an ordinance amending section 10-86A the Code of Ordinances by increasing the beach parking permit fee from $12 to $20.
Mr. Zanoni, I understand that we share responsibility with Port Aransas, the county, and then us being the third partner to
Correct.
maintain the beaches. And according to that statute, we are allowed to charge a reasonable fee to maintain the beaches. What I'm not seeing through any of that legislation, any of the documents, is a requirement at this time to elevate those. I realize that the 3 parties had discussion earlier in the year. I believe it may have started last year, talking about the potential of making this change.
Correct.
But there's not actually anything requiring a change at this time.
That's correct. So the 3 entities, that's the fee, and there's a presentation most likely by the staff, but the fee hasn't been adjusted in how many years, Jonathan?
22.
In 22 years. And so the 2 entities and the city have met, as you said, multiple times to assess increasing it. In order to increase it, all 3 entities need to be in agreement with the rate. So Jonathan and the team can talk about how we came to the $20 per permit fee, if you'd like.
I realize that we're looking at other coastal cities. I believe South Padre is $50 for an annual pass. South Padre is $100, maybe Galveston is $50. I had those reversed, I apologize. for an annual pass. And I think that that gave credence to perhaps the recommendation for that 20, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so Jonathan Atwood, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. I do want to add that the GLO did mention it was probably time for us to increase our fees based on the fees that have increased across the state of Texas, across the coastline. So it is up to us to come forward with that request and submit this to the GLO, but through numerous conversations with them, they understand we've been low for a very long time, and then they've tracked our numbers, and it was a recommendation they provided as well. So
We're looking too good compared to the other beaches. That's what it is, really. The number 20, who instituted or initiated that number?
So that was a discussion between the City of Port Aransas, Nueces County, and ourselves, coming up with an idea of what would be a correct fee increase that would not be astronomical. There's no way we could go up to $50 or $100 like the other entities. That would still cover our expenses for each of the entities involved, okay? And the number settled on was $20 based off of looking at our own books, Port Aransas looking at theirs, county looking at theirs, and coming to an agreement that was a reasonable amount, since it has not been increased in 22 years, since 2004.
I think I know the answer, but just to hear it. There are provisions for local residents versus visiting guests. What does the legislation say on our authority to create two fees or a difference of fees?
So discussions with the GLO, we're very unique geographically. We all share basically one long stretch of beach. That's part of the reason we have this ILA. The recommendation they provided was to stick with a single annual permit and not try to separate this up into a local or a visitor or a day use fee or something like that, but to maintain what we have and increase to $20 basically.
Did they prohibit it?
They did not prohibit it.
Is there any such prohibition that you're aware of?
Not that I am aware of. Now,
So-
I will say they make the final decision. You know, once we pass this, we'll submit to them. If they decide that what we submitted to them is not applicable, then they could come back and say, no, you know, this doesn't work.
Sure. Representing District 4, which is largely impacted by the beach and its goings-ons. I think there's a lot of people who wouldn't really feel an impact going from 12 to 20, but I think there's a very large voice that really feels ownership and their residents here with the beach. And I think that the city of Corpus Christi and its residents have gone through quite a unique last 18 months, and I think that we see that a lot of different fees are increasing. So my interest would be potentially carving out for locals, and I haven't spoken to anyone in Port Aransas or Nueces. I don't have an issue with that applying to all three jurisdictions, but my interest would be to look at a rate for residents and then potentially that rate for that visitor.
Okay, I understand.
If we could perhaps.
You know, and we've had discussions with the local Surfrider Foundation chapter. We've had discussions with the Warshore Advisory Board and a number of other people. One of the things mentioned was possibly doing a free beach day. That's something we're going to look at as well, once a year, similar to the free fishing day that Parks and Wildlife does. So there were a number of things that came up through discussion, and I think we continue discussion with GLO about future opportunities. But we're also in a time crunch to try to get this completed by the end of the year as well. So I want to keep that in mind.
By the end of the year, so we have 5 or 6 months.
So the GLO will need approximately 90 days to do their process. And so they're requesting that we have something in their hands by mid-August so they can go through their process and ultimately provide us a response before we have to start the next calendar year's permit sales.
Okay, 10-4, thank you.
And if I can, Mayor Jonathan, who of the other two entities besides us, have they approved the $20 already?
So everything was approved through the ILA that was approved here in February and then went through Port Aransas and the county as well about the same time. The other entities, or Port Aransas County, will be amending their ordinance, which is basically the beach management plan. They have to do this amendment and send it to the state.
Right,
and
the
they're doing it
question
right
is, did
after
they
us.
increase the fee already?
They have not increased.
They haven't approved it yet?
They are approving it based off of today's meeting, basically. We'll all be doing it together.
Okay.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, so to me, $12 to $20 is a big jump. I know you haven't had a fee in, 22 years? I get that. Is it $20 a year?
Yes.
Okay. So for some people, people on the island probably won't bother them, but a lot of people use the beach. So there are a lot of people, $20 is a lot of money. Families that take that's the only free thing they can go to, and that's a natural resource. I hate to even charging anything, but I understand that you have to take care of the beach. Can you not just charge the tourist?
No, GLO says it needs to be basically a flat permit. If we're going to be charging one person, we're charging everybody.
So that's in the rules
That's what they have provided us as recommendation. I believe that's in their rules as well.
for state code or something? Do we know that for sure?
I can confirm that, but that's what they told me. I did not pull that specific statute out, so I could provide
Okay.
that, but yes.
And what bothers me is you're on a timeline.
Mhm.
And so I wish that we would come maybe earlier so that you're not rushed for a decision and trying to get it done. And I get that because you have to wait on the others too. But I have it's such a big jump from $12 to $20. And maybe that's not much. Maybe some people don't care, but some people do. I just find out, if you will find out that answer for me on can tourists just be charged?
Okay, I can find that out.
All right, thanks.
Councilman Scott.
So I would be interested in, so if we raise it to 20 and Port Aransas says, no, they don't codify it, does that mean the deal's off?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's my point is, because that's, what we don't want is somebody going, oh, I can get it for 15 in Port Aransas, and so I'll go spend my tax dollars down there. I get the 22 years. I think that's interesting that we haven't done it, so whoever made a pass at this, thank you for not waiting 30 years to raise rate, because it is a big jump, but after 22 years. Now, tell me why 20? I mean, is that based on this conversation we just had on water and wastewater, the cost of services? I mean, walk me through that.
Correct. I mean, so we started with a conversation with Port Aransas and the county, and I think everyone was looking at the cost of inflation and the pressure on their funds and what they're currently using to pay for beach maintenance. And 20 was an agreeable number based off of what we feel we need to collect to maintain services at the beach currently. Cost of inflation over the past 22 years since the last increase, and future planning. So some of this money can go towards beach renourishment. And we know that we need those projects as well. And so the number settled on was $20.
So, is it budgeted to have a net at the end of the year, and you're saying you might use the funds for something else, or is this all, we decided it's gonna cost, it used to cost us $10 to clean the beach or maintain services. Now it's $20, and that's why we want to charge $20.
We need to charge $20 to maintain the services that we provide right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. I like the idea of a free beach day. I think that's interesting. I think there would be some interest in that, but I certainly understand that it's the cost of services, and I appreciate that you guys didn't wait another 5 years or whatever to bring this to us. I'd be a little concerned about it, pardon me, a different fee schedule that I have to prove that I'm a citizen, and so that's one fee, and then I show up and I don't have a Corpus Christi address. I just think that would be add to the cost of services to collect the fee structure. I think now it seems pretty simple. Nobody asks any questions. You show up, hey, I want to go to the beach. They charge $20. You get your tag, put it on your window, and go. So I appreciate the work you've been doing on this. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so we're talking about increases, but in terms of the fees, but what are our current costs right now?
So our current costs right now. So we currently collect about 1.5 million from our permits, and we budget 1.5 million in expenditures every year. Okay, or for the past year.
It's not our only source of money for beach maintenance, right?
Correct. So we also rely on
get funding from the state hot tax.
State hot tax, correct. With the current budget that we're looking at this year, we will have a deficit in the state hot tax fund because we have been offsetting the cost of our operations with state hot tax for a couple of years now.
So what's the revenue that we get from state hot tax? I don't have it up. I've got our budget up, but I've got the beach fees of 1.5 million projected. Is that going to be the actuals? Is that what we're estimating to be the actuals?
For this year?
Well, we had anticipated in 2024 1.5, and we only received 1.49.
Correct, based off of permit sales for that year.
Actual permit sales. Are we on track to make the 1.5?
We are on track for this year to make 1.5.
Okay. So in looking at just the combined totals, and forgive me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I remember something about creating an enterprise fund for this. Is this part of that process?
I think we did something in this new budget on that.
So we're creating a special revenue fund this year.
Special revenue
Yeah,
fund, okay.
correct.
The
And
27, right, the 27 budget that was provided to you today. Go ahead.
So this is actually going to be moved into that special revenue fund as opposed to being just part of our permits or going to the general fund?
Correct. And part of that is because all dollars collected through permits have to stay at the beach. They can only be
Right.
utilized at the beach. And this was something we discussed with the GLO about finding a correct way to separate those funds and show it, accordingly.
Okay, are we going to be transferring the state hot tax fund into
Correct.
this special revenue fund as well, so we can?
Well, go ahead.
I just want to see it all in one place, because right now I don't know, it's not all in one place, so it's hard to say what we're doing. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I can let Peter weigh in, but state hot tax will need to be separated from the permits revenue collected. That's part of the reason we're setting up a special revenue fund for permits. Now, what we may take and what we're looking at doing is shifting some of the beach rescue personnel and some of those other expenses that are currently hitting our state hot tax fund into this revenue fund. to
So you also
offset
consider
that difference.
lifeguards as part of the beach maintenance?
Yes, beach rescue is also considered as an applicable use for the permits, as well as all operations on the beach.
Okay, and so this is, you're gonna have, when you do this for the budget presentation, make sure you pull out all the information from the general fund and what we're actually paying for personnel, cost associated with it. That way we see it all in one place, so we can see the revenues also from the state hot tax as well as this fund here. I just wanna make sure we're not overcharging people for, for maintenance that needs to be done. And, looking at it, and we just talked about this with water and wastewater, to make sure that whatever we need is what we're actually charging. So, okay, so, all right.
And
thank
I will
you.
say, I think we've waited about as long as we can wait, to do this increase.
Well, I mean, the increase is $1.1 million. Based on what you have here, based on projected revenues from last year to what you're doing here, that's $1.1 million. It's a lot of lifeguards.
Total, plus the 16% that we give to the county. And then we're also planning on projects like renourishment, that we're trying to put something in our pocket to be able to pay for that. So,
As I recall, the GLO helps with renourishment, right?
they do, but many of these.
Well, I know they do it on North Beach. I don't know about our South Padre.
Correct. They will help out in the Gulf Beach. We're still going through that process. There's permitting involved and things like that, that we have to have in line before we can go request those funds for that nourishment.
Okay.
So there's some.
Make sure you make it you spell out very clear for us in the budget process. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
So this is what you said, we're trying to increase so that we have funding for bigger projects, which is maintenance, but through a long-term lens, not just the daily maintenance and upkeep of the beach, basically.
This would cover daily maintenance upkeep of the beach. The goal is that we would hopefully sell more permits and continue to increase permit sales as we go, which will hopefully maybe put a little bit of funding in the special revenue fund, which will go back to the special revenue fund at the end of the year if it's not spent. Does that make sense? So then we have that funding to be able to utilize, whether it's for beach nourishment projects or other capital projects in the future.
We love the beach. It's part of who we are. It's part of our culture. I am 150% for protecting it and preserving it. But I don't believe we should be levying an additional tax to look at long-term projects on our open Texas beach. That's my issue here. So if we can maintain operations at the current $12, and I understand we haven't done anything in a long time, costs go up, I totally get that. But as far as creating another fund out of this that we could go do things with.
And I want to clarify, we're not creating another fund. What we've done is separated the beach permit revenue from the general fund.
Sure.
So that we can clearly track it, and we can also show the GLO that all dollars collected from this permit are spent at the beach for our beach operations.
But the definition there, all revenue from this would be spent for beach operations. That definition is not just taking out the trash, grading the surface, expense for lifeguards, personnel. It's going to also be added now long-term sustaining projects such as beach renourishment, such as projects, etc.
In the GLO or in the state guide for how the funds can be used. Those are additional items that could be spent towards.
You're correct. They're
so-
permissible.
Yes.
But what it's up to us to decide is if that is a definition that we want to associate an additional cost to the people that want to go use the beach. That's up to us to try to determine. Right now, any of that is going to have to come out like a CIP budget of whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are we putting this back on a fee is today's question.
What we're asking for right
essence.
now will cover the operations
Yes.
that we have.
So my question is, I have two suggestion questions. You may not have the answer right now, and that's fine. One, a potential rebate system, where if you have a driver's license that says you live in the city of Corpus Christi, maybe Port Aransas, whatever it is.
Sorry. Don't mean to interrupt. Mike Dyson, I'm Assistant City Manager. Just to make sure that was brought up by Councilwoman Vaughn, that is explicitly not allowed under Section 3115. Local government shall not impose a beach user fee which discriminates on the basis of residence.
Okay, then that answers that question.
Thank you, Mike.
Then the next question would be the issue of going from 12 to 20 rather than 12 to 14 or something along those lines. Because this has gone from no change for a very long time, I think you said 22 years, to now jumping a pretty significant change here. This is almost doubling, essentially. So what I would actually like to do is determine if we could talk to our partners and see if there's palette to do a reduction in that jump to something like a 14. And you said, you've confirmed there's no, here's my confusion. You said TCEQ recommended doing one fee for everyone, but
GLO.
I'm sorry, so sorry, wrong one. But now you're saying that it's just not allowed.
Well, and that's probably the basis of their recommendation. So they gave Jonathan and his group a list of things that they would like to see. That's part of our beach management plan that we have ready to go. And again, this was part of the original discussion of the ILA that we brought to council in the spring to have that. So we've had those discussions with Port A, the county, and the GLO to make sure that this is consistent across the board with everyone. And again, one of those primary goals is to make sure, as you stated, the open beaches, these renourishment projects that are going to become consistent maintenance, not necessarily wants in a capital improvement project list. These need to be done on a consistent basis so we can have those beaches open. As they start to recede into the dunes, that's where the state can close off those beaches. So
I
this is
totally understand the
definitely a
renourishment.
bigger-
I totally get it. I get the text if there's a bollard put out. I totally understand.
We do as well.
But
So we're
this,
the ones that do it.
but this is still an issue. It's a big jump. What I'd like to do, if the council is agreeable, I'd like to get feedback from those other entities before we approve $20 and see if we can go from 12 to 14. And I'm looking at y'all by default, so I'm going to turn back this direction. So
Let's have either Michael or Jonathan talk about you've had a lot of conversations with the two other governing entities. They want a higher rate, right?
The agreement to the ILA was the rate that they all agreed to.
Yeah.
So the 12 to 20 that we approved back, that y'all approved
We
back.
can go back and ask them.
Yeah.
We're probably going to.
If we go back and ask them, we will not be able to increase this by the end of the year, which means we will
well, you
end up
said you
with
have to have it by mid-August, so we could take action on the 11th.
Well, I can tell you, the GLO emailed me last week and said if I don't have something to them here in the next couple of weeks, it's not gonna make it by the end of the year.
At worst
So-
case, we don't make a change.
Okay. Well, then there will be a budget cut because we have a deficit in SHOT this year that we will not be able to cover. So there will be a decrease in services provided.
So you need this to be by the middle of August or no? Because that's what was said earlier.
So the timeline for GLO the main thing is that they have to have 90 days of public comment. So
Sure.
for us to have those things in line for permit ordering, the accounting, getting that out to the merchants that sell them, again, working with the three entities on how that will be executed, that's part of this greater timeline. And again, the $20, as Councilman Scott was pointing out, we talked about, we can't have a fee that is more than what our expenses are. And then the over time from that 2004 timeline, we're actually under what the inflation rate was. So it's not a grab, it's just a.
But if I may, Beaches are expensive. We know that. We know that renourishing and things like that. So there's not really, if we're going to define that in our use, there isn't an upper threshold. We can continue to basically spend and justify that cost. So the 90 days is if we want to roll this out in January.
Correct.
Perhaps we roll it out for spring break. Maybe we don't do it in January.
If I remember correctly, the GLO is annual, so we would have to shoot for a January 1. So if it's not this year, it would be next year.
It could be 2028, right. I want to do this right. I want to be very conscientious about our locals. And if they have to, we have to have top consideration for what the impact is on our local groups here. I mean, any given day, if you go out to Padre, there's no parking in the public parking. It is jam-packed. So if I wanted to take my kids, $20 may not be something I have in my pocket to take my kids to the beach. Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? Go park 3 blocks away and go walk in this heat? Lord, we don't want someone, there's almost no visibility on the road either. It's so narrow. We have to think about the whole group. And I think a 12 to 20 jump is quite substantial. So if we can take action on this on the 11th, talk to our partners, see if 14's a number, that's what I'm interested in. Is that absolutely out of the question? Is that what we're saying?
At this point, we've had those discussions going on 2 years now, and $20 is really where it stands to do cost recovery, match that inflation rate as well, and make sure that we protect the beach from north to south.
Mr. Zanoni, for operations, not those other items, was 14 evaluated?
I think many prices were evaluated with the team. So as Dice said, it's at least in the last year, and maybe 2, as he said, the 3 entities through different representatives, like Heather Holbert initially started this, and then Michael Dice, and Parks has been consistent. They've had numerous dialogues. There was an item that came to council for an agreement first.
Correct.
There's been a lot of conversation in the past 2 years. Prices have gone up. You know, our costs have gone up to maintain the beach and lifeguards in last year's budget. With the help of Chief Wade, we've increased the qualifications for our lifeguards. In other words, the certification and the training and pay as well to be competitive with Port Aransas as an example. I think the price can be justified, and we're maybe not doing the best job today showing the cost, but that's coming in the budget. One other note is Port Aransas initially wanted to get out of this altogether because they wanted to charge a higher fee themselves. They didn't want to wait for the 3-party agreement. We're able to keep them in. Everybody has to be in with the GLO. So we can go back and ask, but the detriment, the risk is we could lose another whole year if we can't get everything done in time.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Councilman Cantu, or I'm sorry, Councilman Roy first.
So, Peter, the funds that we raise in our area, does it go into one pot and then the 3 split it? How does that work?
Yeah, that's how it works, and Jonathan will give you the detail.
Yeah, so previously it was split up by linear feet or miles of beach, and so that was the old ILA. And so it all went into one pot and then was divvied up accordingly by linear feet of beach. In February, we approved a new ILA, which was a keep what you sell. So Port A will sell X number of permits, and they will keep the revenue from that. Like, same with us, we will sell X number of permits and keep the revenue from that. And then we both agreed to give the county 16% to maintain their beaches because they sell a small number of permits. They don't really have the ability to sell permits like we do.
So basically, the dollar amount, the reason why we're trying to keep it consistent throughout the 3 areas is that because if hypothetically, if Port A was at 14 and we're at 20, then people may opt just to go to their beaches. That's the mindset behind that, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I was thinking about something kind of a little bit similar on the lines of what that we were just talking about in terms of tiering it. But I was thinking more in terms of if you're at 12 now. But before I go into that, why do we wait so long? Why did we wait so long to increase the fee?
My honest opinion, Because no one wanted to do it, because it's going to be difficult.
Well,
And it was
that
taking a
plus,
while.
Councilman, it takes the three entities to collaborate, and that's taken 2 years just to get to today. So you get Port Aransas, their city manager, their council, the county, the commissioners, the state park, what's it called, the county's park system. So it's a lot of collaboration. It's a lot of going to their meetings, sitting down. Everybody's not in the same location, so even just getting to get together takes time.
And working with the GLO as well. You know,
And
make
working
sure
with the
we get
state,
all
which
those.
is, we know that, right, that's another layer of time.
See, my suggestion was, I was looking at this for maybe going to 12 to 16 for the 27, 28 timeframe, and then going 16 to 20, kind of doing a two-step, but then you'd have to go back and get everybody's buy-in on that. And they're okay, they're ready to push the button at 20.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. How much are we short if we don't approve this for the budget?
So I believe the shot was, last look, about $400,000 in deficit. And so what we're looking to do is relieving the shot fund with additional revenue and beach permits, so we can maintain the same level of services.
So we're gonna be short $400,000. I get the fact that people think $20 is not a lot of money for most of us in here. Me personally, I do know a lot of families that, single mothers that make less than $20,000 a year and have 4 or 5 kids, and they go to the beach all the time because it's more or less free to enjoy time with their families, memories, you know. They don't have the luxury to go to the state aquarium and spend $400 in one day. I went to the state aquarium with me and my girlfriend, and I think we paid like $150 for both of us. You know, it's pretty expensive. And the beach belongs to all of us. I think it's beautiful. We have a beautiful beach, and I think it's just a place that a lot of families that we don't consider a lot in these chambers enjoy it, and that's all they could really afford. And it's sad, but it's the truth. I think 25% of families out there right now are making less than $20,000 a year. And I'm with Councilman Roy. I mean, we waited so long to do this, and the increase is just so high. It just it's a lot of money for certain people, and I think some of these council members here are out of touch with the reality of what families are going through today. Tickets. How much is our revenue with tickets do we have when people don't have a beach permit? Are we enforcing it, or we're not enforcing it?
So, yes, and over the past year, we have stepped up our enforcement of those beach permits and cited. We have gone through a phase of transitioning from paper tickets to electronic.
Yes, sir.
So I don't have that number directly in front of me, but I got something I can get for you.
Is that something that CCPD does, or somebody just on the
No,
beach?
We have 4 beach enforcement officers that patrol throughout the week on
Okay.
various schedules.
Got it. Okay, that's all the questions I have right now. I just wanted to voice my concerns and
Yeah, and I would like to note that we also have, several free parking areas along the beach. We've got a map on our website that says where those areas are. Windward Parking Lot is one of the primary ones, right there along the seawall.
yeah.
There's many areas along the county beaches that are free as well. And they're spread variously from here through to Port A.
Okay. I just feel like the beach is just should be off limits. You know, I don't think we should be charging so much money to enjoy our beach. You know, that's one thing of life that we can enjoy and not worry about things and not worry about pain, you know, and having our kids go out there and play and make memories. And it just, and I get it, $20 is not a lot of money for people in this chambers, but in the outside world, I just know so many families, like, $20 would kill them. It's just, imagine making $300 a week and having 4 kids. I mean, it's tough. It really is. But okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, some advice is that please have what your expenses are before you ask for an increase. Okay, I looked at the state hot tax fund. I'm looking at the budget right now. I have it in front of me. Your projections are to have an ending fund balance from 2 million at the beginning of the year to 100,000 this year. I mean, at the end of this year. Okay, so obviously there's a shortfall because you have the occupancy tax generating 4.2 million, but your expenditures are 6.3 million. Okay, so if you would have explained that you're spending more than you're making, and you need to make more revenue to compensate for not getting, you know, for actually having only $100,000 projected, but you said you had a negative 400,000.
When we ran the math to set up for this year, as we're also running the numbers for this increase, we're looking at having a negative 400,000, which is why we will shift some of the personnel from the shop fund into the beach permits.
Well, it says here that your Gulf Beach lifeguards, or you called them something different.
Beach rescue, yes, Gulf Beach lifeguards, beach rescue.
The cost is 1.9 million?
Correct.
Not to mention the McGee Beach lifeguards. You also have park enforcement, maintenance for Gulf Beach, McGee Beach, and North Beach, totaling $6.3 million. And your revenues are 4.3 million. Okay, that's just from the state hot tax. If you would have couched it that way, that you need funding to compensate for the revenues that you don't have and the lack of a budget, I mean, the lack of a reserve balance, this would have been a lot easier discussion.
Okay.
Okay? So, you know, anytime that you bring a cost increase, I look at what your costs are.
Yes, sir.
Or what your projected costs are. So I want to make sure that we're looking at this from a very, you know, business standpoint. If you don't have money coming in, it's hard to provide the services or keep people employed as lifeguards.
Correct.
Okay, so just, you know, this is why I said when you come to us back with the budget, you need to show us exactly how much revenue you got coming in for all the beaches and how much your expenditures are, because this $20, I mean, you just say, well, we're going to $20, but you don't explain why. Okay, so you need to have the explanation. You know, I can extrapolate it, okay, but I need you to do that, right? I need you to provide us that back rep so we can justify to the public, okay, the reason we have to do this is because we don't have enough money to cover our expenses. This is why. This is what we're cost for, you know, I just mentioned. Gulf Beach lifeguards, 1.9 million. It's a lot of money, but you got to have lifeguards. So I want to make sure that, you know, and I don't want to do your job for you, okay? You got to make sure you tell us exactly what you need and why.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Hernandez, that's very good advice. I think that would have helped a lot. If you could do it, maybe it's in your presentation. If it is, I don't want to see it now. I think it's, actually, if you want to show it, you can. I didn't mean it like that. The only thing I was going to point out, I think based on buying power, $20 today is a better deal than $10 22 years ago. I think if you do the CPI, you go, God dog, it's actually less than it was 22 years ago at $10. And it's either that or we can't provide the services that or unless we cut elsewhere, but we need this to be able to continue to provide the services. But I think Councilmember Hernandez gives good advice. That would have been really smooth to go. And if you do need to go over it again, if you have that in your presentation, that's okay too.
Sorry, Councilman. No, it's not necessarily in the presentation, but we did have this item at council in February with a 7-2 vote. So we did have that information then, and we thought it would be an easy request based on that vote. So that I'll take full for.
I think actually who takes the hit is our visitors, because You know, if you're a Corpus Christian and you're going multiple times, I mean, I get it's $10 more, but it's really that visitor who came a year ago and paid $10 and comes back. But the good news is, okay, you can go to South Padre and pay $100, or you can go to Galveston, and I love my Galveston friends, but I don't want to go to that beach, and that's $50. And it's not like you would leave Corpus and go to Nueces County beaches or Port Aransas, because they're all the same. So I get it. Okay, well, thank you. I'm good.
Councilman Barrera.
Hey, how much does it cost to get into Lake Corpus Christi State Park?
Lake Corpus Christi, that's the bottom.
$4 each?
Have that, yeah.
That's managed by CCW. We'll try to get that answer for you.
And any idea how much it costs to get into Mustang Island?
Mustang Island, I think, is $90 as well. Don't quote me on that, I need to confirm that, but that's the last
70.
number I checked. Huh?
70 a year.
70 a year? Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, I think it's like $10 for each time you go in.
Yes, for each day that you go.
For each day that you go in, so.
And Rockport Beach is 40 for an annual permit, and I believe $7 a day.
You were saying what?
Rockport Beach is 40 for an annual pass and $7 a day.
And then McGee Beach?
McGee Beach is free.
North Beach?
Free.
Okay, so I know we're trying to we're dealing with a lot of anecdotal information with regard to, you know, and I know sometimes we're reluctant to raise fees, but, you know, I think that's the challenge, is that you have public policy that, or those that make the policy are reluctant to raise a fee anytime. And as I've always said, we're subject to the same levels of inflation just as any other organization is. And I think the fact that we've held it for so many years is, you know, and the fact that how much time you spent on this? How much time has the three organizations spent on this? 4, really, count the JLO.
Yeah, I mean, like Mr. Dice said, I think discussion started at least 2 years ago, but we've been heavy at it for about a year.
So obviously you've done your due diligence, and this was a consent agenda item. And, you know, I just think a lot of times a lot of this dialogue could be taking place once the agenda comes out. But I obviously support it. You know, I supported, I think when we talked about raising the fees for using some of the facilities, that I think, and I pointed out to you, that when my daughter got married 12 years ago, 11 years ago, it was the same price to rent the facility as it was the last year. So, you know, we just need to be conscientious of that and look at it from a perspective of, or at least in a consistent level, so that way you don't have these huge, this what seems like a big jump, even though it's less in today's dollars than what it was so many years ago. And I think, I used to live on the beach, and I think it was $8 when I was in high school. And that was, dare I say, 1982. So anyway, obviously support it.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Kaylin, I didn't know you had kids. You said, when I take my kids to the beach. I'm sorry, that was just a joke, okay? We're saying, what kids? Do y'all have any bathrooms that you have to maintain?
Yes, so we maintain the bathrooms at the Windward parking lot. We also have porta potties spaced across the beach through our entire 7.8.
Okay, just curious. Mr. Sinani, I just have one criticism. We can't do these things at the 11th hour. You know, so to me, if we're rushed, because he says, and I get it, you need the vote now, you've been waiting on other entities too, I get it. But from now on, I would like it to where we don't have to rush it. We have a little time left, maybe a couple of weeks.
Okay, understood.
Just
We
a-
did bring the ILA back in,
February.
but that didn't have the rate in it, right?
It did.
It had the rate? Okay, so back in February, we announced the $20. Today is just the vote, that's why it's not.
Okay, but you know we're not going to remember that. That was back in February. You're going to
Yeah.
have to
Probably should have done some one-on-one.
We get a lot of stuff up here, man.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to criticize you for your presentation. I know it was hard, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty. So we're going to, we need open public comment. Those or anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on 15, just come down here.
One thing I don't trust is a guy speaking fast with a time budget with taxpayer money at stake. They said, 90-day public comment. I stay pretty focused on what's happening here. I don't see anything about public comment for the beach rates going up. It's the beach. God-given. If he didn't want us to have the beach, he would have made a cliff, but we have a beach. So why are we being paid so much to enjoy a natural resource? And I get cleaning it, I got it. But has anybody thought about advertising to get a coalition of volunteers, environmentalists? Hey, come on, let's do this and clean up the beach. Wouldn't that save us some money? Why don't we ask for volunteers? A lot of people online are saying how this is ridiculous, and you have one guy who said he's for it, but to $20, just I say, cap it at 15. Gas prices are going up, groceries are growing up. You know, like my wife goes to H-E-B, Walmart, gets just a handful of groceries, $80. Where did that come from? You know, taxes are rising. Now we got the water rates and sewage rates going up, which I understand. But really, and they were saying, without any hard things, well, it's suggested. It's suggested. So if it's suggested, then technically we don't have to listen to that. We can make our own. So I just want to say that, again, I don't trust a guy fast talking with taxpayer money is at stake with a time limit. I don't think it's fair. And for the free parking, there's not much for accessible, especially someone who has to have a wheelchair ramp. What about accessibility? It's jam-packed for the free parking, but forget the disabled, forget those who at least want to enjoy the beach, you know, not staying locked up in their home. Hey, let's go to the beach. Oh, sorry, can't get your wheelchair out, it's too packed. Oh, I don't got $20 to go for the parking. I think more things need to be considered. There wasn't even a hard fact paper graph to show what's what. And I think transparency, I think the people want to see penny for penny. You spend this much, let's see it for sure. Was it actually spent? Because I think we would have had enough if money laundering wasn't happening. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Name, right? My name is Lisa Yanez. I live in Miss Paxton's area. So, over the last 25 years of living by this beach, I haven't seen anything better. Have you guys? Have you seen anything, any improvements that we haven't paid for? So you want to raise how much that is going to cost for us to go to the beach? We paid for a pier to get built that we have to pay to walk on it. I mean, he was talking about the lifeguards. Where? Where are they? I understand in South Padre and in Galveston, about every 50 yards, there's a tower where the lifeguards are to watch the beach. I've never seen one here. I see the officers patrol. I've never seen a lifeguard. I don't know what improvements are being done to our beaches. There used to be, over at Bob Hall Pier, there used to be a slab of cement where people could park without a permit. That doesn't exist anymore. There used to be covered benches that used to exist to protect people from the sun. It doesn't exist anymore. So where do you want our money going? I don't see it. I see our beaches getting worse. The bathrooms, you can use a porta potty, sure. The bathrooms are locked, always locked. I don't understand. And then the mess on the beaches, I've gone out with the environmentalist to clean the beaches. I've never seen city workers clean the beaches. I just don't understand. More and more money coming out of our pockets, and it doesn't seem like anybody's doing anything for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. I'm a little nervous. I view the beach more or less as a type of entertainment. And when I go to other places, oftentimes they do have a charge, a daily charge. And in addition, they give you the choice of an annual charge, such as an amusement park. And I haven't heard anything this morning or this afternoon that says what is hampering us from having both. the annual and the daily charge. The only additional fee I could maybe see is printing additional stickers or a daily pass. And so I would like to suggest keeping the annual fee at $12 and having maybe a daily fee of $5, because people that come from the outside or just don't often visit the beach, you're still going to get $5 a day from them. If they come 4 days in a row from outside, that's $20 right there. That's what I have to say, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment on item number 15. We do have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so the council, it is 2:37. The council will go into executive session on items 28 through 30 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and resume our meeting, and we are on Section K, and that is public hearings, items 16 and 17. So we'll go to item 16, that is an ordinance adopting the city fiscal year 2027 and U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, program year 2026 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant budget in the amount of $3,703,414, the Emergency Solutions Grant budget in the amount of $232,640, and the Home Investment Partnership Program budget in the amount of $3,507,376.36, for a total of $7,443,430.36 annual HUD funding. That was long-winded. Jennifer?
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Buxton with Planning and Economic Development. This is the annual plan that we submit to HUD for Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Program, and the Emergency Solutions Grant. We're required to submit a couple of plans. Every 5 years, we submit a new consolidated plan that sets priorities, goals, and objectives for the federal funds. Our current consolidated plan is for FY24 through 28. Every year, we're required to submit an annual action plan, and this that we're presenting today is the 4th of 5 years. The annual action plan covers 3 different funding sources: the Community Development Block Grant, which is for low to moderate income persons. It supports development activities to build stronger and more resilient communities. Emergency Solutions Grant, which supports the homeless community and those at risk of homelessness. And the Home Investment Partnerships Program, which is solely affordable housing for low-income households. The timeline for the annual action plan: we had public input meetings on March 4th and March 5th. We released the NOFAs on April 1st. We held a technical workshop on April 9th. Applications were due to the city on May 1st. There was a public comment period from June 21st through July 27th. We're here today for the first reading and the public hearing. There'll be a second reading and adoption on August 11th, and we're required to submit to HUD on August 16th. We're recommending quite a few projects this year. They include our minor home repair grant program for about 38 homes, 5 code enforcement officers, 2 different public facilities projects, which includes about $1 million into CDBG eligible census tracts citywide, and La Retama Library ADA bathrooms design and construction, 5 to 10 neighborhood cleanups, Corpus Christi Hope House for some renovations at their facility, Mother Teresa Shelter for some rehabilitation at their men's transitional housing facility, 5 FTEs for program administration, 6 FTEs for program delivery. And that's on the CDBG side. For the Emergency Solutions Grant, we're recommending Corpus Christi Hope House, the Salvation Army, Mother Teresa, and the little bit of admin that we're able to claim on that grant. And for the home program, what we would like to do is go back out for applications for rehabilitation of about 500 units of affordable housing for units that are at risk and that are aging, that need to be brought up to standards. Single-family rehabilitation, that's another city program where homes are either rehabilitated or they're demolished and reconstructed if the condition is so bad that they can't rehab them. Habitat for Humanity for their land acquisition and new construction program, and then program administration. And I'm a standby for any questions.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. Jennifer, thank you so much for your presentation. Is my understanding correct that basically the department that's going to administer all 3 of these different tranches collectively 100% of their cost or their salaries, if you will, is maintained in these funds? The general fund does not pay for those staff members at all?
No. There are the assistant director of the department that oversees this is 65% grant funded and 35% general funded, because that position, all of the work is not grant eligible. So there,
The majority of the positions are 100% funded.
all of the positions except for the
Except that
assistant
one.
director
Yeah.
are 100% grant funded from CDBG, home, ESG, and home ARP.
Right.
It's just that one position.
Okay. And at the bottom of the matrix for the CDBG section, those are the other applicants.
Yes. Well, no. Yes. There's only one applicant for CDBG that we're not recommending this year. That was the Merced Housing Texas Navigation Point Apartments. And then we listed 3 other applicants that applied last year that did not request this year and are not receiving funding. We usually list at least 1 year going back so we can see what we did last year versus this year.
Okay.
But lines 10, 11, and 12, there are no applications for those this year.
Fabulous. I appreciate it. And I really love that there is so much focus on these 3 tranches going very directly into high-use applications, and that means a lot to me. I mean, my hat's off to you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I just want to, council members, this used to be, oh my, it was just a god-awful experience. Through no applicant's fault of their own. It just wasn't a smooth staff process that became overly politicized. Johnny may remember some of that, but thank you for what you've done. Thank you for the process that you all have created. Thank you for the way you work with the applicants. Thank you for spreading magic dust and making this, of all the things we have to, I mean, I think they're great causes, but I think you guys deserve a lot of credit to how smooth it goes. And Peter, I want to thank you and your staff for that. I'm okay with the recommendation. I just want to point out what a great process you guys have created. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Can I just add, I just want to highlight, because Jennifer did say it, but it was combined. So there is $1 million in sidewalks in this recommendation. I know several council members have been advocating for that, including Compost and Paxson in my one-on-one meetings with her. So this budget for the first time, and really our budget in general for the first time now has a dedicated, at least for 1 year, source of money for sidewalks, $1 million to be used citywide, and we'll come up with an approach of how that's done. The sidewalks do have to be in eligible areas, census tract, HUD census tract eligible areas, but I think we have those in each of our 5 districts, so. Okay, so that's just an important note, that finally Councilwoman Compost, we have some sidewalks. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Peter. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience? Oh, Councilwoman Vaughn, sorry about that.
Just curious, sidewalks, $1 million seems like a lot of money. What's that going to cover, realistically?
Is Ernesto here?
He's in the back. I'm sure he
Okay.
just heard and is coming out right
He's
this
coming
moment.
out right now, because.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, we've done
Seems like a lot, but.
Right, he's done a pilot program, so we know per linear section how much it costs, and so.
Yeah.
Aaron, he's gonna tell us the answer. Ernesto?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. And I can get my list up real quick, apologize. Okay, go ahead. Question?
I was just wondering how much that's going to cover for sidewalks, $1 million, realistically.
So we are 3 projects in from our pilot. If you recall, we started our sidewalk pilot. And then from that sidewalk pilot, we do plan to give you all a presentation of the outcome and showing you the metrics. And so we're looking at about $80 a square foot. But it's really just a matter of the ability to do the work in-house. The challenge is more so the design than it is the work itself. If we were to go in and give this to a consultant for some of these older neighborhoods, it would be a huge challenge. We are quite frankly doing design build. And so we have the standard detail, We have our construction crews, and then we have Manuel Hernandez, who's key because he's a surveyor and a construction expert. And so what he does is he gets with the foreman, boots on the ground, and per every house, they're pretty much fixing the problem by saying, this is a slope you need, these are the type of ramps you need, so on and so forth. And so we're going to bring all of that information to you all
Okay.
at budget time so that you can see that those metrics and see how it's more cost effective to do it in-house than it is to have a designer and a contractor come. And then we still have to do our TDLR at the end. That's another challenge because we've never had that process where we bring TDLR for in-house work. So that's another puzzle that we're trying to solve right now with the current work. But the long answer and the short answer is we can do it in-house. We have the skill set to do it in-house, and it's cheaper.
And so you're telling me we're not going to have to pay anything for a design? I mean, who in the heck needs to design a sidewalk? I mean, seriously, it's just a sidewalk. Goodness.
It actually is. So
Oh,
if
don't
it's
tell me it's complicated, Ernie. Please don't tell me that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
It's just a sidewalk.
It is very complicated when you have tree branches and tree trunks. You have landscape. You have old concrete that's beat up, old neighborhoods. Then you're tying into private property driveways, and everyone is in different shape. It is very complicated for an engineer to design. It's easy for us to do it in-house because we just tell our own workforce what to do.
Okay. All right.
So
Can't wait to see how much that covers.
yeah, we will show you, and then we also have the pictures of everything
Okay.
that you need.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ernie, so a couple of things. So we're allocating money before we know what the program looks like or is costing?
For this program?
Yeah.
I
mean, it sounds like that's what we're doing.
So from what I understand, we have $1 million to do in-house work, sidewalk. What we have to do next is go pick the locations based on the tracks and the rules of the CD.
But we don't know how much, to Councilwoman's point. We don't know, we know it's $80. But do we have a program that says, this is how much it's going to cost, this is how much sidewalks we're going to reconstruct with this
I can get
money?
you that information, yes.
These are the district, yeah, but it seems like that should be, we're allocating money, so this money was gonna go somewhere. That's my next question. So hang on though. I do wanna know, because typically there's a program with all of the details in it,
Correct.
and then you allocate money to it. And I'm for sidewalks, believe me. But I think that today we're saying, take $1 million, and I'd like to know who would have gotten that $1 million, and let's allocate it to sidewalks, which there's a need. But we're not hearing about this full-blown program for the sidewalks. And maybe you have it, I don't know, but it's not here today. So I'm just curious, if we pass this item, $1 million gets put away for sidewalks, but the program details are coming?
Correct, yes.
And when are they coming?
Budget.
During the budget?
During the budget, yes, ma'am.
You're going to tell us about the program?
I'm going to tell you about the program, the cost, and what I could do with that money, yes.
And is this sustainable? After the $1 million is gone?
That's going to be part of the presentation. So when we first, if you recall, when we first initiated the pilot program, I didn't have budget to do that.
Right.
And so now, originally, before this money came available, I was going to present to you the pilot results and then explain to you all what the cost was. And then if you wanted to fund it as a program moving forward, this is what it costs, and this is what you can get for that money.
All right, well, we need to keep that in mind. It's not sustainable. And that's not on you.
No, you're correct.
This money came out on who found it, and that's great. But this is every year, right, that this comes before us?
Yeah, this is it, right. This would
Okay,
be right
so
now,
every
one-
year,
Right.
we're going to take this or we don't know.
No, we don't know.
So where would this money, Jennifer, thank you, Ernie, where would this money be going if not for this program this year?
I want to address two things, and that question is one of them. But first, I understand that the timing is a little, we're doing this, and then we're doing the general fund budget. I want going to refer everybody to the timeline. We have to submit this to HUD on August, the middle of August. And then HUD will release our grants on October 1st, which will then get us in line with the city budget. If for some reason, City Council does not decide to move forward with the sidewalk program, we will come back, we can reprogram this, or we can try and just do the million, whatever comes out of those budget conversations. But to move this forward in a timely manner, we'd like to be ready to go on October 1st, so that if council decides to move forward with what's being proposed by Public Works, that we're ready to go. If not, we'll reprogram. As for what this money would have gone to, we would have put some of it into minor home repair, and we would have put some of it into city facilities like parks.
Okay, that's good to know. Minor repair program.
It is, however, the minor home repair program, between the minor home repair program and the single family rehab program, we're kind of maxed, we've maximized our staff this year with what we've put in there. So if we had put more money in minor home repair, it would not have been a more significant amount, because between the two, we've got more money in single family repair this year too. We're hitting our staff limit.
Right, okay. But again, next year, this comes back around.
It will come back.
This funding.
Yes, ma'am. This will come back around.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez. Oh, there you go.
Right. Okay, I understand that we would have to ask for this every year from the block grants, right? In order to, the sidewalk money, right?
In order to continue to fund it, yes, we would have to put it in the annual action plan every year.
Okay, I don't see that, I almost look at that as minor home repair as well, because it's usually in front of somebody's house, right? Right? So I don't see that necessarily as a negative from minor home repair. The other side of this is that, and I agree with Ernie, that this needs to be an in-house program, because you can maximize that $1 million. And this has to do with government procurement and the state law, all right? We would have to go hire an architect, we'd have to go hire an engineer, and then we would hire a contractor. We can't just go hire a contractor. By having this as an in-house program, we can utilize our own staff to avoid all that and avoid the time frame that it takes, so we can actually spend that money properly.
And I'm not laughing at you, I promise, but Ernie and I just went rounds about this in the staff room in the back. Federal procurement and Davis-Bacon are most likely going to still apply. They're just going to apply to our internal processes.
Exactly.
If he has
Last time I
if-
checked, all our employees of the city are U.S. citizens, right?
Yeah, if he has to buy.
We're using American concrete, right?
Yeah, as far as we know. If he has to source materials, that will still be subject to federal procurement. We're still going to have to verify city wages, that they're Davis-Bacon wages. We're still going to have to do an environmental review on every little bit of sidewalk that he wants to do. However, by not having to procure for a contractor, we, one, save time, and two, probably save money.
We'll save a lot of money. So just for the explanation of it,
I feel
having
ya.
an in-house program saves a lot of money with regards to all the professional services you would be required if you contracted it out. So I agree with it being an in-house project.
Now, I'm not making the promises that that's what he's going to be able to end up at the end of the days when.
Well, I don't know,
he
he can say it himself.
But
Would we be able to do more if we did it in-house versus contracting it? All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Well, I'm very, very, very grateful for this, because, I mean, as long as I've been attending city council meetings, I've been asking for sidewalk relief, for our constituents. So yes, this is a beginning, and I'm so glad that Ernie and his team were able to at least initiate a program that we now have an idea as to what the costs and how much we'll be able to get. So I applaud your team for allowing this to be spent on the sidewalk. So again, thank you very much, and hopefully the residents will see some relief soon. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make comment on item number 16? Just go ahead and come on up.
Okay, my name's Deborah Swaga, and I'm District 5, and mayor and council members. We're just here on behalf of Corpus Christi Hope House, we are here just to tell you thank you for the support throughout the years. And then also to be recommended for this new funding, the ESG and CDBG funds. This allows us to help the homeless, to funds that are needed for the improvement, to improve the living conditions and quality of life for our residents and clients. So basically, thank y'all for taking the time. We network with Catholic Charities, Salvation Army. I just wanted to put a face with the name of Hope House. I don't think that y'all ever been out to come visit us. We'd love for y'all to come do a tour. So whenever y'all are available, please come out.
Thank
And
you.
thank y'all again.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and please submit your vote. Okay, carries. Item number 17 is zoning case number ZN 9187, MVR Construction Company located in District 3. Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is a rezoning of a property at or near 5040 Rockford Drive from RS6 to RS6/PUD. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead, Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I was just curious. I noticed that the deviations they're asking for do shrink those lot sizes, and going from what we would normally put in 5 acres, 33 to 28. I am very excited to see development on the west side. I think this is wonderful, but I would love to hear more. I don't know if there's something that's already been submitted. I don't know if maybe the developer is here, and I forgive me if he is, and I'm not trying to skip over him by not recognizing him. But I would like to know a little bit about the project, like what he's bringing, because I want to feel confident that if we're going down to smaller spaces, that there's a really good benefit that's coming to this neighborhood for that. And again, I'm happy that it's here. I'm very happy we're doing something on the west side, but I'm curious about that.
So, and I can speak to that. So there has been an increase on demand for more affordable housing, the smaller lots, the lower price ranges, maybe under that $200,000, where a lot of the stuff that's being constructed right now is $280,000 and well above. So this is a trend that we're seeing, and it actually supports Senate Bill 15 that was recently passed. We haven't put that into the Unified Development Code yet, but we're working on that text amendment that supports those 3,000 square foot lots. And there's even jurisdictions that have gone down even smaller than 3,000 square feet. 3,000 square feet is probably what we'd be looking at, and we've had some request and interest for 35,000 square feet and 4,000 square feet. So there's definitely interest. This is just the first one that this came across, and because we haven't amended the UDC yet, we had to bring this forward as a PUD because that zoning doesn't exist today.
Okay, I see. Thank you for that explanation. Very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your votes. Okay, the motion carries. We're going to go to section L, individual consideration items 18 through 25. Item number 18 is an ordinance ordering a general election to be held on November 3rd, 2026 in the city of Corpus Christi for the election of mayor and 8 council members.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on item number 18? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 19 is an ordinance ordering a special election to be held on November the 3rd of 2026 in the city of Corpus Christi on the question of continuing the Corpus Christi Crime Control and Prevention District and associated sales tax for 10 years.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 19? There being no one, we close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 20 is a discussion and possible action on an ordinance placing city charter amendments on the ballot for the November 3rd, 2026, the ballot for the November 3rd, 2026, as requested by council members Carolyn Vaughn, Kaylin Paxson, and Gil Hernandez. Okay, Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay. I want to make sure everybody understands that this came from a 2020 Charter Commission that we have been kind of pushing off for the last 6 years. For whatever reason, whether it was COVID or water crisis or other things that have come up during the time frames that we had the opportunity to put this on the election. So I thought, since this is my last term as a council member, that I'd go ahead and put, get this through. I understand that, everybody's a little hesitant to go to 4-year terms or address some of the other issues that are on here, but these all, with the exception of the 2-cent property tax for streets, which is a discussion that, Buck, I'll let you kind of get into with Peter. These were all recommendations or variation thereof from the Charter Commission. Didn't necessarily agree with everything, but made something a little bit more palatable. I remember the discussion of going to all single-member districts, which was the recommendation of the Charter Commission, was not exactly fully accepted, considering that you would only vote for every person in the city could only vote for 2 council members. By maintaining the existing structure of 3 at-large, a single-member district, and the mayor, every citizen can vote for 5 council members. The other aspect with the federal minimum wage, the recommendation from the Charter Commission was to double the pay for both the council members and the mayor, but it was still a stagnant number. The amount really back then, when this was put in place back in the 1980s, was around the federal minimum wage at the time, which I think was close to $2.05 or something like that per hour. This would just tie it to something that is that'll make its own increases. The federal minimum wage right now is, I believe, $7.25 an hour. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to pay your council members minimum wage. And the rest of them were also still recommendations. The difference on the petition required, it only takes 5 people to put on a petition for removal process. That's the lowest amount. So what we looked at was for the amount that you would have to do a petition for to get on the ballot is 0.5% of the total people voted in that previous election. So that was what we, what came up with to make it a little bit more, have a little more robustness to it. The recommendation from the Charter Commission was to eliminate that altogether. I didn't think it should be eliminated, but to make it, again, more palatable, have something associated with it, and still have in conjunction with what the Charter Commission had intended. Everything else, the 2/3 portion of it was also recommended by the Charter Commission. That is pretty much the gist of it. Now, I understand this is ultimately not something that we are voting on personally. This is just put to the voters for them to vote on. The 2 cents one, and I'll just kind of cover it briefly, was part of the 2+2+2 initiative that was done back, I believe, when you were on council back in 2008, a long time ago. We were never able to get those last 2 cents because of the state law change, where you could only it limited us to the no new revenue tax rate of 3.5%. So it didn't give us the opportunity to take that final 2 cents. Now, since it was a long time ago and voted on a long time ago, most voters don't remember it, it was important that I think we should allow them to reconsider that last 2 cents, whether they want to include it for streets, and it would be solely for streets. Nothing else can't be used for the regular general fund, just like the other 4 cents. It would be specifically for streets, nothing else. So it'd have a guaranteed revenue source for street repair. Now, the problem where we got into trouble was that we were not doing preventive maintenance. This guarantees a funding source that can't be moved to something else to cover up a budget gap somewhere else. It's strictly for streets.
Right.
So I want to give the voters the opportunity to say whether they want that final 2 cents that they voted on back in 2018 or not.
Right.
So, you know, this was a discussion with myself and some staff to include that as part of this effort. Now, there may be some of these items that you don't want to put on the agenda, on the ballot, but I think we have the opportunity to pick and choose which ones do go on the ballot at the very least to have the discussion on it.
Right.
Right. Thank you.
Last council meeting, Councilman Cantu asked for individual votes on all 10 items.
Right.
Buck Bryce, Deputy City Attorney, to that effect, I broke down all the individual items into 7 propositions. The first proposition, it's really all the change to the council terms are kind of intertwined in that once you change to 4 years, then you've got the constitutional requirements and so they're all kind of intermingled. So the language is just to amend the city charter, restructure the electoral system by establishing the 4-year staggered terms, staggering the at-large term members and the mayor with the single district council members, conforming the term limit provisions to establish 3 consecutive 4 terms, designating at-large member places 1, 2, and 3, and as required by the Texas Constitution, requiring elections to be decided by a majority vote, requiring a special election to fill an unexpired term more than 12 months, and making 4-year office holders subject to the constitutional resign to run requirements. And if you have any questions regarding that proposition.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, I signed this 3-person memo because I was asked to, not because I'm for all of this, but I was asked to do it, and I will always do that. Why don't you explain to us what the terms are now?
Okay, so under the current council terms, they're 2-year terms.
Okay, how long can they stay? How many years?
Let's see, I've got that here.
Is it 8 years? Is it 8 to 12?
Let me make sure you term limit. It's currently the term limit is 4 2-year terms.
4 2-year terms, so that's 8 years. And then you can come back and run for mayor?
That's correct.
Okay, for how many years?
So the combination is 6 2-year terms if it's combined.
Okay. 12 years in all, and this, what we're asking here is 12, is it more or less? 12. It's 12, it's the same, it's no different, it's just staggered terms. So that you don't have the same, a turnover of brand-new council every time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Well, first off, I think when the lawsuit was filed back in the 80s, part of the thing was adequate representation as a minority. And I just think it's important that we keep the at-large system. This is one reason I don't support it. I know that, and I'm a perfect example. I won the most precincts. I did. Okay, if you hear me out. No, I won the most precincts. Thank you. I'm not trying, I'm using that as an example. And I won every Latino district, every Latino precinct. I did. I mean, we looked up the demographics. And I came in 3rd place. And that's one of the reasons that it was justified to be able to work from that perspective. So I think it's a good system because now, and then besides that, any individual can vote for a majority of the council. 3 at large, the mayor, and their district councilman. And that's a very specific to the city of Corpus Christi. There's not many other, I know of no other community that has the ability where they have the opportunity to vote for a majority of the council. So I know I conveyed this during that time of the committee, and I think it's important that this be reviewed simply because of that. And that's one reason it took a year before. It took a whole year. And I'm not saying, you got the most votes. I'm not trying to take that away from you. And so I'm not. I'm just using that as an example because the West Side and then District 5, which is predominantly Hispanic, I did very strong, And so I think that's something to consider, and that was the purpose of the lawsuit back in the 80s, is to ensure adequate representation of minority voters. Now I know DEI is not a politically correct item now, but it's something that I've always supported. Obviously, being involved in all the advocacy groups that I've been in. And that's fine. I think if the community wants something different, though, I think there should be a committee to review that. I think it's very, very. We were on the item with the regard to the beach permits. We said, hey, why are you bringing this up to ahead of us? All of a sudden now we've got to look at it, and we only have X amount of time. And right now we're saying, okay, well, we're going to vote today, and then the second reading will be next week or the next meeting. And so here we are now. This is something very important to make adequate representation to all our voters. And I just think it's important. Now, I would agree that the resign to run, I would agree with that. I think that's very important. I think when it was switched to 6 years, Mark, were you on the council when it was switched to sit out for 6 years, and that was at that time? Yes, sir. So I think obviously it was made to sit out because at that time there was, I think there was no limit, and so you sat out one term, there was one term, and then you had to come back. So now we're wanting to extend that. And and I think that requires a conversation of which the community should be engaged. With regard to salary, I would say that we probably, in my situation, I say we because it's my team and the funds that we have, or that I have, I just donate it to charity, So, and I don't think that if you paid me another $9,000, it's not going to justify me utilizing it for other purposes or take less time away from what I do. Now, I do agree. I have seen council members, and I'm not counting this body, I'm counting over the 8 years, and before that, didn't go to more than 3 or 4 meetings a month. Never answered their phone. I think back in the day before we had emails and cell phones and text messages, there was a different time. So I'd be fine if you cut away or you just paid us, $50 a meeting, because that way, whatever it is that you intend, I know some credit unions, and I'm just using it as an example, they pay you based on a meeting, So I think just to arbitrarily come up with some item, and it's the same thing, I think, so I think increasing pay is, obviously, I don't support it. And with regard to the removal process, I would agree, in my opinion, and everybody, okay, I guess I'll have to wait again. Man, 5 minutes went quick on that one. Are you sure?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, that was 3?
Wasn't it 3? Oh, was it 5?
Okay, I'll come back.
It's 5. Okay, thank you, Councilman. So I am going to give my 2 cents. I won't go down the line, each line. I'm glad you did for the most part. Pardon my hoarse voice, but I don't think that, Councilman Hernandez, you mentioned we. I don't know who picked out these amendments. I don't know if you got with council members. I don't know if you got with staff, but I think this is a very, very important topic. And I think it should be done in a very thorough and transparent way and inclusive, the way it was done in 2020. I don't think we should be picking amendments and recommendations from a group of people back in 2020 and using them today in 2026. I think that we should do what was done back then, and every person on this council, I think that's what it was, appointed, we create that charter review committee, let them go there, do their due diligence, come back to us as a body, and then we move forward as a body. What amendments we think should move forward if that be the case. So for me, I'm not supporting this, and for multiple reasons, some that have been stated, but mainly because I don't think there was a process. I think it was not with ill intent, but I think that these things were chosen. Again, I don't know who you talk to or who you're referring to when you say we. And so it certainly wasn't me. And a couple of these, for obvious reasons, I think it's disingenuous, that they're being put on. When the very, the very amendment, not amendment, but the very, what do we call them? The
Proposition?
Proposition, I guess, yeah, is being used today against me. And that is disingenuous, I think. But let's change it for later to not put someone through that. So anyhow, with that, I just, all to say, I should say that this isn't something I'm going to support, but overall mainly because there was no process. This was brought to us on a 3-signature memo. These amendments were chosen by, I don't know how many members of this council or if staff was involved. And I think there is a process for that is better, and that is the body creating the committee as was done in 2020. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Okay, well, this didn't just come out of the air. There was an actual committee in 2020. And I do believe that there was some good intention on these propositions. I actually do agree with the increase of the 2-year to 4-year terms, because I being, one of the new ones earlier, you're barely getting your feet wet in the first 2 years. So again, I do support that. As far as creating council members at large places 1, 2, 3, I actually would prefer to see single districts instead of having at large, so that we would have council members advocating for each district instead of having the 3 at large. But okay, I don't know if we'll be able to change that. The other would be the minimum, raising the minimum wage. These seats are basically they're being prompted as going to the highest bidder. One of the candidates that is running for this District 2 seat has already raised $65,000. This is not even, we're not even finished. I mean, this is just the beginning. And when you put up this kind of money, then that means that it's not always, representing the people that you're going to be representing. You're being propped, I think, to represent certain influencers or certain industries. So I think having at least a minimum wage planted or started, you at least start to have at least different kinds of people running for office. So I've always advocated for that. I didn't do my searches regarding the other cities, but I believe most of them get, a lot more money than what we're receiving. As a matter of fact, I have my grandkids, when I took them to McDonald's, and they said, Grandma, McDonald's pays more than you get paid, $6,000 a year. So yeah, that is true. Okay, and as far as the 2-cent property tax, how much would we be receiving on that 2-cent tax approximately? I think I heard 6 million.
I don't know the math on that.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Councilwoman. It's about 6 million
Okay, and
annually.
okay, and as opposed to when we had the street fee, which was double that.
That was 12 million annually.
It was 12 million annually.
Correct.
So I don't know, I mean, $6 million is way better than zero, right, on residential streets. But if I had a choice, I would prefer to have it as a residential fee, because at the end of, maybe 5 years, 10 years, you would do away with it, you would review it, as opposed to having the property tax, it never goes away. So those are my thoughts on this so far, but I think it's time that we review these charter amendments, and I think that's one thing that we're going to be able to let the voters decide is, which ones do they approve or not approve. At least we would be able to have, something to hear from the residents, knowing where they stand on a lot of these issues. So anyway, I want to hear what the rest of the council members have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you. So I was on the original council. Matter of fact, I was one that really pushed to have the committee formed and put together back then. And I was actually disappointed because after we went through this period, and Oscar Martinez, I don't know if everybody knew Oscar, he was the assistant city manager back in the day. He was my representative. And they did a lot of work. And then we sat on it. We didn't do anything. And it was really disappointing because whether you agree with all of these points or one or two of the points, we definitely need to have some type of reform. My biggest problem is, and I said this back then in 2018, my biggest problem is that right now, if you want to come up and you want to serve this council, right, you have to either have the means to be able to do that, because what they pay us right now, you cannot raise a family on or an individual. And so it eliminates a group of people out there from coming forward and serving. And I don't think that, I've never thought that that was appropriate. And I heard in public comment and a couple of things in the last couple of weeks of people saying, we have families, I have bills, I work another job, in order to sustain my family. I have kids that go to college. I have all the things that everybody else has, and I dedicate time to do this job. If you want to compare us, and I've been doing this lately too a lot, if you want to compare us to the county and you look at the county commissioners, nobody says anything in terms of what a county commissioner makes or the county judge makes. And they make significantly more money than what we make. They can raise a family and they can sustain, they have a retirement program. So in terms of, equality, if you go and you look historically at what makes up this council, there is a group of people that can never come up here and sit in a seat because they can't afford to do it. And that needs to change. Now, with all that being said, I think this council needs to appoint and go back through that process of selecting an individual to represent us and come back and vet these, because it's so important. The 2 cents, that's, in my opinion, that's a no-brainer. I'm for that. But I think that we need that group to go back and shore up and look at that work that was done in its totality, and then go forward and make those recommendations. But we need to do something. I just particularly don't know what combination and what we need to do. So that's my take. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, the committee that did this is probably one of the best committees that we had ever put together, for sure. And all their work was for nothing. It was for nothing. And they had a lot of good things in there. I don't care what we do. If you want to take it to the next council, I'm completely fine with that. Some of these things in here, we've been screaming about the number of people that can remove somebody. If you don't want to put that, that's fine. As far as the pay goes, I have a different take on this. I think that you do it as a service, as a community service. That's what I think council is. So many other things, and I think we've gotten out of that. So as long as you get your pay right now, it covers pretty much, not so much anymore, but for your fuel. But I'm different than some. They think they should get a bigger paycheck. I'm fine with not doing that. I mean, I left the county and I was getting a really good paycheck. So but it wasn't worth it. I really am fine. I'm concerned about the 2 cent because unfortunately it got rid of the user fee, and that was a pool of money that we knew we could count on, and we don't have it anymore. And so that harms our streets, it really does. So I was fine with putting that on there for the voters to say, you want it or you don't want it. It's up to you. You're going to scream if we don't fix the streets, so if you want to help, there it is. And there's other monies to fix the streets, but not as much as we've had before, for sure. So if you guys want to take it and give it to the next council, I'm completely fine with that. This right here does not affect anyone running this time. Doesn't affect anybody. Wouldn't go into effect the next time, but I'm really fine with it. It doesn't make any difference to me one way or the other. Thanks.
Councilman Scott.
Council, maybe it was the June 2nd meeting when we were making decisions at 2 a.m., but somebody called me the next day and was chewing me out for a vote that I had given. I said, dude, you're paying me $3 an hour. Pay me more, I'll give you a better decision, you know? So that's my joke when it comes to the pay rate. But I will tell you that I have a philosophical objection to this conversation because I do think it's time to review the charter amendments, but I think it's time to establish a community process to get engagement. I think it's a little bit of a reach. I don't know anything about the 2020. I wasn't engaged in that process, but and that was a lifetime ago. A lot of the world's changed. Corpus Christi has changed. I think this body has changed. And so my philosophical objection is to come together on July the 28th and decide what we think is best based on a combination of what we think is best and a group that came together in 2020. I do think put another group together and use 2020 as a starting point. You could have a charter election, I guess, next November, or, you know, I guess that's the midterm, is that what that would be? So, I mean, I think we could do that. I am concerned about what I perceive to be this body's perception and some public trust issues for maybe we don't deserve it, but I think it's present and I think it affects what we present to the public. I was a fan of the street user fee. I bled over that. I remember those meetings. That was a hard deal. We did it. I think it was making a difference. I don't think the 2 cent I think that kicks the can down the road. I mean, it's better than nothing. I think Sylvia, you made that comment, but it gets us halfway there. And I remember there was some comment that we were going to be able to catch up in, like, I don't remember what, it's 12 years, and now it's like forever, and 6 million will make it half of forever, my words. So my point is, I think this 2 cent tax increase doesn't adequately fund what we believe, the citizens believe, needs to be funded towards street maintenance. So those are my comments. I don't support any of these. I do support creating the charter commission. That's not something that I would have thought of, and so I appreciate whoever came up with that idea. Good for you. I wish I'd have thought like that, but I do think the public needs to weigh in. We need a committee. They need to have public hearings. We need to look at what's going on in the rest of the state and then come back after extensive public conversation and present something in the future. So that's my position.
Yeah, Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Like Councilwoman Vaughn said, just because you agree to sign a 3 signature doesn't necessarily mean that you like every provision on there. You know, we've got to be a team. That being said, I appreciate what Councilmember Hernandez has said and has tried to advocate for, which was all of that work that committee, and I'm sorry that I wasn't a part of that because it sounds like they really did a tremendous job, and that needs some sort of acknowledgement. And I think that they have certainly created a good foundation, but through this process, learning about the history, acknowledging the current climate and the current situation that the city residents are experiencing, and looking into what are the good practices we've developed now. What are the best steps to go into the future? I like the idea of resurrecting a group and definitely utilizing the recommendations of the previous board. Maybe they take that as like their initial foundation, and I would really hope that we could could give that some true integrity to that presentation, and perhaps the chairperson, vice chairperson, or some of the former board could even mingle into a new board and pull forward what would be the new recommendations for this. Because to Councilman Hernandez's point, these are discussions that the city could benefit from having, certainly. And it's absolutely the right place for the voters to make the decisions on all of these. But are these in the best format that we want? Do we feel like we've had enough public input? I mean, I wasn't involved in it in 2020, and I know so many of us up here were still very active whether or not we were elected or not. So I think that there's a lot of people that would love to be involved in this and see what that looks like when we reignite this. So I would be a huge proponent for that direction coming from this discussion today, is to do a community member type committee to reevaluate the last edition of this and make recommendations, and then, you know, actually carry them through and bring them to council and see what we do with action at that point.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I agree with some of these items, not all of them, especially number 10. I don't agree with the property tax increase for our streets. I think the street user fee was a great thing. I don't know why I know why we took it out because of Mike Pusley. So we should all blame Mike Pusley for our streets, because he's the one who wanted to take out the user street fee. So blame him for it. So every time we hit a bumpy road, it's because of him. The increase of the city council terms to 4 years, I think that's a good deal. Increasing term limits, no, I think keep it to what, we have it 8 years, you know, 2 terms, that's it, you know. Can't grow old here. There's a lot of different things that I would like to look at and stuff, and I'm okay to put this on whatever y'all want to put on the agenda. I mean, it's not us who deciding, it's the voters who decide. So, you know, I think it'd be a good idea to put some of the stuff on there, not all of it, but that's where I'm at right now. Thanks.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
I feel like I'm the one defending everything here. Okay, so on the 2 cents, I want to make sure everybody understands, a street user fee was implemented when we didn't have other funding sources for the streets. Since that time in the budget policy, we assigned 1% of the general fund to streets, 5% of the industrial district agreements to the streets, and then the 4 cents of the 6 cents it should have gone to it. So we didn't have that funding when the street user fee was implemented. The street user fee was always supposed to be temporary until these other funding sources came online. Okay, so just from a historical standpoint, we replaced that funding from the street user fee with the other fees. 1% of the general fund, which was increased over time from like 1/3, 1%, 2/3 to 1%. 5% of the industrial district agreements, again, going to streets. And then we took 2 cents and then 2 cents over time, so that that additional 2 cents, which would have been $6 million now, would have been, when you combine it with the other 4 cents, it's a lot more than the street user fee. So the street user fee was replaced by these other things through the budget policy to get to it. All right, so I want to have that historical view that it was, that we didn't have anything else back then. All we had was a street user fee. So it was replaced, and that was always the intention. The other stuff is, you know, Rebecca and her team spent a lot of time with that charter commission. It was a lot of staff time, a lot of effort, a long time. How many months did you guys go over through it?
It was about a 14-month process.
14-month process. Okay, if we reinitiated that, maybe not the full 14 months, but maybe 6 months of staff time, meeting time, a lot of stuff and effort that we're just saying, okay, we appreciate your effort, but you know, your 14 months are not good enough. The other side of this is I don't want to get stuck in analysis paralysis. Okay? And I'm not trying to disparage anybody's comments or anything like that. I just want to make sure that there's a full, clear understanding that this is a lot of work that went into this, a lot of thought process. We even looked at, you know, what the requirements were to go to 4 years and what, you know, the 13-month resign to run not being able to do a plurality for at-large. There's a lot of thought process that was put into it and a lot of work that was done by that Charter Commission. I give a lot of credit to them. Toby Futrell is a very smart person, used to be the city manager of Austin. Oscar Martinez used to be a city manager, assistant city manager here. Chad McGill was on that board as well. There were several good people that served this community to get this to this idea. So, yeah, I understand that we're talking about this now, but a lot of hard work went into this, a lot of time and effort from staff and community members. I appreciate the work they've done, and ultimately, this is not for us to decide. It's for the population to decide whether or not they want 4-year terms, whether they want to give us minimum wage, whether they want, I didn't do anything. The 2 cents was something that we talked about because we couldn't get it because of the change in the state law. So we put it back to the voters. It was originally a voter-approved amount. So it's just to reaffirm that. I understand the apprehension, but this is a good thing, and I trust the voter. If the voter tells us you don't deserve minimum wage, I'm okay with it. I'll stay with the $6,000, or I won't even affect me because I won't be a council member. But what I'm trying to say is that, give the voters the opportunity to make the decision on this. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
I would follow up on that with the right process and the transparent process to do that. No one was involved. This whole entire body was not involved in what you're putting forth and what you're speaking of today. That was from 5-6 years ago. And I think every member of this council should appoint a member of the public to be a part of doing what it sounds like you did. And I don't think that's right. It has to be an inclusive, transparent process that the public is involved in, not just this council. We will take what they say and move it forward. But again, for me, it's about the process and see what happens. What does 1 through 10 look like when the public's involved? Maybe it's 1 through 10, maybe it's 1 through 20. I mean, we don't know. So anyhow, I am for a transparent, inclusive process, and I don't think that, I think we have our own timeline. I don't think we were trying to beat the clock to, a couple of months from now, but that's my stance. Councilwoman Paxson.
I do want to reiterate what I said last time was there was a lot of people who put their time and energy and professions into this. That being said, this is 6 years later, and there are so many other changes that have taken place. And I have read through the proposals. I've seen what's being asked. I don't think there's anything being done in anything less than the utmost spirit of transparency. It was put on the agenda several times. It's been talked about. So that's not the point to me. I think this was a great proposal to put forward, but I do think that what we have spent so much time in the last 18 months is when we have these big decisions, was we bring the community into them. We've done that with the drought contingency plan. We've done that with the conservation plan. We've done that with the budgets. We've done that with everything. And you're correct that we had an entire panel that did a wonderful job in 2020. So I don't think it needs to be another 14-month process, certainly not. I think this is more like review and refresh and then put another stamp on it and bring it forward. I don't think it needs to be 14 months. So that being said, I do think giving it that refresh and allowing the community to be a part of it rebuilds a lot of that understanding publicly, in my opinion. And I think that's the best direction to go. So this says discuss and act. I would like to make a motion that we do create a committee that can review this and bring us a recommendation. Again, I don't think it needs to be 14 months. I don't know that we need to put a timeline on there. Mr. Zanoni, do you have an opinion on that?
I'm gonna ask Miles and Rebecca, it may not be ready for this, Buck, it may not be ready for this election then, if you do.
Yeah, the deadline for to make
Yeah.
this ballot would be August 17th, so you're looking at that 2 years away from the next election.
Yeah, it wouldn't, so if we went that route, it wouldn't make.
I think you'd want to do it closer to the 2028 election, as far as forming the committee.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Right, that's
Well,
where I
yeah.
was going. On my, oh.
Yeah, she's saying maybe wait for the next council. So I think everybody's in agreement. The right thing to do is to make this inclusive, and that would lend itself to holding off until the next council.
I'm just like,
Councilman
because I was
Scott.
going to say that, then I would have been the brilliant one, and now
You're
now I'm
not.
just the guy,
You're
you
not.
know, checking your
Agreeing.
box. That was my point, was that we're going to miss
She
the
said it.
deadline, and we ought to wait to the next council, whoever they may be. But I do think the recommendation ought to be that the next council, once they get on board, ought to initiate some process and some timeline to get, and maybe they wait 6 months. I don't know, but I think the process needs to be inclusive, and it needs to be community-driven, methodical, a lot of eyes on, look at what else is happening in the world around us. And Caitlin, you said it much better than I, so ditto what she said. But I think that's something for the next council to do.
Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think it needs to be something for the next council. I mean, it started, I thought it started in 2019.
18 or 19.
No, it was 2019 because I was on the council and I remember when, because it was Everett that brought up looking at compensation. And I understand why, and I just don't agree with it, but that's okay. So I think I kind of understand that. And I think, you know, back then, I know Aaron Munoz was my appointee. I think John Wilson was an appointee. Philip Ramirez was an appointee.
Bob White.
What is it?
Bob White.
Bob White was an appointee.
Shirley Thornton was too.
Shirley Thornton was an appointee. So there's no denying they did a lot of work. The challenge is that they finished during the pandemic, and the pandemic was really the issue. And then at that point, you know, it needs to be started by a new council come January, February, when they get sworn in, or that point, because then they're held accountable to that whole time, and they're the ones that make that decision to move forward. Because for us to do this, we'd be making decisions for the next council. And, you know, one of the reasons that I never supported I think I said, I don't pay me anymore, just give me more staff. So, you know, for those that appreciate Patricia and Denise, you're welcome. Because that was the initiative that I was really the one that pushed forward. And I think that's the thing. I mean, they've done so well with calendar management, with the returning phone calls. I mean, they're amazing. Rebecca, you did amazing hires with those ladies. And so I think that's something that came out of this. So it wasn't that. Now, I didn't support the 2 cents back then. I wasn't on the council. And the reason being is I've always believed the greatest source of wealth for most Americans, and particularly those in the inner city communities, is their home, you know? And so what we're gonna do as that property appreciates in value, so is the taxes that they're gonna pay, you know? That's the thing. Whereas the $5 is just a round figure. And I admit, I voted to remove it, and I was, you know, pandering to the public because I didn't support the water rate increase for industry. And, you know, I didn't want to take another beating because I was taking a lot of beatings back then. And maybe it's wrong that I admit it, but I admit it now. But I don't believe that we should address an additional tax that's going to go on into perpetuity on the greatest source of wealth of any individual. And so, and then I'm a firm believer. I heard somebody say this, and I can't give credit to. I was listening to some motivational stuff. It said, leaders lead, and followers ask for a show of hands. I said that. Yes. It was somebody great. Anyway, leaders lead and followers ask for a show of hands. And so that's the thing. If leaders can decide to put the $5 on, because then it generates $12 million, then that's a decision that the next council should make if they decide to do that. So I obviously, I joked around in the back, just put it on the agenda so I can vote no for all of them, but I at least wanted to put that out there. Thank you for the time. Well, I still got a minute and 45. Can I be like that lady and say, can I just remain in silence? Thank you.
No, you can't. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to move on then from that item. Can you put your microphone on?
Yeah, Ms. Paxton had a motion. Was there a second
was
to
no
that motion?
There was the-
Okay, thank you.
Well, wait a minute.
Her motion was to create a committee, hang on, her motion was to create a committee to convene and pass along recommendations. She did make a motion. So who's seconding?
But there was no second, and so I made a
No,
motion.
well,
You didn't give her a chance to second.
yeah.
He seconded? He seconded.
Well, it's
Okay, he
kicking the can
seconded the
down the
motion,
road.
so-
Look, if we could just, we could still do that, but if we could vote on each individual ones like Councilman Cantu suggested,
Why,
you could just vote no on some of these. And
no, but the council's discussed, and we all agree for the very.
We didn't all agree. I didn't agree
I
with
said
you.
for the most part, but this was, well, I didn't agree with you on
Well,
all of these.
but we haven't voted
You didn't
on
ask me. So, yeah, Caitlin
mean-
had a motion.
If I could just say that we're, we do this all the time. Oh, it's for the next council. Well, the council's only 2 years. I just, like I said, look, we need to stop kicking down the can down the road.
Yeah,
We've kicked
yeah,
it down the
you
road
already
from
spoke. Didn't you already speak
2020.
twice?
Ma'am? Yeah, I think.
Okay, Gil, you're
Okay.
violating, so did you. Okay, hang on.
But there was a motion, I didn't hear a second, he made the other motion, I seconded, so her motion should not be.
She made a motion, and then all of a sudden, everybody started talking.
Discussing,
She
yeah.
didn't have the opportunity,
To have the
yeah,
second.
for the
Okay.
second.
So you'd like to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
You'd
so,
like to make the second?
okay,
All right, so.
I agree with. what
Again,
you said.
this is to create a committee, right? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 20?
Susana Saldana. You know, I've been talking about some of these issues for a very long time, especially staggered terms. Because at one time before this council, I kept thinking the administration's running the show. And we need to have staggered times for people to learn what's going on. So I'm a very strong supporter of staggered times. I agree with just the 8-year terms, if you put them at 4-year terms. But I want to see the minutes of this so-called council or committee that you had that talked about the removal of a member, that actually talked about the number of people required to remove that member. And I don't think that came from that committee, because this issue is on today. So if you have those minutes, I would love to see them. Otherwise, what I would love to see is, I don't care which way you put it before the voters, all of this is going to fail. All of it's going to fail. It's going to fail because of the way people feel right now about what's going on. So for you to delay it is a good idea, because whatever you put before the voters, it's going to fail.
Mayor, may I make a statement of fact, just for?
Yes, ma'am.
So the minutes for the Charter Review Commission are available on the city secretary's web link website. We can, we'll show you how to find them, Ms. Saldana.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else?
Isaiah Dallas, Agua Dulce. I may not live within Corpus Christi city limits, but I live in the same county and region that is affected by the decisions made here. I come to Corpus multiple times a week. And even though if this is approved by y'all today and it is approved in November, it won't go into effect until 2028, if I am correct. But even then, why would y'all be prioritizing this right now as an issue when the city is actively running out of water until we have until September 2028 until we enter a level 1 water emergency? Y'all have repeatedly changed course on desalination. Y'all canceled one city-owned desalination project, explored purchasing water from a private desal plant, and earlier this month voted against applying for up to $120 million in federal grant funding for another proposed project. Y'all may argue that the cost is the issue, but the bigger issue is the city and the region it serves running out of water. And if cost is the issue, why do y'all want a substantial wage increase for the future city council after 2028? When 2028 is when we'll be running out of water, about that time, a couple months after it goes into effect. And y'all have had multiple scandals, controversies, and y'all expect the voters to trust what y'all are putting on the ballot in November. Y'all expect the voters to vote in your favor for the amendments. And this package would make recalls harder. It would make it harder for voters to hold the city council accountable. And I just want to put this in here real quick. A council member said that that the city needs to recognize our identity and understand that for us to retain water industry, that we need to be competitive when it comes to water, and water is a commodity. How can we trust a city councilor who said that? How can we trust a city councilor who said that to put the city ahead of other people? And I may be rambling. I had a whole speech prepared, but I decided to just speak from the heart. And public confidence has been damaged by controversies and political infighting over an issue that shouldn't be partisan. And I've said that before. So before asking voters for longer terms, higher salaries, and more protection from accountability, city leaders should demonstrate effective leadership, actually serve the people of Corpus Christi, and everyone else who will be affected by y'all's failure to address these ongoing issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Please submit your vote. To create a committee. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, next.
I want to get the next council to create the committee. I think it's silly to create a committee that has. Oh, that's why I asked you, all I was told was is to create a
For the next, no, it's for the next one.
Why, what, this council created?
No, the next committee, the next.
Said that.
You're right.
What the ordinance, what the motion was. I'd appreciate, can I change my vote if it's the next council?
Maybe we
Correct,
should
it's the
clarify.
next council, because we wouldn't bring it to an election until 2028, so the next council would make the decision.
We should,
Didn't hear that, and I asked twice, Mayor, and didn't get it.
okay.
I'd like, just be with Gil for one.
Kaylin, do you want to clarify?
I still want to change my vote. I'd like to.
But maybe
Okay.
you should clarify for the record. Let's clarify that though, Rebecca.
I'm sorry, I thought that I heard that Ms. Vaughn had made a motion to amend, and that's what I had settled on. I thought she had that. No.
Okay, just clarify. it. She's just going to clarify the language, it's the same. Rebecca, hang on a second. Rebecca, can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Get the right verbiage?
Yes, ma'am. It's for the next council. So it's for the next council to decide. They'll appoint the committee.
Okay. And Councilman Scott is changing his vote to yes. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, so we're good? Okay. No. No. Okay, so we are going to item 21. Discussion and possible action to accept an unrestricted donation from Voices for Coastal Bend Energy to fund the preparation and submission of the City of Corpus Christi's U.S. Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Desalination Grant application for the Inner Harbor Desalination Project. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. The voices for, before I get started, I'm sorry, I do want to recognize Dolly Trolley is here today. She is with the Voices for Coastal Bend Energy, and she's available. She's sitting right behind me. The Voices for Coastal Bend Energy is a coalition of community leaders, working families, small business owners, and industry stakeholders who support supplier of construction equipment, materials, and services for energy production and infrastructure development. They have made an unsolicited proposal. It's on the right-hand side of the slide. Their proposal is to provide an unrestricted contribution to cover all costs associated with the WaterSmart grant application for the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Plant. This would include both the costs of professional services and staff time. I would like to remind this council that for that application for the WaterSmart grant to be complete, there would be a resolution of support for this project. And the application is due to the Bureau on August 22nd. August 26th, excuse me. The next steps for the grant application are to prepare and complete the application, council approval to submit the project, or to submit the application, council resolution for approval and support of the project with notice of budget appropriation. And then again, the application is due on or before August 22nd, or 26th. I did it again, excuse me. It's due August 26th. And with that, I do want to thank Dolly for being here. She was here last week as well, so we want to thank her again for being at this council meeting also. With that, I stand by for any questions, and I'm sure Ms. Trolley would be available if council would wish to ask her questions as well.
Thank you, Nick. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, who is the Coastal Bend? Who is this? I mean, when I looked it up, it said, coalition of community leaders, working families, and business owners, and industry stakeholders. So industry, I know who that is. So who are the rest of them?
Exactly what you said. Business owners, community members, members of all of our local business associations.
Okay. What business owners?
As a 501c6, I am not required to disclose exactly who the donors are, if that's what you're asking.
That's who I'm asking.
I have 3,500 followers on social media. I have a lot of testimonials all over our social media of businesses that support our organization that you could go and see. We have had people here at city council meetings that have supported important votes and have been at events community events that we've done.
Okay, here's my problem. To me, this is dark money when you don't know who the people are. We know who industry is. We don't know who the individuals are. They could be people that get all kinds of work from the city. Don't know who the families are. I mean, I'm thinking, I just want names. If the city's going to take money from somebody, they should have names. Appreciate the thought that y'all are doing that for. Not sure what the motive is. It's very frustrating because we have not approved Inner Harbor. So yet again, this is being shoved down our throat. So you take it because we've got the money now. We see that David Loeb's put a $20,000 in, and he probably knew it wasn't going to be approved anyway, so he put it in. Probably knew he wouldn't have to pay it. But it's just frustrating, and I appreciate the work that you do. I do. But as for me, I think that whoever's in this committee, the name should be out there. I don't think the city should take money from someone you do not know.
Well, I appreciate your remarks. Respectfully, I don't see how I'm shoving anything down anybody's throat. I'm here 2 weeks in a row, waiting my turn to present this offer to you with strings attached.
I know, but it's a group effort of doing this to
And
try
I
and
see
get this
groups here
council to
speaking
do
to
it.
you every week,
Yeah.
a lot less respectfully.
Yeah, well, that's what I think, because there's a coalition of people that are trying to force it down our throat. And so that is a flag to me. Why is it so badly wanted and it has to be Inner Harbor? I do not understand that unless there is money involved. Not your fault, and I'm not criticizing you, but that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Well, what I got out of our last conversation about the Bureau of Rec was we were concerned about the cost, we were concerned about staff time, and we were concerned about final approval. My recollection was there was an opportunity for those of us to continue our homework and still approve the project or not in August. And if it didn't get approved or doesn't get approved, then
the Bureau Rec app is dead anyhow. So that was my understanding, and so I thank you, because I think you have solved 2 of the 3 problems, which is one, cost. I think there's some indication that it would cover additional staff time, which was a city council concern back in, I think, maybe June. Certainly still have the final approval issue, and you've been very upfront, Nick, about saying that that would have to happen. And if you'll go back and look at my comments, then it was that we had time, council members had time to do their homework. I think it's important to note the congressman's still very supportive. I'm chuckled because I had people from DC chewing me out subsequent to that vote, because the congressman is supportive, and the administration has indicated support. Then I have, excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay. Then I have been told that once it's in for a penny, in for a dollar, those are my words, but the Bureau of Rec, once you begin a project with funding from them, you have the ability to go back and seek additional funds. I totally understand that those of us on the council could say, hey, we're just not ready. We can try this again next year. I think that's a possibility. I think what's questionable is how much money is in the kitty. We said we wanted some federal help. There was as much as $120 million. I don't buy into the concept that there's 10 projects and we're all going to get 12 million. I think that is not accurate. I think we have an opportunity for substantial funding. And if you look at the comments in the National Register and all the minutes from these meetings that the congressman has been in with the Bureau of Rec, it's really obvious to me, a layman, that they're sincerely interested in helping this project. My point is, we don't have to do it, but I do think it is teed up such that we could get federal support. Now, we could go for another project, totally get that, but this is one that's gone through their feasibility project process, right, which I think is extensive, and it's fully permitted, and on and on and on. So yeah, that's why I support this initiative. I didn't bring it, I didn't ask for the funds, but I do understand the interest, and I do think it could help us be successful. Nick, did I ask? Was there something you're going to tell me?
I was just nodding my head about the feasibility study. So the Bureau of Reclamation did approve the feasibility analysis for the project.
Got it. Okay, well, that's my comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I do want to say I am very grateful anytime partners step up and say they want to offer something to be a partner with the city. I think water's, of course, a forefront issue. I do think that there's a lot of other projects that support would be very, very, very appreciative and warranted. However, my position at the last time we heard this item hasn't changed, is that we still don't have a project to apply this to that's been approved in the line of the Inner Harbor desal project. And so I want to say I'm very appreciative to the groups. I do share some of Councilwoman Vaughn's concerns that there's just kind of a blanket org name here without a lot of detail behind it. Serve on boards, they like to know who's behind you, that kind of thing. And so for those reasons, unfortunately, I still cannot support this measure today, but thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Same thing, I do appreciate people trying to help the cause. It's just disturbing that when Councilwoman Vaughn asked who has donated money to this, she couldn't respond with who it was. Nick, I got a question. If we accept this grant and say we get $30 million off this grant money, will the federal government be engaged with the project on daily operations?
Just to clarify, Councilman, on daily you mean the daily operations when the project's constructed and operating, or daily operations during construction?
During construction, will they be involved a lot?
Well, like in any grant, there will be updates that will be needed to be provided. I can't comment on their level of involvement. Typically, what we would see is, monthly reporting that's due. I would imagine on a project of this nature, at some point, there'd be a site visit, during the construction.
Do you think if we accept this money, if we get chosen to get $30 million or $50 million of this grant money, do you think it's going to change the price of the project because of the regulations from the federal government?
That would be something that we would have to look into. And
Peter,
I'd
can you
want to
answer that
give you a
question?
good answer for that.
Yeah, so there is, with federal grant monies generally, and we may not have the exact answer here, but generally you have to buy America. And so some of the pricing could go up. In fact, when we asked Congressman Cloud to ask the president for money, we had a number that anticipated higher construction costs due to build, with.
It's great to buy from America, right? But it's not going to cost $1 billion then. It's going to cost more than $1 billion for this project. Just to get, $30 million or whatever amount of money. What's the max? 130 million?
120 million.
120 million, and
That was available this year.
they're supposed to pick 10 people?
No, that's not the case. There's eligible projects. Our project met the feasibility. The reality is we don't know how many projects or how they would distribute the funds.
I just don't understand. We don't have a project. We haven't voted for it. And this is another thing, I think I could talk about it. Can we put this on the agenda? I mean, on the ballot to vote? The Inner Harbor? Because at one time you guys said no, then you guys called me back saying, you know what, it is possible to put it on the ballot.
Yeah, so the city attorneys initially said no, because it would have to be a bond election type project, but subsequently they said one way you could put it on the ballot is through a charter amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be in the city's charter that says, yes and no, we want to do a desal facility. So that's, and Buck can confirm that but that was a second interpretation.
Yes, it would just, the voters could authorize the city council to either do a desal or not do a desal with a charter amendment.
So you could put it on the ballot for this coming election? Is that possible?
But city councils have to do that by ordinance, similar to that process we just discussed.
On the 11th, right, Rebecca, because of the deadline on the ballot.
The deadline is August 17th, so the last regular meeting before that date is the 11th, August 11th.
How much time do I got left? I mean, I just don't understand. And then, I remember when I first got elected, 3 months in, 4 months in, I had a group of people who wanted to pay for the far-field study. And you guys didn't want them to pay for it. Do you guys remember that? I remember that. And that was a big old deal here. I think me and you started fighting, right, Roland? I remember. It was the first fight, and you guys got really upset for that. And we're still trying to get a far-field study done. We had somebody from a year and a half ago wanting to pay for it. And now we have this person here who wants to give us money to get a grant, and it's the best thing ever without a project. We don't have a project. It makes no sense. I guess it takes people to call someone and say, hey, I got some money. Can you put this on the agenda? I mean, wow. Do you think, Peter, do you think if we do this grant, it gets approved, and say they give us $50 million, do you think it's worth it? Or do you think we're gonna end up paying more because the federal government's involved for the project?
We do support grants, right? So in the last couple of meetings alone, we've had many applications on the agenda, so any dollar's helpful. As I said earlier, the most likely would be a Buy America component. We haven't priced that out. We don't know what that means. But I would say what Nick said earlier, which is the only way we can fully apply is if there's an approved project.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're not so gung-ho on this application process, because we would, as Nick said, we need to advise the council, approve a project so we can have an application complete to submit.
That's right.
And that deadline is August 26.
Correct.
So there'll be two or three more council meetings.
Does city staff recommend this?
If council approves a project, we would recommend it.
But as of today, do you recommend it?
We don't have an approved project, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
A quick comment, Councilman, is if a grant is approved, then council has to accept the grant, so then it comes back. Yes, sir.
But the application that's submitted on the 26th needs an approved project as part of the submittal.
That's correct, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What we're asking for you to do is while you're continuing to do your due diligence, which I respect the fact that you're doing, I know there's ongoing conversations about more studies and talking to more experts, is say yes to letting us fund the cost to get this prepared. What I'm understanding, and I may be misunderstanding, is that you have to, when the application is ready, have an approved project. If you don't approve the project by the time the application is ready, could you choose then not to submit the grant? Could you accept this fee or this help to get the application prepared while you're simultaneously doing the rest of your due diligence and making that decision?
You could, yeah, you could, Ms. Trolley. We have 3 council meetings after today, so that would give the council 3 opportunities to approve a project that would be submitted on the 26th.
And our position is that this is valuable time, and we're willing to take the obstacle of the financial burden of the application process off the table.
Right.
And help remove that obstacle. Let this happen at the same time that you're doing that due diligence, and then if you decide not to do it, then that's not a loss for you. And I think that is what's at stake here. I mean, that's really what we're offering.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Okay, I'm trying to figure the pathway on this project overall. So the deadline is the 26th.
Correct.
Of August to apply for the grant.
To submit the application.
To submit the application, which is, and we're talking about an outside company to help us prepare, because
right.
That's not a lot of time. We
had estimated 60 days, last time we
And
talked.
so now we're trying to do it in 20,
about 30 days.
30 days?
30 days, yeah.
Okay, so that's a challenge.
Yes.
As council members, the police, the fire, there's all kinds of departments that go out and they obtain grants. I don't think I've ever heard any council member or anybody here ask particulars about those grants and say, hey, is that grant is that going to prohibit us from going and buying those tires from China or whatever the case is, right? We sit up here and we get grants for equipment, new fire gear, and we get great job. Great job. You got a grant. That's awesome. So I am a little concerned why. I mean, I get it. It could cost us a little bit more money if we have to buy American, and how much control that they're going to do on that. But one of the things that Eric mentioned, and I really think, if anything, if we have the opportunity, we need maybe to take this Inner Harbor thing to a vote. because the problem is that we've already demonstrated we're not going to agree. And ultimately, if the people want the inner harbor, then let them vote for it. Because right now, you have two different sides. You have one side saying, oh, it would overwhelmingly pass. I think I just saw somebody that did a study and they said, oh, it would overwhelmingly pass. On the other hand, we hear every week from people that come up and talk to us and say, we don't want this. And so I think that we're just kind of banging our heads against the wall, and I think if we have the opportunity to do anything, that's what we should be doing. Because at this point in time, I think the only way we're going to be able to get the third base is to be able to have the people vote for it. And so I strongly recommend that. I strongly recommend that. Now, when it comes to the money part, this is no different than grants that we've received from that the fire department or the mental health department receives. I've never heard us go, hey, are you going to make sure that those medications that you use are prescribed here in the United States or made in the United States or something? So I think we need to look at all those things. But Eric, I like the fact that you said take it to vote for the Inner Harbor.
Will you sign my memo?
I'll sign your memo. Thank you.
Councilman Bonetta.
Leaders lead and followers ask for a show of hands. This council before, a prior council voted to do the feasibility study. We spent $243,000. That's what it cost to do the feasibility study. And this council gave, the council at the time gave the clear direction to pursue the $30 million worth of grant. So there's already been a decision that's made. You know, as far as the Buy America thing, it's a false narrative. I mean, it's just, we just voted on HUD grant program, the community development block grant, of which we're going to accept $7.4 million. You know, the RTA, much to their credit, you know, I think they received $50 million in federal funds for a new maintenance facility, and I think their budget was $55. And all their bids came in within the $50 million range. So the project was still within budget, you know, and so, in fact, I think the bids were below the budget because I think that's where there's 55. Anyway, I know it was in their admin committee last week, or ops committee last week. So I think anybody that makes that statement, as I said, you know, there's been a lot of statements saying all around, and I usually don't call out the opposition by name, but I'm going to call his name out because I consider him a friend. Michael Arias, if anybody knows who he is. He basically made a statement on the radio. He said, I asked Mark and Roland why they want to do Inner Harbor so bad, and they can't give me an answer. You know, and so I'm here to tell Michael he's wrong. All right? And I hope he calls me out on it, because if he's listening, he knows he knows exactly who I'm talking about. And so, yeah. I want to make it hard for the public. Make it hard for the individuals, for the obstructionists. Well, there's a reason why people want to obstruct this project. You know what? We did the far field study. We did we started a version, 400 million iterations. We didn't like where it went. You know, we didn't like where it went. And so, you know, Peter, at your initiative, you said, let's do a far field study. And we're going to get the results today, and still no satisfaction. The majority of the individuals who've opposed this from the beginning oppose it today. And no matter what, and you know, Dolly, thank you so much, you know, for you and your team for trying to eliminate all the obstacles. You know, just like you said, one of the issues was staff time and funding, of which we've spent a lot of staff time and funding on other items, you know, keeping people here till late hours of the night. So I just kind of feel like it's disingenuous. I think there's a reason why this can has been kicked down the road. I don't know why it was kicked down the road till September. Probably because there's another project that's more favorable. But this project is supported by the governor, by the president, by our congressman, by the Texas Water Development Board, by TCEQ, by EPA during the Biden administration. You know, so there's a large group of individuals, respected individuals, that support this project. And so, and you know, here, let me ask, remind me, if this council had not canceled the contract with Kiewit, when was the projected time that that facility would be finished?
28, wasn't it 28?
Yeah, it's like December 2028, Council.
December 2028.
Yeah.
Well, God bless us with some rain and put us in that position. And all these other arguments that I hear left and right about, you know, I mean, this project was a decade in the making. It wasn't put together overnight. It's not an experimental project. And by the way, with regard to dark money, with the exception of the mayor and Eric, all of us have been supported by dark money PACs, myself included. Oh, and Gil, not Gil. Gil wasn't on any one of those. Texas Campaign for the Environment it's dark money. I'm sorry, it is. Coastal Bend Coalition is dark money. You know, so we were supported by that. I was supported by that. You know, now I didn't have any say so on how they spent the money, but I know that they disclosed to me that they did money on behalf, and I'm not blind. I saw the information that they posted on me. So I just think, once again, you know, and I'm sorry, I put this on the agenda the last time around, and I didn't feel that it was going to pass. I was skeptical, but I did it just like you do. If somebody wants it on the agenda, I'm going to support them. And my two colleagues over here asked for support, and I supported them. And I told them at the time, I don't see it going anywhere. Thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
I just want to remind Roland that he said a couple of years ago, the council approved it, but then the council changed 2 years later. So maybe we should have 4-year terms. I do want to say, I do recall Councilman Cantu's mention of a group that was going to pay for the far-field study when Jeremy was, I guess, is that his name? The guy that got fired from Spheros, Jordan. When he was on there, he was offering to do it for roughly about the same amount of money, $65,000, something like that. $50,000. I think we ultimately ended up paying like $280,000, but we didn't accept that funding. We didn't want that funding. It's hypocritical for us to accept this funding now if we didn't want that funding. Look, one of the biggest things of why I wasn't supportive of the grant was the requirement that the city has to be owned and operate the facility. Didn't allow, you know, you don't have a lot of leeway on it because if you're going to do a design build, the most expensive way to build anything, because God, we can't seem to build anything for cheap. We're going to build a non-structural separation wall at the library for $187,000. That sounds really reasonable. So what makes you think we're going to get a deal on this particular project? Not to mention all the additional requirements and reporting and staff time associated with taking a federal grant.
And Councilman, the key is just that the city or the applicant would own the facility.
It says own and operate.
Own the facility and the assets.
Right, man. But in the grant language, it said own and operate.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay. So I don't think we should be in that, you know, we don't have a supply chain set up for it. We don't have the expertise for it. We don't have any of that. You know, this aside from that, the federal requirements for it, it's not the full $120 million. It is going to be a lesser amount because they're going to award 10 awards from that $120 million that they assign to it. You know, even with the RTA that Roland had mentioned, the requirements are you have to, you know, buy American buses, which is not a bad thing. It just adds a lot of cost to stuff, and it's not a negative thing. You know, we're going to have to do that with the block grants. Somehow we're going to have to make sure our concrete is American and our rebar is American and all that, everything associated with it has to have the Bacon Davis requirements. And that there's, like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just those are the requirements. Unfortunately, most seawater desal technology is foreign. the majority of seawater desal is, in the Middle East and in Spain. Heck, the company we're talking about is from Spain. What American products are they going to buy? All right, well, I don't want to belabor the issue. We don't have a project that's approved. It doesn't make sense to go out for a grant that for a project we're not going to have. Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, exactly. Just to agree with Councilman Cantu and Councilman Hernandez about the double standards, how it was offered, there was a group that offered to pay for the far-field study, and they were denied, and I don't see how we can do the same thing for your group. We don't know who your group is, so, that's another issue. Okay, as far as dark money, Texas Campaign for the Environment, yes, they did help my campaign, or did do their work. To have someone like me really advocating for the people of the city. And the reason that we're here now with this still Inner Harbor is because the people have been saying no against it for years. Every single time that this issue has come up, they've been here, every single time. So to now come back and say, oh, let's vote on it, and now what? We don't need a charter committee for that. We can just put that. I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, I may have jumped the gun by saying that I wanted to make a motion to deny, because I don't think right now there's anything to approve. So I guess I'll be withdrawing my motion for now. And I just want to make sure that, yes, we do appreciate both sides of the aisle on this issue, but the people have spoken, and, evidently industry is not listening. And you may say that the President of the United States wants this, the governor wants this, but you know who's going to get stuck paying for it? We here, the citizens of Corpus Christi. That's who's going to get stuck paying for it. And the other is, this far-field study, had we done the far-field study from the get-go, we wouldn't even be here. As a matter of fact, it was the Hart Institute from the get-go that said that the worst place that you could put it in was Inner Harbor. But yet, we didn't abide by that. We just continued on steamrolling the project, and here we are, $50 million in the hole, and still nothing to show for. So anyway, I'll just continue waiting for the rest of the whatever the council members want to have to say. So thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Peter, so you've said it a couple of times that we have several meetings between now and the deadline to submit for the grant.
Correct.
However, there was action taken to table approval for Inner Harbor until September 1.
Correct. That's the last vote that the council took on that.
That is past the deadline.
That's correct.
So I don't see a reality where we would suddenly have that approved before this deadline, since there's already action standing to table it until then, right?
Right. The last vote was to bring that vote back September 1 or 2, September
1st.
September 1st.
So it's not going to overlap.
Unless the council decides differently, right?
But as it stands, there's already action and direction that it doesn't come back until September 1.
That's correct.
Okay. So then my next question, since it was generously asked a moment ago if we would provide a project between now and the 26th, then they would be happy to help us with this application. Perhaps one of the projects that we've already given affirmative or positive action towards, like Harbor Island. Maybe since we took action on that, maybe we apply for that. If you see where I'm going, applying this to a project we have approved versus one we haven't.
What I can tell you, Councilwoman, is the Harbor Island project, they haven't submitted a feasibility study, and that hasn't been approved by the Bureau.
I know we're working on that.
I'm sorry?
I know that's in the works. Okay, I was just trying to connect those two thoughts there.
Sure.
The reality is between now and the 26th, we don't have that the Inner Harbor approved or project. The discussion about the ballot. The problem is there's been way too much discussion purposefully making it synonymous, the word desal or desalination, unfortunately, deceptively, to mean Inner Harbor. That's not real. Every time I hear it, I try to correct it because this is why. If my colleague said, let's put it to the ballot, I would say no. Here's why. If I go out this door and I talk to 10 people and I say, do you want desalination? 10 people would probably say, yeah, I think desalination is good for the city of Corpus Christi. If I ask those 10 people, do you want the Inner Harbor? 8 are going to say, no, we don't want that one. 2 are going to say, yes, Mark and Roland, because they're in this building. But that's the problem. I do not agree with putting something on a ballot that could potentially not be 100% forthright with our voters. If we have given them, I'm not putting myself in that category, if there has been this false synonymous creation where desal equals Inner Harbor, and then we're going to go put this forward, do you want desal? Do you want Inner Harbor? We've created a confusion. That's the problem. And there are great desalination projects, and I would hate for those to be slighted. It's just not this one. Time and time and time again. It was stated earlier that we did a far field, and I think that what was said was that we've done a far field 4,000 times. It's just that none of them have been good. The 4 was correct, but it wasn't 4,000 times. It was 400 feet from the discharge. We did not do a true far field. When we asked for a true far field, it did not yield the results that we actually asked for. We got a technical document. We wanted to know what was the harm potential to the marine life in that area. That is what was wanted from the far field. So again, that was deceptive execution of a direction. We get ourselves in these situations when that happens. Everybody in the room knew what was wanted. That is not what was delivered. And now we're still working on getting that done. We have a far field item on the agenda. I have a whole lot more to say about this topic, and I will reserve it for that time. But that is not what happened, and that was not correct. Lastly, nowhere in his press release did the President of the United States say he endorses Inner Harbor. However, I did see something that was quoted twice, that under the Biden administration, Inner Harbor was approved. So I think you got your presidents mixed, but it's okay. No, he said, you guys have a big ask. I appreciate it, it's fine. He said, you guys have a big ask. What was asked was support for desalination in the city of Corpus Christi. I've asked a ton of people that was around him. I've asked a ton of different questions. I do not like when there's deception to our city. They deserve truth. Nick, I'm so sorry you're standing there. Please don't take that I'm directing all of this at you. I'm just saying my points. I really appreciate you, Nick. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, aside from this particular request, there is another way to put it on the agenda. I mean, on the ballot. You could make it into a bond election, right? Okay, but I actually I asked some questions about it, you know, in terms of how much that would cost in ad valorem taxes. And if we did a standard 20-year GO bond, it would add 25 cents to our taxes, to the tax rate, 25 cents. Now, no, that's just on a standard 20-year bond. If you extended that to 30 years, it would still be 21 cents. Considering our tax rate is just shy of 60 cents, 25 cents would almost be half of what the citizens are paying right now in general obligation or in ad valorem taxes. So this is not a cheap project by any means. But if you could put it on the ballot under a general obligation bond, but it would require a 25-cent tax increase per $100 valuation. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, well, I'm not going to belabor it. First off, thank you again. What is it? I appreciate, that portion of the community. It's always nice. I remember, Mike used to come in, Pusley. He'd say, you guys need to come in and say your piece. We get beat up on a regular basis. And, thanks for coming out here last week. Thanks for meeting with the different folks to try and raise the funds. And thank you for what you're doing for industry. I appreciate it. Do you want to?
And I know we're wrapping up here, and I see where this is going, so I'm not going to belabor it. But there's a reason that donors don't want to have their names known, and it's just not a friendly place. I think you guys all know that. David Loeb did step up and let his name be known, and I'm going to respect the others that don't want their name known, but I will let you know they are in the same category of community business owners as he is. That's who we're talking about here, respected business owners in the community that choose not to step in this situation and let their names be known, and I'm going to respect that and speak for them. Offer it one more time. I'm sure you're not going to take us up on it, but we tried to help. Thank you for considering it.
Here, and Mark, I know you're going to speak, but I move for approval.
Oh, I'll second.
All right.
Okay.
Councilman Scott, were you?
Is there public comment, Mayor?
Well, are you going to make a comment? No? Okay. All right. So, all right.
How much money was offered
Councilman?
by the group? How much money did they offer?
I think around 50,000, Nick? 25?
Yeah, the offer was to cover the cost of professional services, which we estimated between 50 and 55,000, and then they also offered to cover staff time.
So you're talking about how much money?
Probably like 60,000, 60, 65.
And what did you think it was going to cost to apply for that grant? Because I heard a different number.
Initially, we had a higher number, but in our last conversation, Nick said about 50,000 for the consultant in the last council meeting.
Okay. And I just want to address this. When President Trump came, I was there. He never mentioned Inner Harbor. He was just willing to help the city with a water project, a desal project. Just FYI, Roland, but good try. Thanks.
I just heard from the congressman.
Okay, so I think that, Eric, I'm sorry. Is that once? Yeah, Councilman Cantu, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to make sure on some things and let the public know that if this grant gets voted down, has nothing to do with the water rates right now. I know there's some false information out there about this grant that it's going to help with the water rates, yada yada yada. It's not going to help with no water rates right now. In my own opinion, if the Farfield study comes out fine, give the permits to industry and let them build it and pay for it. Where is the contractor at, Nick? The one that who wants to build this plant? I would think they would be here today. They're not here today, the contractor?
Well, they are not here today, Councilman, and they are not here today because this is an action that's independent of their work.
But I would think
it's about submitting a grant application.
I would think they would come because there's a possibility that the price tag can change because we get this money from the federal government, because we have to buy some stuff American. So that's why, that was my concern. They at least should have been here to advise us and tell us, hey, is this going to affect the price tag on the project, accepting this money? But I am really considering doing a memo this week to put this on the agenda to put on the ballot. All I hear all the time is 60% of the people want it because they did a poll. Okay, so then they have nothing to worry about. It will probably get approved. I haven't seen no numbers on polls or who did the poll, or did they just do a poll on Ocean Drive? That's the only people that want it. I don't know. I know the people I talk to in my district don't want this. They don't want to pay for it. But if they're posed at 60%, well, then they shouldn't have a problem. They should say, hey, put in the ballot, let's call it a day, let's get it done and start building next year. That's pretty much it. Thank you for your work, Nick. And thank you, Peter. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I think what is before us is pretty straightforward. The item's not asking us to build a project. It's not committing the city to future construction. And it's not obligating taxpayers in any way. It's simply accepting a grant. And as you said, Dolly, first of all, thank you for stepping up and the organization. But you see where it's going, and I mean, it is where it is. But I think that we're hearing a lot of things about, well, Made America, and it's going to cost more, and the president didn't say that. And at the end of the day, somebody mentioned, it is a decade long in the making. And if you don't support it, you don't support it. And yes, the president absolutely was talking about Inner Harbor, and that came directly from Congressman Cloud. Directly from Congressman Cloud. That is not anyone, no, it came directly from Congress. You're disagreeing? Yeah. Okay, he told me that. That's fine, but it didn't. So it came from Congressman Cloud that the president, can y'all please, was supporting this. Now, at the end of the day, president, governor, congressman, senator, it's the body here that makes the decision. So it is very apparent, and that is the way this process works. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. But again, I want to thank you. That was up to $60,000. Peter said that would have been recommended if the majority of this council would be supporting this project.
Correct, right. If we had, the application needs to include a motion from the council.
I know,
right.
but I'm saying this is a gift.
Yeah.
In any situation, you would agree, this is a gift to have someone step up and say, we're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
And we just got past that challenge, right? Because everything costs more.
Yeah, we just want to make sure the application would be complete.
Right.
So I'm just advising.
No, we understand that.
Yeah.
And on the same token, it was only fair and right for them to come and officially, formally offer this to us.
Right.
So I totally understand. It couldn't move forward without that.
Correct.
And that's not there today.
Right.
So anyway, all right, thank you. And Dolly, thank you again. We appreciate your time. I know you were here last time as well. We have a motion, Councilman Barrera made. We have a second by Councilman Scott. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 21? You can come on up anyway.
Hi, Alicia Inez, District 4. So during lunch, I was going over what everybody was going to be talking about. I didn't know who the Voices of the Coastal Bend was. So I was reading all the pages. And it just struck me as odd, because it says, stand up for public safety. Well, not if we're going to destroy a neighborhood. Environmental protections.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we stop with the noises and the clapping or whatever it is? It's disruptive. Thank you.
The environmental protections, we have sea life that lives in the Inner Harbor, especially our endangered sea turtles. They will die. So no, it's not environmental protection. Transparent community. The community will be completely transparent because they won't live there anymore. And then I didn't understand. I went in to see what other projects they had done. And it just took me by surprise. Inner Harbor desalination. But that's not even been approved of, so how is that a project they're working on with us? It just makes me ask so many questions that their own website is full of lies, and I can't trust that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Aaron Price, Ingleside, Texas, former 38-year resident of this town. I fished a bay right outside in the harbor, and I respectfully disagree to put this on a ballot for only the voters in this town. I cannot vote on it. I'm affected by it. All the people in Portland, Aransas, Ingleside, Robstown, every community around this area, Port Aransas, I get my water through San Pat Water District. My rates go up if y'all's cost increases. They're already going to go up from the little bit that's already been done. So respectfully, do not put it on the ballot. That's a bad thing to do. It's not fair to the outlying communities. Just because I lived here most of my life, went to the same high school you did, it's not fair. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Deanna King, District 3. I'm actually going to make a comment towards the agenda item 21. In my opinion, yes, my opinion, council should not accept funding from individuals or organizations who are willing to help fund a project that in return could possibly personally gain financially from this proposed Inner Harbor Hillcrest desalination plant. It is a conflict of interest. It puts council in a bind on this project and on future projects by accepting funding from anyone who's in it from personal gain. Thank you.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. The gift could potentially result in you getting grant money that covers a very small portion of this project. And the cost was a huge concern, but best case scenario, $100 million, that covers maybe a year or two of just the interest payments and the maintenance costs, not even considering the principal payment. And residents have brought concerns of more than just the cost. The organization is called the Voices of Coastal Bend Energy, but what about the voices of the community that is most impacted by this project, which is the Hillcrest community? And those residents have spoken up over and over again about how they don't want this project. This is the most expensive option. Even if you got the grant money, it would still be the most expensive project that impacts residential water rates. You're elected to represent the interest of regular residents, not the governor or the president. If a resident has $20,000 to give to something like this, a donation like this, they do not have the same interest as a regular working class resident if they have $20,000 to put towards this. Their interests are aligned not with regular people.
Hi, Chloe Torres, District 2. This comment is more geared toward the folks who are watching at home, who may be confused about why council would not be supportive of this. So I'd like to read an adapted quote. The capitalists are charitable out of self-interest. They give nothing outright, but regard their gifts as a business matter. Makes a bargain with the poor, saying, if I spend this much upon benevolent institutions, I thereby purchase the right not to be troubled any further, and you are bound thereby to stay in your dusky holes and not to irritate my tender nerves by exposing your misery. Voices for Coastal Bend Energy are made up of the same industry that is literally suing us for raising their water rates to be commensurate with the rest of residents. This is a buyout. It's so clear. And like the fact that we don't have a grant writer for our city, when many of our departments are emaciated, we have no homeless services department anymore. And the amount of people who are struggling grow every day. So if they were so charitable, if they were so loving and caring and giving, they would pay their fair share in taxes. They would pay their fair share in water rates. That would be being, at the very least, the start of being a good neighbor. When you put the burden of the cost of living onto people who are barely scraping by, that is not generous. It is not a gift, and we are not fooled. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilman Scott.
Mayor, I just want to thank you for a couple of thoughts. I didn't realize that Harbor Island has initiated the feasibility study to qualify for Bureau of Rec. That's information that
2-year.
that's Bureau of Rec. Yeah, but they have to, like, Inner Harbor has passed the feasibility study, which is what makes it so unique in this round. But if Harbor Island's initiating their own feasibility study through the Bureau of Rec, that'd be interesting to know. Which is fine. I just would like to know if they're participating in this.
Councilman, a couple of things we do know. The NRA is working on preparing those documents for submission.
Good.
I do know, and I looked it up during the break here a little bit, but the feasibility study has to be submitted to the reclamation for review by June 26, 2026 for this.
Right, so they missed this round, but that's not to say there won't be future rounds. I think what we learned last week is what's unique about this is the amount of money in this round of applications that's going forward. It's mostly subject to budgeting purposes. So okay, that's fine. That's news to me. Hey, look, so if I implied that the president spoke to me and said he was supportive of this project, I apologize. I don't speak to the president. I was at his function, and I had a great time. My conversations were with friends and contacts in Washington, D.C., who have reiterated to me, and my recollection is the congressman has said that the administration is supportive, and then my contacts have said the administration is supportive and was willing to support this project if we move forward with it. Certainly understand if we don't have a project, then he wouldn't put something in the budget. But that's from my conversations with whoever my contacts in D.C. I don't want to imply that the president, or I interpreted the president as saying something else. And I also apologize, Eric, I didn't realize that there's this conversation out there that this conversation around the Bureau of Rec application is going to affect water rates. That's news to me, and I must have just missed it. But clearly, I agree with him. None of this has anything to do with anybody's water rates. Now, if you build a project, get ready, water rates are going to be impacted. But I would disagree with Councilman Hernandez's conversation about you make the ratepayer pay, the Corpus Christi ratepayer pay for desalinization. One of the reasons why we like the project in general, whether it's Harbor Island or Inner Harbor, is that we're going to spread the cost through around our customers, which you can do through the water rates, right?
That's correct. Yeah, it'd be the raw water rate, which every customer class pays.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I appreciate. I'm supportive. I was supportive before. I thought the idea was we were concerned about the cost. We were concerned about staff time, and then lastly, we were concerned about an approved project. But this allowed us to proceed with the grant application while we deliberate approving the project, and if we don't approve the project by our 2 meetings in August, then it's all for naught, but at least we're not out any cost. So it seemed logical to me, and so that's why I was supportive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second to move for or accept the grant money, so let's please submit our votes. Okay, the motion fails 5-4. I'm sorry. Oh, the motion.
Let's do that, we're moving on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next item.
That's a mistake on my.
Are you sure?
Take a picture of that quick.
Take a picture of that. I'm just used to saying the motion fails. Okay, so it's opposite.
Yeah, okay,
4,
there it is.
5.
Okay. So for the record, Ms. Paxton is voting no, correct? Okay, so then the motion would fail. That's right.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, the next item, we're actually going to hear 23 and then 22 because 23 is just an update. This is an update from Corpus Christi Water regarding the 2001 Nueces Agreed Order and the city's ongoing efforts before the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality related to environmental flow release requirements. And this is something I put on as well as the next item because we were all getting a lot of inquiries and there's been a lot of social, back in the back, a lot of conversation and discussion on social media. So I thought it would be a good time, especially with some of the progress that has, well, this is for the next item, but yeah, that's for the next item. Yeah. I thought it would be good for the public to hear exactly where we are and the conversations we've had, the progress that we have had in terms of this agreed order. And then the following item, we'll discuss a little more in depth. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the agreed order, we'd like to give you a little bit of history. This won't be too in-depth, but I do want to hit some highlights here. So our surface water permit was obtained in 1976, and that led to the creation of Choke Canyon Reservoir. The certificate and the permit provide information and guidance on scheduled releases that equal not less than 151,000 acre-feet of water to the Nueces and Corpus Christi bays and estuaries to maintain the environment and health of marine life. The agreed order issued 1995 established operating procedures pertaining to the special conditions and the previous water rights certificate held by City of Corpus Christi, the Nueces River Authority, and the City of Three Rivers. In 2001, the agreed order was amended to allow for a reduction of the pass-through based on total reservoir system capacity, and also with the understanding that mandatory outdoor watering restrictions are in place. So previously, the release amount didn't rely upon the amount of reservoir percentage. It just had to be done, that 151,000 acre feet. The 2001 agreed order changed that and allowed those releases to be modified depending upon the reservoir percentages. The parties of this agreed order are the City of Corpus Christi, the Nueces River Authority, and the City of Three Rivers. Another part of that agreed order was the establishment of the Nueces Estuary Advisory Council. Many times it's referred to as the NEAC. It was created by the order in 1992. This group is charged with assessing the effectiveness of water management strategies and operating guidelines for the reservoir systems in the agreed order. The members of the council are listed below. That's in the third bullet. I won't read through that, but there's a number of parties listed and that are part of the NEAC, or the Nueces Estuary Advisory Council. That council last met in May of 2017. Some of the specifics of the agreed order which we are currently operating on is when the water in the system is equal to or greater than 70% of storage capacity, the target amount of 138,000 acre feet of environmental flows is expected. The target is broken into specific amounts per month of the year. You can see that in the chart on the right. Again, that's 138,000 compared to the 155,000 that was in the original agreement. When the water in the system is less than 70% but greater than 40%, the total amount of 97,000 acre feet per year is expected. Again, that's in the chart at the right. And then there's also an amount 30 to 40%, that's 14,400 acre feet. And as we know, when we are below 30% reservoir capacity, we are not required to make any releases, environmental releases. Now, the city is pursuing a number of paths forward One is a temporary request associated with agreed order, and I will explain that first. So we have CCW and our consulting and legal team has met with TCQ multiple times on this. This is a temporary request to forego any releases until the western reservoirs require to a 50% capacity. The key ingredient to that is we want to make sure our reservoirs can recover. One of the items that we feel strongly about is, as a result of the last drought, we never did see a full recovery of the reservoirs, and that exacerbated some of the situations we've been dealing with. A draft request has been developed with the assistance of HDR Incorporated and Lloyd Gosselink. We've submitted some of this documentation to the Nueces River Authority and the City of Three Rivers. And in fact, we are meeting with both of those entities tomorrow to review this request in detail with them. Then once all that's done, we would finalize the paperwork and submit the request when the time is right. We don't want to submit the request too early, and their timing's important because currently we don't have to release any water. We're below 30%. We want to maximize that request because the request would be for a 120-day period. There is an option for a second request after that first 120 days is over with. The next item we're working on is a permanent request. Again, this would be a little more involved, and we talked a little bit about that yesterday. But again, it's continued communication with the City of Three Rivers and the Nueces River Authority. The NEAC committee would have to be re-engaged, reassembled, and then they would have to weigh in on a path forward as well. The details of the agreement would have to be fully reviewed with HDR Incorporated and Lloyd Gosselink. We were going to need to obtain their legal input on the next steps. Again, we want to be very careful what changes we are requesting and to consider those carefully as we manage this surface water system into the future. Continued discussions with TCEQ are absolutely required, and then we'll further develop the additional steps and the actions. My comment as of yesterday that this permanent request path forward is a multi-year endeavor. It's not quick. There's a lot of parties involved. Therefore, we are currently focusing our efforts on the temporary request. And with that, Mayor and Council, I'll stand by for questions.
Okay. Anybody have any, anybody have any questions? Councilwoman Vaughn?
So you said a meeting with the City of Three Rivers and Nueces River Authority. Do y'all have a date?
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. I
Yeah.
can hear you. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you something, Nick.
Can you pull your microphone?
I'm sorry. So whenever we released the water, the reason for releasing the water was because we needed fresh water to go into the bay because of the salinity? Is that the reason?
I like to describe it as it's really to mimic the natural flow of the Nueces River. Mm-hmm. Now, there's additional benefits to that in the environmental scape of it all. I wouldn't say it's solely based on salinity, but the real purpose is just to mimic the natural flow of the river.
So part of it was the salinity, correct?
I would agree to that, yeah.
Yeah, because I just find it odd that they want to release it because of the salinity, but yet they give a permit in the inner harbor, and it's okay to dump the brine and all of that in there. Just a thought. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah, I would like to acknowledge State Representative Villalobos in this and kind of kicking this off for us. You know, I know we had mentioned it and talked about it on multiple occasions. It just never got out into the public as to what we want to do. You'd mentioned HDR starting studies, or I mean, what's HDR's role?
They are helping us with these the temporary permit applications, right? So we are not doing any environmental studies. We're focusing on this temporary request. HDR and their staff was heavily involved in the previous agreed order actions.
Okay, I understand this, but it seems like now, since we're not releasing, and we haven't been releasing for how long have we, it's been over a year.
Absolutely, yeah, it's been a couple of years.
It's been a couple years now? Yes. Okay, so it's even longer than I thought. So, this would be the time to, get the data. I know we monitor salinity levels, and to Councilwoman Vaughn's thought process as to, why these releases are in place, whether it's the natural flow, but the natural flow kind of affects salinity. But this is where you look at impacts, and I understand it's a small sampling. 2 years is a small time frame for a river that's been there for hundreds of years, right? So, looking at it just from a perspective, you got to have some environmental study to show that there's no negative or adverse effects to the Nueces Bay with regards to these water releases. Otherwise, what's the temporary requirement for if we're not actually doing any kind of studies?
So, for the record, this is Esteban Ramos. I'm the Assistant Director of Water Supply Management. I've been working with the agreed order since 2004 for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. At the end, I was helped with the NEAC, setting up the NEAC through that time up until 2016, when then I became the South Texas and Concho Water Master, and I sat on the committee, and then I was the last representative from the city of Corpus Christi in 2017 for when they met. Permanently amending the agreed order is a process. It's a longer process to some of the points that you were making about environmental studies that would need to be done to determine what would be the actual impacts. Or opening the agreed order could go the other direction from a water supply point of view, and putting additional flows at different points within the year to make that requirement. One of the things I do want to correct when we're talking about the agreed order, we always want to talk about releases. These are truly pass-throughs. So under the Texas water law, you're not required to release stored water. So water has to be coming into the system to meet those monthly targets, and those are targets. This is what you saw on the graph per the month. If water, say the target was 1,200 acre feet for that particular month, right, and only 500 came in, then you would only have to pass through that 500. You wouldn't need to make that 1,200 as a target. So right now, the agreed order does work within the benefits for the city of Corpus Christi, the city of Three Rivers, and the Nueces NRA to help manage our water supply system. Now we're talking about a temporary amendment to the conditions that we find right now. That is beneficial, because what Nick said and what others have made a point to recover from the drought of record that we are in. I think this is a good idea to work with HDR, because it is a twofold attack on the understanding the agreed order from a scientific point of view, to some of the points that you were making on the small sample size, so we can make that arguments. And then from a legal point of view, you still have to work within the confinement of water law. So right now, that is what we're doing, working with both those groups so that we have a complete application, so we can make those arguments to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality through this temporary request. The larger request would, again, you saw all those names on the list, all that group, the NEAC would have to meet and discuss and go over any of the impacts, working with the entities that did sue the city of Corpus Christi, Three Rivers, the owners of the water rights back in 1995, when they really said that we weren't meeting that special condition 5B within the Choke Canyon Reservoir permit. So that's how kind of historically this whole process has worked.
Okay, I understand there's a long history on this. We've talked about this before. I just, if we're going to do this, obviously the time to do this is when we're in a drought, when we have less water that we can't release, right? And, because that puts additional pressure on them to actually make a decision in our favor, I would assume.
Potentially.
Potentially,
So, potentially, because you got to remember what Nick also mentioned, what everybody has mentioned, the agreed order mimics the natural flow of the system. That is what it's trying to do. You saw the date, 1976, important historical part of water law, water in the state of Texas was the Clean Water Act, and a lot of this information, a lot of these special conditions were added to permits that were being issued or certificates of adjudication that were being issued throughout the state. Our Vaca Navidad River Authority, Lake Texana, has a similar agreed order where they have to release environmental flows.
Well, they're at 100%. We're not. All right, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Oh, God dog it, wasn't ready. Hey, so, so that, is it all about, is the releases about Nueces Bay?
No.
Okay.
Pass-through.
Yeah, the pass-through, I'm so sorry. Or is it also really all about the bay system, Nueces, Corpus Christi Bay? I mean, is Corpus Christi Bay part of the reason why we're required to do these pass-throughs?
Yes, like I said, it is to mimic the conditions without the Choke Canyon Reservoir. So what would be that impact to the system?
So would it, under that scenario, would it matter that we're bringing 72 million gallons a day from another watershed, putting it in our system, and then some sizable amount ultimately ends up back into Nueces Bay and Corpus Bay? That wasn't part of that, right? That's not part of the 95 agreement, right?
Yes, you're correct. To your point, some of the benefits that we get from those extra water that comes outside the basin, and I'm talking about the Nueces Basin, and you're talking about the Vaca Navidad Basin bringing all that, and also the Colorado Basin bringing that water through the Mary Roads pipeline. Sure. What happens is that we use that water, and then the water is being discharged through releases in that sense through our wastewater system. Yep. So we get credit for those return flows.
Yep. All right.
Let me ask. Credit off of those monthly targets.
I'm with you. So, and so we have a credit that we get, and that credit is now some amount.
500 acre feet.
500 acre feet a month?
Yes, to meet that target. So remember, these are monthly targets.
So if we're putting 1,000 acre feet in, we're getting credit for 500.
So say your target was 1,000, to your point, for that particular month, just to use that example. And we already had a 500 acre foot credit, and 1,000 acre feet came in for that month. So you take 500 off of that target, so you would only have to give 500.
And so, and one of my concerns with this effluent reuse was that we're taking some of that return flow out of the system. But you guys have said, oh no, there's plenty to still meet our credit, right? The 500 credit. So my question would be, how much more is there than the 500 a month? And can we, I mean, it just seems to me that we're bringing 72 million gallons a day from two other watersheds. It's some of it, besides what I'm drinking, but some of it ends up in our bays, and we should get additional credit for that. Because in the past, we were just reusing 25 MGD, or back then, I guess none of that was as we used. We used none of the pipeline in our agreed order, right?
So to that question, so what you're describing is the evolution of this area with excess discharges from our wastewater system. And it's just not the city of Corpus Christi's wastewater systems, because you got to also realize that there's multiple industrial discharges that are going into Nueces Bay and Corpus Christi Bay, and then you also, on this side, and then you also have other discharges from municipalities, additional discharges from those entities going into Corpus Christi Bay and Nueces Bay, so we could get potentially credit. Now, what you're describing, it would be something that we would talk to the NEAC and work through the science and the return flow, but that would be a longer discussion and a longer
Sure, I get that. But so there's to me, there's two data points. One is, what's the bay been like over the last 2 years? And you smart guys can extrapolate that out to, over a long term. And I'd be interested, I think we'd all be interested kind of to have a sense of what What has Nueces Bay been like over the last 2 years? I haven't heard any concern. No one's said, hey, fish are dying. I fished it last November. I mean, I caught some fish. I don't want to brag or anything, but so I think we'd be interested in what does the Nueces Bay look like and what's it look like for the last 2 years? And then the other data point was, hey, we're bringing 72 million gallons a day down from 2 other watersheds that I don't know, technically aren't supposed to be in our system, but we're putting it in our system, and that should give us a conversation to be had to get additional credits or, you know, reduction in the pass-throughs. That's my, and I get it. Everybody I've known over the years in regional water planning groups like, dude, do not start this conversation. You think 10 gallons a day is bad? What if it goes to 12? But I would submit that there is data out there that's 72 million gallons, 72 and a half, 73. We're taking from other water systems. Plus, over the last 2 years, I don't think it's killed Nueces Bay that we can use in the conversation. I've rambled. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Bonetto.
So you've already met with Three Rivers?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Okay, but you haven't,
yes,
have you had any conversations with them?
Additional conversations with where we are, what we're planning to do tomorrow. We will get in more detail.
And do they appear to be open-minded?
Appear to be open-minded.
Okay, good. Can you provide some clarification as to what I guess Representative Villalobos has basically stated and what she's been trying to urge us to do?
Sure, Councilman. So we actually met with the representative this week as well. She informed us that both her and the delegation would be supportive of a temporary request. Her conversations, I believe, have been more focused on the temporary request.
Oh, okay. And then just basically the temporary request to be able to limit the releases, right? Is that the terminology?
The pass-through.
The pass-throughs, okay. And so, and once again, I mean, I just want to read, I think obviously, I've always, since I can remember, when this policy was enacted, and then I think we went through a drought, the last one at least, in what was 2015 or sometime around that, it was hugely unpopular. And I think there was many times that we were in that time, you know, when the rules were different and we were just releasing the water. When it was depleting from 50 all the way down to 30. So I think this is a real good initiative. I think that we need to move forward on. And we're on agenda item number 22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I move for approval.
No, it's just an update. 23, we heard 23 first, which is an update.
Okay.
24 is related, we can slip right into it. Item 22.
Or 22.
Right, we just heard 23. 22 is discussion and possible action, including consideration of a resolution supporting the pursuit of the city manager and CCW of temporarily relief from regulatory release requirements and pursuing the possible future modifications while maintaining compliance with applicable state and federal law.
Yeah, that's what I'm moving. Yeah.
We kind of went into it. Yeah.
All right, well, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. So, Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. Peter, my understanding was once we got to 30%, that was the point at which we submit the application for variance. And talking to some members of our state delegation, my understanding is it's crucial that be an incredibly accurate document. But we have to be very careful with our timing, because when we apply, that's when they start to apply that variance time to us.
Right, the 120 days, the 4 months. Correct.
Right?
Right.
So it's an application from the organization.
It's an application from us with Three Rivers and NRA's concurrence, and that's what we're meeting with Three Rivers tomorrow.
And NRA.
And
yeah.
NRA both, okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, yeah, and there's a draft application complete with HDR's assistance.
Right, and all parties would sign the application.
Okay, because I just wanted clarification. My understanding of the process didn't include a resolution. It was just the application.
What I can say is we are, as we went through the presentation, this is something we are working on right now. The application does not require a resolution of support. I think the application would certainly help, or the resolution would help. Likewise, we've also, I've been reached out to by Nueces County WCID number 3. They've told us that they would support the application as well. I think as many documents that we have would help the application be stronger, Councilwoman.
Okay, but it's not part of the application.
Well, we would submit it in addition to the application or alongside with the application.
Yeah.
It's not a requirement, as Nick said, but we'll attach it to the application.
Are we, I know that the 3 that have to be there are the 3 parties, us, NRA, and
Three Rivers.
Three Rivers. Are we soliciting support for this from our other purchasing groups, or, because we service 7 counties?
Good point. Nick can explain. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, Nueces County WCID 3 have talked to me and said they would absolutely support it. We've reached out to other of our wholesale customers in a show of support. Most of them are looking for a time frame, right? I think we'll be largely supported by our customers, Councilman.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm clear in my understanding of our efforts, because when I go back and talk to folks, I want to be speaking on the same page.
Yeah.
No, that's good. And yesterday, we met with Representative Villalobos on another matter, but we did get clarification from her on the process. So the executive director of TCEQ has the ability to draft approve the application, and then it has to be confirmed by the commission. And you and I talked about that from other conversations you've had. So they have approval. I don't know if draft approve is the right word, but administratively approve.
Correct.
With the understanding it has to go to the commission for either acceptance of that or denial of that. So that'll be the 2-step process. And it has to be like, how many days after the executive director signs it? They told us the next, it's like within 30 days or something like that. So all these timelines are important. Based on earlier conversations that we've had, and Nick may get into them later, it's possible that we'll reach, it's real likely that we're going to reach the 30% combined by next week, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that's why we're quickly meeting with Three Rivers and NRA tomorrow. Draft application's done.
The draft application's complete.
Complete, correct. And TCQ, it is. And TCQ knows we're going to be deciding soon.
Yep.
We've dotted our i's and crossed our t's on that application.
Absolutely.
That's right. I mean, now the application, and Councilman Hernandez brought it up, we haven't, undergone environmental studies, year-long environmental studies or month-long environmental studies to add that to the application. Of course, all of that would be definitely needed for a permanent modification.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Nick, thank you so much for the presentation. We have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry, you're already on, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, help me understand this resolution here, because it says the city council supports city staff efforts to evaluate and pursue the application for TCEQ for a temporary suspension of special conditions. So I'm assuming you're doing this on your own and we're just supporting you? Or are you asking the city council to direct you to do this? Or do you want our approval to do this? What exactly are we doing here?
So, Councilman, the items were not put on the agenda by CCW. As I stated, we've been working on this, and we've been updating all of you within our within the weekly memo.
Okay, so maybe I should ask that question. Are we directing them to do this?
They're already doing. It's twofold. So they're already doing part of it, which is meeting tomorrow with the parties and moving forward temporary reprieve. So that's in motion. So a part of the resolution is just to codify that as a body, we support that, okay, which is simple. The second part.
Okay, so the question is, who told them to do this?
I am suggesting no one's telling them, it's before the body.
The answer is
So we're supporting what they're doing now.
Right.
And so Nick also agrees, as Peter mentioned, this would only help the application. Secondly, of the, part of the resolution would be to look at, what is it? Initiate the process necessary to look at the order holistically, because the order goes back to 2001. 2001, we didn't have the water resources we have today. 2000, everything has changed drastically from 2001. We need to just initiate the process, not go making changes, because it is a process and it does take a long time. So we should start it now and start working on what changes need to be made, if any. Not to, not to abandon an estuary by any means, but rather to review what exists today, data science infrastructure, and make possible changes.
Okay, well, then I suggest we use a little bit stronger language. Instead of saying city council supports, we should direct them to actually do this process so that they have the cover to say that, you know, we're actually, you know, it's a motion of council or a direction of council to move forward with this process. Instead of it, because this looks like staff is telling us they're doing this and we're supporting them.
Well, it is in the first part, and this did come from legal. So the city council further finds, this is the last whereas, finds the agreed order should be reviewed in light of new water supply infrastructure, hydrological conditions, water supply investments, operational realities, and regional needs to maximize the amount of stored water for the city of Corpus Christi in our reservoir system. So this went through legal, and
So maybe we can
We
have
could
Buck
say-
describe it. I mean, you know, the city council supports staff's efforts to evaluate. So staff is telling us they're doing this, and then we're just saying, okay?
yes, staff is saying they're already doing this, and we are saying we support you.
I understand that, Mayor. I just want to make sure that this is, I mean, it's like the tail wagging the dog here kind of scenario.
This is a mayor agenda item, so the mayor is saying she supports the staff's efforts, I believe.
Right.
Okay, so you're telling us that you're doing this without us really directing you to do it.
Right, and
That's
so
correct.
with
I mean-
this, we're supporting what they're doing.
Okay, do you see the problem with that a little bit? I think we should at least tell you that we want you to do this.
Yeah, we don't.
You know, this is going to the state, right? This is going to the state. So I think we should actually be more forward and say, we direct you to go ahead and do this with full council blessing, not just some, you know,
Okay, well, they're already doing
lighthearted
it.
support.
They're already doing it. They're having a meeting tomorrow.
I understand.
So
that. I understand that.
I think
It
it's
just-
fine. It ran through legal, Gil, but thank you for.
Well,
your
I mean,
concern.
it's kind of wussy to me.
Okay, thank you.
that a technical
Councilman
term?
Scott.
The technical, it's a rolling term.
There you go.
6:50. Guys, in light of the time,
Yeah,
let's move along.
Sure, got it. Hey, tomato. The way I get it is, you guys are initiating this. It'd be a lot stronger if you had a resolution that said, hey, my council is 100% behind me, and you should have been at the council meeting. This is a big deal to us. And without it, it's just you guys talking to staff, and which I respect y'all. So I think this is a good, I don't care if it's a tomato or tomato, if we direct you or we support you. I think the message is that the governing body supports the effort to get this waiver and to initiate a conversation about a long-term resolution. So you made a comment the other, somehow I was asking around the other day about how long it takes for the director to approve it, but then the board, what's that, TC, and I think it's 20 days. I think that's important because we're all concerned about, we're gonna have to, you know, we might have to start releasing before we get final approval. So I think it's 20 days, not 30. If I'm right, that would give the.
It's something in that number.
Yeah,
Councilman.
that would just give people some comfort that
Yeah.
it's not a month. And we'd like it the next day instead.
No, and as the city manager said, it's got to move to the board of directors for approval.
Right, and they have 20 days. I think that's the
Correct.
magic number. But I thought I heard 30 a minute ago, and that's why I wanted to to get a correction there, because every day counts.
I believe you're correct. But what we don't know is how long it would take the director to approve it.
Yeah.
You
I'm
know
looking
what?
at my
We had the
notes.
congressman. Get him on now. Let's call him now. Let's ask a question. I would assume he's very much aware. My sense is all of our partners in Austin are very much aware of our situation, and I would hope that they'd be supportive. So anyhow, that's good. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. Sinoni, you are the city manager, and I appreciate the fact that y'all have been working on this. I think there's been talk behind the scenes that y'all were doing it, so thank you for doing it. I think it's good that we're going to do a resolution that just shows support for you guys.
Right.
So I'm totally for it.
That's a good summary. That's what happened. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Oh, gosh. Come on up. We're going to open public comment on item number 22. Sorry about that.
Hi, council members. Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. So for me, this is like an agenda item that kind of gets me very concerned. I understand the rationale behind it. One thing I'd say is, well, if you have an agreed order, but you don't follow, like, oblige it whenever times are tough, then what's the point of an agreement? You know, it's like having a drought contingency plan, and then we hit stage 3. And they were like, you know what, never mind. You can water your yards. You know, it's just, there's a point to having an agreed order, in my opinion. Anyways, the way I see it is the Nueces Bay is like our ecosystem's water bowl. You know, it needs water, like our animals at home need water, you know, and maybe to some people it feels like, you know, we're taking water from, you wouldn't like it if someone was taking water from your dog, right? So why is it okay if it's for a whole ecosystem, right? I think this topic isn't very well understood. You know, like 130,000 acre feet for a pass-through target every year sounds like a lot of water. But if you actually like dig into it and there's like salinity credits, there's those wastewater return flows. It's based on inflows to the Choke Canyon Reservoir, which takes or gets 28% of our stream flow. So it's actually not as much. So you don't really reach those high targets like you think you would. And so it ends up being actually a lot less water that would be used for potable use, more like 33,000 acre feet a year when it's full compared to 130. And that's because also a lot of the water comes into the estuary from below Lake Corpus Christi, or because Lake Corpus Christi is relatively small and they have to make room when it's super wet to take in more water from rain. 10 years ago, there was a presentation given to City Council. Some of y'all were here. It's from HDR, from Nueces River Authority, and from the Estuaries Program that covered A to Z on the agreed order. That was 10 years ago. I think it'd be cool if y'all had them present again and kind of explain it, because there's a lot more detail that didn't get covered, and it's a very deep topic. So I think that would be, cool. Anyways, I support data-driven decision-making, and so, you know, I look forward into digging into this more. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second, and please submit your vote. Where's Gil? Yeah, he's not supporting the resolution for the record. Okay, thank you. The motion carries. All right, our next item is item 24, discussion and possible action on the 2025 drought contingency plan amended. We put you down as a yes. Amended, we put you down as a yes for the resolution. Discussion and possible action on the 2025 drought contingency plan amended in June of 2026. Drought stage change based on anticipated water inflow as requested by council members Vaughn, Cantu, and Hernandez.
So Mayor and Council, I do have a short presentation, and I'll be as brief as possible. We just put together some supplemental information for this item. So the drought contingency plan, the city of Corpus Christi has adopted the following regulations and restrictions on the delivery and consumption of water. This is largely accounted for in our recently approved drought contingency plan. The drought contingency plan was created so the city can reduce demand when supplies are low to ensure residents have sufficient water during drought conditions. Some of the stages, the next slides are just of our water stages. So first we have a water shortage watch. That is when Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon Reservoir fall below 50%. During a water shortage watch, we have recommendations. There are no restrictions, but there certainly is a recommendation to irrigate landscape areas once per week. And again, I won't read through all of these details, but they're on the slide for your reference. Stage 1 is also called a mild water shortage. During stage 1 restrictions, that's when our combined reservoir storage falls below 40%, and landscape irrigation is limited to once per week, along with the changes listed on the page. Stage 2, moderate water shortage. Landscape irrigation is limited to once every other week, as well as the other items, restrictions listed on this page. All of this has been recently updated as all of us has worked together to approve the drought contingency plan and submit it to the state. Stage 3, this is the stage we are currently in, where irrigation of landscape areas is prohibited. There are other items, including watering of vegetation, and you know, we talked extensively previously about washing our boats and the motors associated with the boats and our vehicles. The key on this page, I do want to bring to everyone's attention. So the trigger for termination of stage 3 critical water shortage is when the combined western reservoir storage levels increase above 30%. Again, so we would naturally come out of stage 3 when we reach above 30%. We do know that we've seen a beneficial inflow in the Choke Canyon Reservoir, and that reservoir has certainly rebounded. We're thankful for that. There is water headed to Lake Corpus Christi. It is not there yet. We expect to see it sometime, possibly on Friday, with some peaks throughout the weekend. The staff recommendation is to keep the drought stage levels where they're at. Our recommendation is to be patient and allow us to come out of those drought stage levels as per the approved plan. And we do feel good. We do have a positive outlook over the next week to come out of ideally some of these drought restrictions. And with that, Mayor and Council will stand by for questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Nick. You said staff's recommendation is to maintain at the levels that we're in until it naturally progresses.
Right, so we're currently in stage 3. Once we hit 30%, then we would move to stage 2.
Very in a nutshell, I appreciate the answer to be very concise, but what in practicality, I'm trying to get at, you know, is that saying, let's say we get a text from city manager, combined levels have hit 30% this morning at 8 o'clock, so now at 8:01 we're in stage 2. Like, could you walk through that a little more granular?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think your question is well received because a lot of people are asking that. It's absolutely amazing. A lot of people are watching our water levels and the flow down the Nueces River. I would say once we are squarely out of that into that 30%, Then the city manager and I talked about it. Typically, I think we would have a press conference and let the community know. Additionally, information would be provided on our website and through other sources of media.
Can I just add to that, Councilman?
Yes.
Sorry, the drought management plan approved by council says the city manager needs to declare moving in and out of it. So there'll be a statement, a declaration, and I'll get concurrence from the council before we do that. Right, so we'll do some type of communication, but it has to be declared, so it doesn't just naturally trigger. It's not when you just look at the gauge level, so we have to say it, I have to say it, that we're moving out of stage 3 into stage 2.
So 2 questions.
Yeah.
We know on July 28th that the science, the weather, everything is pointing that potentially a week from today, on August 4, we cross over that threshold and go back above 30%, whether that's 30.01 or 33, whatever it is, over 30%. Does this agenda item give you the ability to concur? Because you can't send us a message and say, hey, do you concur? I'd like to pull that trigger. The drought plan says the city manager makes that determination. So it doesn't explicitly say that council must also agree.
That's correct, right.
So I'm trying to really get at those steps, like break it down, like really, if we get a text Tuesday morning, does that mean you wait for the 11th for a council meeting and then you hold a press release on the 12th?
Don't do that.
I want to be very clear with the expectations.
Yeah, and first, so one point is, we're not sure when we'll get to 30%. Today,
Hypothetical.
today we're at 26. We know inflows are going to increase Friday night. It could be Saturday or it could be Sunday. So that's part of the reason we declare it. So we'll monitor inflows. We'll see, was there a temporary glitch or, blip in levels, and it could drop back down. So we do give it a little bit of time. And so we're going to monitor the levels as they come in over the weekend. When we're for sure that we're at 30% or higher, then we'll trigger an event, a declaration that we're getting out of stage 3 and going into stage 2. We're going to have everything planned, so we're not waiting weeks to do that. And we'll have some type of a location to have some type of an event, so the media, like Chris Six, can attend to help get the word out. We'll have media releases, our social media. So all that's being worked on right now, but you're right, it does take, it's not just when we get to 30, because there could be some other circumstances that make it drop back down. We're going to watch real carefully, but as soon as we're comfortable that the 30 is sticking, we're going to make the declaration.
So let me understand this then. If we say, we get a message, we're at 30, it looks like it's going to hold.
Yeah.
We need to schedule some events.
Right.
If we see someone out there watering their lawn and we haven't had our press release.
We're not going to be citing them.
Gotcha. Okay. So then my last question is, when we have that press release, I really do hope that we get to invite some folks, because I really think it should almost quasi be like a city holiday.
Yeah, we'll invite the full council, as we've done in the past when we've gone into the reverse, when we've unfortunately called to stages, we've invited the full council, so even
in
more
all
importantly-
seriousness, I say that because I know how many people are really, this has impacted this community substantially.
I mean, this could be the, kind of the milestone of getting out of the condition we've been in for the past 5 years.
Precisely.
Right.
So
What I want to
there's
do is give it the full justice, of course, of being safe. I mean, the way the drought contingency plan is set up is that we can monitor this and execute it appropriately.
Correct.
And I have respect for that process.
Right.
But at the same time, I also don't want to delay because we want to go in the event.
There's no
that-
formal council approval needed. It's several times the drought contingency plan, it says the city manager will confer with the council. And I do that, every day, so.
Yeah.
But we will be inviting the full council, so we'll determine the location soon, and we'll have a better sense on Friday, the date, and we'll keep you posted on that. We do want the council to be there, because as we've said, this is a getting out of the situation that we've been in for years now, so it's a huge achievement for the community.
Absolutely. And at our last water budget workshop, where we had this discussion.
Yeah.
That's where we said at that point that we had just talked to, it was the day after we did the District 4 water briefing. And we said, the reality is in about 2 weeks, we could be out of this.
Yeah,
So I appreciate that you guys have really put a lot into mobile action, so thank you.
thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Caitlin took all my questions. So you said that the Lake Corpus Christi should be seeing water Saturday, correct?
We're possibly on Friday.
Friday
That's
or
the
Saturday?
information
Friday
we
evening, yep.
received this morning.
I'm hearing mixed messages out there that it's going to get filled up or it's going to get to 60%. Do you have any kind of estimates you guys think it will go up to?
You know, Councilman, I've been very hesitant to give estimates. We're monitoring it closely, and we're working with our partners. We're tracking the water as it flows down the river.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, I'm hesitant to provide any
But the
estimates.
National Weather Service did provide on our weekly briefing this week. They said the worst-case scenario, in this case it's positive, but the worst-case scenario is that it would be at maximum elevation by Tuesday. That's a worst-case scenario. So the possibility it could be full by Tuesday. They're not saying it's going to, they're just saying if everything goes in the
What about Choke Canyon?
Choke's pretty much, it's slowly, what's come into Choke at this point is pretty much done coming in.
We've seen a decrease going into Choke, probably today and tomorrow. It's really slowed down. You'll probably, you
Choke
won't
slowed
see that
down.
increase anymore.
Bless you. Okay. So I'm predicting we're going to be over 30% by Monday. And I really want to see us get out of stage 3 and get in stage 2 ASAP next week.
Right.
I think the people are ready to water the grass and to use our water and without any strong restrictions, and we need to give that to them. I don't want to wait weeks, to have a big press conference and have all the council members here. Like it's a big deal, but let's do it as soon as possible. This is good news. We're not running out of water. All that fake news on Facebook. This is their worst nightmare is us getting water right now. They don't want us to get water. They want their plant built. So we're blessed. God is great. We got water. We're going to get water, and we're going to get rain, and we're going to be okay as a community. We're not running out of water. And I'm sure your blood pressure is really down now, right, Peter?
Yeah, extremely.
It's a blessing, it really is. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we're going to let the people water their grass, fill the pools up, do whatever stage 2 is. Is it once a week, right?
Once every other week on watering.
Every other week.
Yeah. So it's good news for Corpus Christi, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, I'm going back and forth to stage 2 and stage 3, and really, there's not that much. Are allowed every other week, once every other week, so it's not that much of a
No,
difference.
it's really just the irrigation. It goes from once every other week to once a week on stage 2, stage 1, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about our, what is it called? Over here by the bayfront here, where we have our waterfall.
The water fountain?
That, what is it called? It's not Water's Edge or,
Yeah.
The water garden?
Water garden.
The water fountain by the.
No, the water
The
fountain.
Bay Shore one by the Hilliard Center?
Yeah.
what about that? Because that's been shut down the whole time. No, stop it.
Yeah.
People use
When
it
do
and
we-
they enjoy
when
it,
do we
and,
put-
that's,
Stage 2 or stage 1?
Yeah.
because it doesn't mean,
Be back to stage 1.
Okay.
oh, that would have to go to stage 1.
That's right.
Yeah. We have been doing maintenance tests on it, though, where it doesn't take all that much water, but we've been filling it and using it, so.
Isn't that still recycled water? I thought that was
It
still.
is, it's recycled, but it does take water to fill, and there's evaporation, so because of the drought, we've turned it off, except for, I think it's monthly maintenance we do. We put some water in just to keep the pumps primed. Similar with the water garden, that's been on a reduced schedule.
Okay. Well, the other discussion I'd like to raise is, and I know that Gil brought this up back when we changed to the 10%. You know, we used to go, 30% was stage 3, I guess, right? If we were under 30%, it was stage 2, yeah. And then stage 3 was under 20% of our combined reservoirs. And then we changed it to 180 days from running out of water for the emergency.
That's the level 1 water emergency.
Right. And I would like to still tie it back to our reservoir percentages to 10%, because that's what it was before. And why we changed it to 180, remember saying that you tied it to the TCEQ description, I think. But again, if we go back, if we have this again, I'd like for all the water customers to look at our combined reservoirs, because right now, that's how we move from one stage to the other. We use the reservoir levels, but when it comes to the emergency, we change it. It's like, oh, well, don't worry, we're under 10%. I mean, we were really getting pretty low, and we were not ready to declare an emergency because we had changed, again, the description. How do we go back to discussing that we should go back to the 10% or whatever, the combined reservoir? Can we change it now since we're discussing it?
So there's no action to modify the drought contingency plan. The level 1 water emergency was meant, Councilwoman, to take into account all of the water sources, which would include reclaimed water, of course, the Mary Roads pipeline, and now groundwater, the additional sources.
And that's the problem now, is that when it serves certain customers' purposes, we change how we use the water. I mean, like right now, thank goodness that we're going to be doing the wastewater reuse, right? But let's say our water levels are still at 30%. We're still going to be limited to what we can do instead of being able to account for some of this water that we're saving. We're still limiting our residents, is what I'm saying. Even though we've got this water that we're using, and we're also getting additional water, hopefully from, the groundwater wells, but it's still, as long as that reservoir is still between 30 and 40, we're still limiting our residents. And that's what I would like to address. How can we combine those additional water sources to allow people to, relax? I mean, really relax and be able to use their water as they like to.
Yeah, one thing, Councilwoman, that we talked about is once those sources are fully online and producing, then going back to look at the drought contingency plan. To account for all of that, there's a lot of work still being done. The effluent projects aren't in full.
Yeah.
They're not at 100% yet. No one's, the large users aren't using it yet. But our thought was once all of those are online and being utilized, then we would go back and revisit.
Okay, well, I would like for you all to consider is starting it now, because we already know that those plans are in the works. We should be working towards that, not waiting to the last minute and saying, okay, this is now how we're going to do it. I mean, it's like a 2-year, 3-year, right? I mean, we're supposed to get all that within 2 years. So we should be able to look at the plan and say, all right, we need to revisit the drought contingency plan.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councilwoman. We've begun that work some time ago. Corollo's going to help us.
Okay.
What you're talking about is accounting for more than just 2 reservoirs in these drought stages.
Right.
Not just at level 1 water emergency.
Right.
That's something that Councilwoman Paxson and I talked about. And we talked about it here with the council. So we're in the process of doing that. Corollo was a good consultant to help us because they really understand our water. So soon, in the coming months, we'll be back to adjust the drought contingency plan.
Okay.
So that we use all of our water sources
Okay.
when we make determinations.
I mean, because people are willing to use more water and we're paying for more water, so let's go ahead and relax it a little bit.
Right.
So, okay.
Right. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Well, actually, that was what I was going to get into, is once we get more of these water sources online, like the wastewater reuse project, we're going to have to revisit the drought contingency plan is to account for that water.
Yeah, we're in agreement with Councilwoman Campos and you, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apologize, stepped out a little bit. I got the new M1.
From Andy.
Yeah, from Andy. It's the American Water Works Association Manual of Water Supply Practices, 8th edition, that talks about water rates, fees, and charges. It talks about the cost method of it, so.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Just
We
some
all
light
wanna
reading,
read it.
some light reading, so.
Let me know when you're done with it.
Well, you know, we brought this, you know, I know we were getting the water in Choke Canyon, kind of hoped that the water in, would arrive into Lake Corpus Christi by today to hopefully get some relief to our system. We're not gonna have, you know, we got what, 2 weeks before our next council meeting?
Yeah, right. It'll be the 11th of August. So next week we'll be making, and we'll be inviting council a declaration
Okay.
if everything happens the way it's supposed to.
Well, let's hope we get a full Lake Corpus Christi. That would be excellent. I mean, because, you know, I was looking at the history of where we were back in 2022, and we had 50% combined lake levels, which probably prevented us from doing some of these other projects, besides just the one project that we focused on. So I think regardless of what happens and how much it gets full, we still have to continue with the alternative water sources so we don't find ourselves in this situation again.
I agree, Councilman, and let me just highlight that those additional water sources, at least out of the Oasis program, have been helping us for over a year.
That's right.
There's a range, but most recently it was 15 million gallons that was pumped into the system.
Correct.
From the Oasis groundwater program. So it's not just this rain that's got us to this point. Some of the water supply projects that this council approved has been helping us get here.
Right, but we're not taking that into account in the drought contingency plan yet.
Correct,
So
but we will be, yeah.
And, you know, let's wait till.
Right.
See what that looks like. And you said Corolla was doing this?
We're working with Corollo. They've been instrumental in modeling our sources and our supply. So we've asked them to look at this to make recommendations for the update on the DC.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go Councilwoman Vaughn, Paxson, and then Scott, and then we're going to move on to the next one.
Okay, I just think we need to be very cautious. I think it's great we're getting all the water, but we've got a very hot month ahead of us. It's going to be so hot. And if we jump the gun, we're going to look foolish. So we don't want to go back and forth. And I want everybody to be able to water their grass. I think everybody up here does, but I still think we need to be very cautious. And with Gail, I agree, we have to continue to look for other water sources, continue to do that. And I trust you, Mr. Sinoni. I know that you're going to call it when it's time, but I hope we're cautious.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. And I think Evangeline is a perfect example. So I think we should think about that very carefully before we do anything. Councilwoman Paxson. Councilwoman, oh. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Zanoni, on the topic of, thank you. Yes, we've talked at length about incorporating all those supplies into the plan. I realize that we really need to get a lot of those online, but I really hope that we don't hold that process up by waiting for everything to be at 100%.
It doesn't
Because if we build that system correctly,
Correct.
whether they're online 100% or not, it will account for it.
Right, yeah, we agree. That's why we've already begun.
All right, and then you said something a moment ago that I don't think is said quite enough,
Okay.
which is the rains have been tremendously helpful, and hopefully next week we see that in full force.
Right.
I agree. But a lot of where we are today is the partial utilization of those other water supplies.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
There's so much conversation out of there saying, you know, now that we're getting rain, that's the only thing saving us, and we're going to turn away from our water portfolio efforts, and that's not accurate.
Right.
They've been very helpful up to this point. There's no indication that we're going to stop or slow down on those efforts. But the reality is we did get beneficial rain. That's it.
Right.
So I appreciate you acknowledging that.
Yeah, good. Thank you for highlighting that.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also remind all of us about our neighbors, how they've also added to their portfolio, their water portfolio. And they also have, you know, like Alice, you know, has their own desalination. And I don't know if some of our other neighboring cities have also incorporated also their own groundwater projects. So again, you know, we're all working together, but we're not incorporating what they're doing because, I don't know, are they, I mean, eventually going to be not using as much water from us, or?
So we have incorporated their efforts in our water supply dashboard. That was reflected in the dashboard we
Okay,
showed
so-
earlier.
okay.
So that wasn't, to that extent, incorporated, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't believe there's any action on this. So we're going to move on. Item number 25 is discussion and possible action regarding Bass Pro Shops update, as requested by council members Cantu, Vaughn, and Hernandez.
Jennifer Buxton, the interim director for our planning and economic
Hey,
development.
Mayor, while she's coming, that was allowed. You said I could speak, and then you didn't give me a chance. I just have a quick question. So if you do have to release water, if you think we're gonna fill the lake, and it's gonna overfill, and you got to release water to prep for that, let us know, right?
We will. We're
Okay,
going to be letting you know
thanks.
all the way.
Councilman, I am so sorry.
That's all right. That was the most important thing
hit
I had to
both-
say all day, and I was really
Sorry.
hurt.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
And that's why your light was on, because I had turned both y'all's
That's okay.
lights on.
All right, but you'll let us
Sorry.
know if you have to
We
release.
will absolutely. I let you know today that we're monitoring, and it's the city, the county, emergency services districts, and the state, so TDM's involved. There's 100 personnel right now that TDM has in George West in the event there's some type of flooding situation. But it won't be a deluge. It's going to be a slow-moving release of elevation if we have to release water downstream. You know, so it's not like homes are going to wash away. There'll be slow rising waters if we get to that point, but the council will know. We'll make sure we keep you involved through the entire steps. Right.
Hello again. I'm Jennifer Buxton with Planning and Economic Development. This is an update on Bass Pro Shops. It was a city council request for discussion and possible action. A little bit about Bass Pro Shops. Since about 1972, they've been an outdoor gear and apparel retailer. They have about 183 stores across North America, and they serve 250 million annual customers. They consider themselves destination experiences customized to specific locations, reflecting the character of the region, and they acquired Cabela's in 2017. Regarding their Corpus Christi expansion, they approached the city of Corpus Christi and worked through a deal back in 2004, and then again in late 2023 and early 2024. Staff met with their development consultant at a retail trade conference in May of 2024, and they made an announcement of their expansion in the fall of 2024. Regarding their status, the site selection continues. There are several sites under considerations. To date, the city has received no development plans or incentive requests. There has been some activity in Texas that I want to point out. There's 17 locations in Texas. Incentives across Texas generally range from 5 to 13.5 million. Incentives from different communities include a mix of ad valorem and sales tax reimbursements. There's also at least one community that has added hot funds, permit fee waivers, and infrastructure grants. Some recent Texas incentives include Grand Prairie, from 2022. Grand Prairie did a 380 agreement with a 10-year reimbursement period for about $5 million. Back in 2024, Odessa did a 380 for $7 million and a 20-year reimbursement period. Abilene went all in 2025 with a 380 in TERS agreement for a 21-year reimbursement period at 8.7. And then they added 4.8 in hot permit fee waivers and an infrastructure grant. Thank you. And I stand by for questions.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I brought this to the council is because city staff didn't have an update on this, and I was tired of seeing everybody asking about this on social media, texting, emails. Where's this store coming? It's been 2 years, and they still haven't found a location or whatever the case is. And then I was told that they were not going to come over here because they got upset, and they decided not to come to Corpus Christi. So I want to know, when is the last time the city talked to corporate about them coming to Corpus Christi?
Spoke to them multiple times on Thursday, on Friday, on Monday, and I spoke to them today.
And they said they're still coming to Corpus Christi?
They continue to look at sites for Corpus Christi, yes.
If I may, and this may answer your inquiry better, I don't think you were in this email, but I did receive an email today. I think you did as well. And I'd like to read it for everybody. Dear Mayor Guajardo, I wanted to give you a firsthand, most current update on our continual efforts to bring Bass Pro Shops to Corpus Christi. As you know, I serve as the real estate consultant working on behalf of Bass Pro Shops to identify and secure the right location for this important project. First, I want to reiterate that Bass Pro Shops continues to express interest in locating a retail destination attraction in this market. Corpus Christi's strong outdoor culture, coastal tourism, and growing community make it a natural fit for the Bass Pro brand. That desire has not wavered. The search for the best site location has remained active and ongoing since well before Bass Pro Shops made its public announcement back in the fall of 2024. I very much appreciate all of your efforts and the time you have personally invested to bring Corpus Christi to our attention as a potential expansion market. We want this to be a mutually beneficial outcome for all parties involved, and we want to bring to Corpus Christi everything that Bass Pro Shops delivers, including job creation, tourism impact, community involvement, and the resulting economic uplift for the community and surrounding businesses as the true destination retail attraction that they are. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on this endeavor. Sincerely, Mike Dunham, and that was sent today.
So before this got on the agenda, when was the last time you contacted?
The city's redevelopment officer reaches out and they communicate, I'm going to say, once a month, once every other month. They talk about the sites and where things are and get the status. But unless there has been movement or they've found a location, but it can be a little bit of time between touch-ins.
So they haven't ghosted us. They've been in contact with the city?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then is that through emails?
Phone calls.
Phone calls. Okay. No emails?
No.
No? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I saw on your presentation, which I don't think we had a copy of that.
Probably not. This got put on the agenda last Wednesday at about 5 o'clock, and the posting deadline is on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
So there's no way to get an agenda added after the posting on Wednesdays.
Totally get it. If we could get a copy emailed.
Sure.
Thank you. But I noticed on there that you listed 3 other cities where this developer has chosen to work with and expand. And they had quite extensive incentive packages, with the last being the most extensive.
Yes.
Was there a package offered to this development?
We don't have anything to offer because we don't have any project details. If there's no site, Bass Pro Shops can't tell you what store amenities are going to be offered there. So we don't have construction costs, we don't have any costs, we don't have amenities. There's nothing to offer an incentive on until we have a site location that they want to move forward, but we have not offered anything.
Okay. Was this a solicited request, or did they pursue the city? And did they mention a request for any of those considerations at the onset of their correspondence?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Who was here that would have?
No one.
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Did we, as a city, identify them and say we want to pursue this company to come into our market? Did they initiate correspondence with us that they wanted to enter into our market space? And did they?
I think they corresponded to us initially.
sorry?
I think they, no? Okay. Go
No,
ahead.
we,
Mayor might
we
know.
reached out to them.
And,
I was part of it.
Okay.
and it was back, they've been interested in Corpus Christi since
Yeah.
2004.
That's right.
There was an incentive package that was put together that I think almost got to the finish line, but then was turned down. Councilmember Scott probably has more history on it than I do, but this goes back to the early 2000s that they have been interested in our market.
So it does. It goes back to the early 2000s, and there was an incentive package at that time? Okay, and that was declined by the development?
No, that was declined by the governing body.
We declined that, okay. And so has there been any discussion at what they would be asking should they enter our market?
No.
They're just looking for a site?
We have not gotten to the point where we have discussed specific incentives.
Okay. I just am curious, there's so much discussion right now about of development and incentives and packages, and I want to make sure that if there's a group that wants to come into the city that we're tempered, that our incentives are truly to incentivize and foster something that wouldn't exist otherwise, if that makes sense, because one of those cities that you listed had quite a generous offering. And the other two prior to that on the slide also had several incentives offered. And I think sometimes developers have in their portfolios, this is the standard request that we make. We will not enter a market for anything less, that type of thing.
They have not made that statement. What we try to do is provide the range of some communities have done this, some have done that. They said at one point, I think they were saying the range had been between 6 and 8, but we have not talked incentive packages. Until we have some details, there isn't really a point.
Right. And I might add, though, possibly when Heather was here, they may have discussed, not specifics, because obviously there wasn't a site selected, but some discussion about and said what they would look like, but not specifically from the city, because we didn't have the site.
Well, because typically, I think a lot of times when developers reach out to your economic office, their numbers need to make sense. And where there's gaps, they ask the city, where can you bridge that?
But their site will determine whether or not they offer boats, whether or not there's a marina, whether or not there's a restaurant, whether or not there's a hotel, whether or not there's their site. We can't determine what they offer can be so broad that until they have a site, narrowing it down is almost impossible. But go ahead.
She basically said what I was going to add. So once that site is narrowed down, there may be incentives more for infrastructure rather than tax abatement. There may be incentives, as she stated, for if they have a marina in aspect for their development. It's kind of like NBA, people trying to get LeBron James. So we want to make sure that everybody has everything on the plate and we give the best offer forward to get them.
Well, I think to me, a lot of these questions, from my perspective, representing District 4, there's a huge portion of small businesses. We have a couple of very strong fixtures that sell very similar product. And these are small local businesses. And something like this, I'm not saying it's a bad company, I'm not saying it's a bad brand, I'm not saying I don't like it, but it could quickly, depending on where it's located, cannibalize those small businesses. And that's a concern for me in District 4.
And obviously, we're cognizant of that stuff. We've heard the term cannibalize this week. We're aware of the Roy's, the Texas Angler Depot, the smaller, type of shops here in the city. That's not what necessarily they would compete against. They do compete, but those smaller shops provide that service level that I think Bass Pro, which is more of an experience. But those are things we're well aware of and want to make sure that Jennifer's team is extremely cognizant of that.
I am very much pro, business, pro small business, pro. That's our economy. However, I do not want to position ourselves to where we could be picking a large brand over our small local businesses. So those were my questions, those were my concerns. So I hope that if we continue down that path, we take that strongly into.
No, that's a point well taken. I do want to, one of the things to consider is a store like this, the actual draw is, our retail consultant said it's not only the people that are coming to town to fish here, or who live here, but we have a 60-mile draw. Right now, we're losing folks to Harlingen. So it's not only, it's not necessarily the difference between our small and someone like this. It's someone like this and another community who has someone like this. Where are those folks going? Because you can't, the one-on-one experience and there's the difference with the local flavor. But your point is well taken.
Thank you for that. And we also need to figure out who has connections with whatever this group called My SA is, because they really like to position our waters, our seasons in a very negative light. They highlight a lot of that. And I don't appreciate that for our local economy here. We sincerely lean on our fishing, on our kayaking, our water economies, and they make it a point to try to attack our seasons for that, for peak. And so I don't know if we can figure out who's behind that and have a little word with them, but we have had some serious attacks on our water activities here in media, and I just want to put that out there because I see it, I hear it, and it's detrimental to our city as a whole, but certainly to District 4. But again, thank you for your notes on that.
Councilman Roy.
How involved in the past or currently is the Regional Economic Development Group? Are they involved at all?
I cannot speak to the past. No. I do know that they have not necessarily had a focus on retail.
Okay.
I believe that there have been recent conversations about them becoming more involved. And I'm sorry, but I can't speak. That's literally all I know about it. I can't speak to any more about it. But they have not been involved in retail in the recent past. Back in 2004, I don't know.
The interesting thing about this, it's retail, but it really is, it's a destination. If you have experienced some of the other locations, but if you look at his hometown and the things that he's done there in terms of just drawing tourism in, it's amazing. I will tell you that when that's what I do. I do development, commercial development, and I don't do the development part, I do the financing part. But people ask me all the time, why is it that we will finance 4 gas stations on each corner? You know, you think if all of a sudden, if I own this gas station over here, or convenience store, and then somebody puts one over here and another there, actually there's a strategy behind that, that they all feed off of each other, and they actually end up overall having a better volume than if it was just one store there. So I know that there's, locally, when you're sitting there and you're looking at, okay, these are the goods and services that I sell, are they going to take away? But in a lot of cases, they'll actually boost those local sales. So it's interesting because you'll get people that come into this market that normally wouldn't come into the market. But I understand the concern. I think it's a tremendous opportunity. I think we've had some opportunities, and I know I'm not going to get off the agenda item, but we had that other company that came in, I forget where they're from, Midland or something like that, and they were looking at building out there off of Rodfield Road, and I haven't heard anything on that either.
Yep, I know who you're talking about.
What's that?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea that once, if something goes dormant for a period of time, we ought to just get a little up briefing on it, because I was thinking about that the other day, and I said, okay, did they scrap their project? Are they no longer interested? Where are we at with it? Because it's important. It's important for our growth. It's important for our economy. And, certainly you hear a lot of people here talk about diversification, especially diversification from industry. So it really is important to be able to have a win, to win these deals and to keep on top of them and stay excited about them and talk them up because it's just so important to our economy.
Yeah.
So
That's a good point, Councilman. I
That's
agree
all I have.
completely.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Ron Kitchens. Ron Kitchens ran our Economic Development Corporation in 2004, and Ron was from Springfield, Missouri. And the founder of Bass Pro Shops is from Springfield, Missouri. Now, Ron had gone on to work for the senator of Missouri, and so he had connections. And he literally picked up the phone one day, and he knew him. And I forget the details, but he knew him. And he said, hey, I want you to look at Corpus Christi. I went, all right. So that's how that started. They ultimately settled on the old Memorial Coliseum site. They wanted to develop a big store, and because they're the largest boat seller in America, or they were then, and their thought was, come to the store, we'll walk across the street, put you in a boat, and you can try it out. And I don't know that we ever got to numbers, but a council member leaked the project during negotiations, and Ron tells me that they called him up and said, look, we have a stack. And the top of the stack are the places we're really interested in, and you're at the top of the stack. We're removing you from the top of the stack. You're now going to the bottom of the stack. We'll call you when we're interested. And so a council member leaked that information to the press and killed the deal. Now, maybe it was a bad site. Now, what was interesting down there, I'm not even sure it would have worked just because of the traffic count, but it wasn't next to, a competing boat sailor. It was kind of an interesting deal, and it could be an anchor for downtown, and that was the interest in that site. But that's the story. Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. I'm not really sure the REDC would be in retail because it does not create primary jobs.
Correct.
Right? So the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation really focuses on those primary jobs that provide high wages, not retail wages, which are more, they're not quite minimum wage, probably the $12, $13 per hour range. That's not what the REDC looks for.
And I don't know that they would be looking into getting into the recruitment, but more of providing, I know that there has been a couple of conversations about being more involved, whether that's in terms of support or being a resource, those kinds of things, not necessarily primary.
This is probably something we would have to handle separately from the REDC, because the last time they got into something that was not primary jobs, we ended up in the process. But I would avoid retail, food service, you can make an argument that Rainforest Cafe is a destination food service place.
Yep. And the city has handled, most recently, the Family Entertainment Center, the Cal Allen Retail, there's a couple of others that.
Well, we haven't been real successful on this, in the sense, look what we did with Schlitterbahn. I think we got to be very careful, especially, Bass Pro Shops focuses on fishing and boat sales. Well, there are local boat sales companies here that are on SPID. There's local fishing companies that, you just got to be careful on retail, because ultimately, then what retail do you not support? Because you're basically creating competition, incentivizing competition for people that are here in retail. I understand some other communities see this as a, destination kind of project, but it's not really fair to local companies that are in that same business. I don't oppose Bass Pro Shops, but it's very difficult when you have, we're a coastal community, we have boat sellers here. I'm on the fence about it, but thank you for the update.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. And I'm kind of glad that Councilman Everett opened the door a little bit about some of the other projects that I remember breaking ground. It was Synergy. I was like, what was that name of that? But again, I know that the EDC has gone through a lot of, change of staff or what have you. But is there a way that we can get regular updates on, it doesn't have to be like here, but if we could at least receive something that we're working on or that we haven't forgotten on? Is it something that we have to initiate? Do I have to say, hey, whatever happened to Synergy? does it have to come from me or?
I don't think
Or just
so.
like this 3 memo?
I don't think it has, I don't think you have to instigate it. I think we can come up with some way to provide appropriate updates.
Okay.
I don't,
Yeah, it's been over a year since that we broke ground, and I don't know whatever happened, so.
Yeah, Synergy never, I mean,
Anyway, but just like this Bass
updates.
Pro, yeah.
No, updates
update.
are good. And honestly, Councilwoman, I am probably at fault to some extent because I stay in communication with him as well, obviously. So I think it's a good idea, right? Because we remember that out of the blue and say, what
Yeah.
happened to this or that?
yeah, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I talked to EDC a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about retail. And the big deal is the population. Can it support it? Whatever it is. So that's a big deal on that. I love Bass Pro Shops. So do I wish they'd come here? Yes. But I don't want it to affect our other small businesses, and I don't know that it would. I just don't know that it would or it wouldn't. We don't know that. But it's odd to me that after 2 years, they haven't found a piece of land. We're not that big. So I don't know if they've just stalled and they're going to come back later. I don't know. Nobody knows, I don't think.
Well.
So I think you just keep the door open.
And I think they're looking at several pieces of land. I don't know that they're finding the perfect piece of land for them at the price that they want it for.
Right.
So there's, let's say, site selection in addition to what they have to pay for it.
Build in different areas that are just really kind of cool, like Branson, Missouri. Branson, they're right there on the river. So they like a different spot that gives that shop the aura that it needs.
Yeah, so I think I don't think they're stalled. I think they continue to look and while measuring price.
Well, I will also say, I know for a fact, they're not just looking, they're talking to the property owners. But sometimes there's multiple property owners, and then it's hard, they don't live here or even in the country. So I know that was one issue. So, I mean, yeah, exactly. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you. I like the idea with what Councilwoman Campos said, to keep us posted with these kind of deals. I would like to get updates on that kind of stuff because people ask all the time about things like that. My personal opinion, I don't think they're coming. We're not even talking to corporate, we're talking to a consultant. And 2 years, they should have already found something. So in my personal opinion, I don't think they're coming. We can move on. Thank you.
All right. End with a positive note. We're going to move on. Item number 26 is a briefing and possible action on the far-field study of the Corpus Christi Bay system. And after that, our last item will be a water supply update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. This is a briefing meant to provide updates to all of you regarding the far-field actions taken post the presentation that was made to Council on June 2nd. And we want to just give you an update on the interactions we've had with the representatives from UTMSI and the Hart Institute and the Bays and Estuaries. This presentation was originally intended for last week, so you'll see the date is July 21st.
You know what? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I have to clarify this record. The councilman said we're not even talking to corporate, so I don't think this is going to happen. Mike Dunham, every deal Bass does goes through him. Well, because you put out misinformation that you didn't ask about. So Mike Dunham with Bass is who site selects, and everywhere Bass goes, he is, Councilman, I'm just clarifying what you said. So for the record, that's what I want to make sure. Why are you doing this? Why calling me out for what? Okay, we're moving on. I am clarifying the record that Mike Dunham is who Bass goes through for locations. Thank you. God, go ahead. Right. Oh, my God. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so just a brief recap. On January 2nd, the Far-Field Committee was established. There were 8 Far-Field Committee meetings. They're shown on the slide. On June 2nd, Spiros Environmental, and with their subconsultant Hazen and Sawyer, made a presentation of the findings to this council. During that meeting, Far-Field Committee member Dr. Hertzka of the UTMSI Marine Science Institute requested to see the final modeling data and results to analyze. Far-Field Committee member Dr. Michael Wetz of the Heart Institute asked for a couple of months to have the model code and parameters released so that during those 2 months, an independent entity could run the model and make sure everything was shown was accurate. On July 7th, we had a follow-up meeting with Dr. Wetz and Dr. Hertzka. Attending the meeting also was Dr. Stansel of the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries. During this meeting, Dr. Wetz and Dr. Hertzka informed CCW and staff that their preferred method was that the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries would oversee an independent review and provide of the model itself and provide the city a timeline of the next steps for that review. On July 15th, we received an email from Dr. Stansel of the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries stating that they are no longer in a position to directly facilitate or oversee the independent review. And I do want to clarify, the initial proposal was the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries were going to issue an RFP and hire an independent modeler to review the data and the model runs that was prepared by Spiros. Also, I do want to clarify today, Dr. Stansel informed me that the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries would be willing to provide the city guidance if the city wanted to hire an independent reviewer. On July 16th, we received an email from Dr. Michael Wetz of the Heart Institute stating that their leadership feels that the Heart Institute has fulfilled its obligations to the committee and is unable to attend subsequent meetings. On July 19th, another email from Dr. Michael Wetz was received, and he is requesting an independent review of the model be conducted prior to any review of potential aquatic life impacts. And then Dr. Hertzka on the same day from UTMSI sent an email stating that they would not conduct an environmental assessment utilizing the results. And like I said, I did have communications with Dr. Stansel today, and we appreciate that. I know she's off this week. She has stated that the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries would provide some guidance on hiring a potential independent reviewer if the city wanted to do so. And Mayor and Council, we wanted to provide that update to you. It was originally planned for last week. Those same updates have been provided in my weekly memo as well. The goal is to provide information on those communications because there's been a lot of information, a lot of questions that have been asked. The other thing that I would like to point out is, of course, we have the modeling runs and the data. The draft written document has been prepared by Spiros. It has been reviewed by Plummer and Associates. So they've done an independent review of the Spiros actual written document. Now Spiros will finalize that document, and once it's finalized, we will make sure all of you receive both an electronic and a print version of it, and then we will post it on our website, the securingwater.corpuschristitx.gov website. With that, I'll stand by for any questions.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Nick, I appreciate that you said that you that you got that information from Dr. Stanzel. I believe you cited that you received it today.
Received an email today. Of course, we've been communicating last couple of weeks and received an email from her this afternoon.
Okay. I have an email that was forwarded to me from Dr. Stanzel that was sent through the city department, dated on the 15th, which you, I think, acknowledge in your timeline. That your words are that they are no longer in a position to directly facilitate or oversee an independent review.
That is exactly what I said, and I have the email here as well.
You do?
Oh,
So perhaps you can see the second to last paragraph.
Yeah, and this is what I reiterated. That it says, that said, we would be happy to provide guidance to city staff on identifying qualified technical experts, developing an appropriate scope for an independent review, or sharing best practices for conducting rigorous review process.
And then, thank you. So that was on the 15th.
July 15th,
Yes,
11:08.
okay, perfect. So I think that should probably be added to this record because I think that this depicts only part of that story.
Yeah, nothing was intended there, Councilwoman. The previous plan that was submitted was that the coastal bend bays and estuaries would be the ones facilitating the independent review. And that plan was presented to us by Dr. Wetz and Dr. Hertzka of UTMSI and the Heart Institute. And, you know, we were interested in hearing about it. We're waiting for the plan, and that never developed.
So I think I'm going to continue and echo what I stated back at the June 2nd meeting, which is I really want our organization to be very cognizant and respectful of these professionals. And I'm not directing this at you. I'm making a foundation for what I'm going to say. I didn't appreciate that on that meeting, we had members of this board affront those professionals and say, and what is it you do? Have you ever done a far-field study? These are marine biologist specialists in our area that are highly accredited for their work. So when I watched that briefing yesterday morning, I'm going to direct back to you, Mr. Zanoni. I did not feel that was articulated accurately. It was picked up by media. You were quoted by media. I think what we saw from these scientists, Coastal Bend Bays, Dr. Wetz, Dr. Hertzka, is where they acknowledge that they participated in this and they're asking that they're not the front runners necessarily on this project. They have backed up those statements with, we're still very interested in helping, but X, Y, Z has to happen for the process to work. And so with this discussion item, this item on the agenda, I believe it's actually worded consider and possible action. Yes. I'd like to take action and make a motion that we do take the offer from Coastal Bend Bays for them to help us identify the organization to do the blind peer review of the technical report that we receive from plumbers once that's complete. I would like that motion to mean that they help us secure that person. There's a lot of good organizations that can do that blind peer review. It has to be done properly so that that scientific community can come back in and evaluate that peer review.
And Councilwoman, you're talking about the model, right? Because a peer review of the written report has been
Yes.
done over the past 30 days by Plummer.
No,
Okay,
I don't mean that. That's a technical report. That is a peer review of Spheros. We need a blind peer review
of the model,
of that
though, right?
technical report,
Okay.
which validates the modeling that Spheros did. Spheros did the far field. It's a technical study. They studied the conditions of the water. Plummer is doing a peer review to analyze if there was any mistakes. We need to take that finished, it's in draft format. Once that's completed, that needs to be handed over to a group to do a blind peer review.
Yeah.
That's essential. So my motion is to work with the Coastal Bend Bays at their offer to provide guidance to select the blind peer review partner.
But Mr., I'm
And
sorry.
I just want to make sure we're clear, because we're the ones that have to do the work here. So what Dr. Stansel was going to do?
It's possible action.
Okay, but
I'm
Mr.
sorry, one
Zanoni, is that an error? Because briefings, they clearly state no action will be taken and no public comment will be solicited in that section of the agenda. So I thought it might have been an error to put possible action.
It
I'm
said
just-
possible action, sorry.
Well, but it goes under briefing, so that's why. I mean, under briefings, we don't allow for action or public comment. That's what it says. That's what the section states. So I just wanted a clarity.
Mr. Zanoni, do
Yeah,
we
Buck
need
is saying we
specific-
can take action if the council wants to. Go ahead, Buck.
At our previous discussions,
Yeah.
we've talked about this.
Yeah.
And I do feel like that statement that was said, and Mr. Zanoni, I try to give you, I agree with you 99% of this stuff. I think that needs an apology because I don't think it represented them well to say
Right,
that they just
yeah.
left us high and dry and we got to figure it out.
Yeah, so I don't think what we articulated enough here is that on that meeting on the 7th,
July 7th.
okay, July 7, I'm going to say it again, what we did there, because I was in the meeting. Dr. Stansel said, and Hertzka and Wetz agreed to this, that Dr. Stansel would, on her own volition, with their money, find a what do you call it? A modeler, but an academic modeler. A modeler like a Spheros. They said there was 6 or 7 companies that they knew about, but they were more academic modelers rather than like an engineering modeler, who they described Spheros as being, who would look at the model of Spheros's, the model to look at inputs and outputs and see is the model robust and sufficient, and did the model input outputs give a good product. Once that was going to be done, then, only then did Dr. Hertzka and Wetz agree to look at the outcome of the model. So that was the plan. However, we did receive an email with there was no phone call initially from Dr. Stansel, who said, we're no longer doing that. We're not doing the model. We're not going to pay for it. We're not going to do the rigor of picking, but we'll help you if you want help.
That's correct.
So my statement may have been a little cut and dry, but it was, they backed out of their initial concept that they told only us. It was just Nick and I and a few others. And we did communicate that to council via memo. And the week later, Dr. Hertzka and Wetz similarly said, okay, well, our commitment's done too. We're not going to do anything else. So that's it. I mean, so what was initially supposed to be a completely 100% driven process by the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries has turned into, they'll help us if we want to do it.
That's correct.
Yeah, and we'll take the help if the council wants us to do that. It's just a different paradigm than what was said here on that council meeting back in June, and very different than what they told us on July 7th. Because initially they were going to be active participants, and so when they said we're no longer going to be active participants, one of them said we'll help you with technical advice. The other 2 still have said they're not doing.
Yeah, the other thing they stated in that July meeting was that the initial letter was not on behalf of UTMSI or the Hart Institute, that was an independent opinion of both of them and the other scientists on that.
All right, Councilman Roy.
Thank you. You know, last time we met on this, it was pretty emotional. You know, everybody was talking about in terms of respect and people's position, scientists, and we were, because everybody was like, we need to really understand what the scientific community is talking about, and we've got to respect them, and we've got to be able to hone in and understand, you know, where they're coming from. You know, what's interesting to me is that, you know, my son, he's 4-year degree in science, master's degree in science. Now he's on to getting his doctorate in veterinary medicine. But he's a scientist, and the type of science that he is involved in is really animal genetics. So to bring him out here in this crowd and say, okay, here's a scientist, would he know anything about a far-field study? Probably not. He's not going to have a clue because that's not his specialty. But ask him about genetic engineering of eggs and all this stuff that he used to talk to me about for hours. You know, it's a whole different world. I say all that because a lot of people get emotional, you know, because what we're trying to figure out is going to affect what the city does, right? Are we going to go forward with the Inner Harbor? Who are we going to believe? How many times do we have to go out there and get 15, 20 different studies from the EPA, from the TCEQ, from our environmentalists, from all these people trying to understand, is it going to be safe? Then we get another group of people that stand up and they say, well, wait a minute, you know, vet it through me. But when the rubber hits the road, right? When you got to stand up and take accountability for your actions, and I'm not calling these doctors out, but what I am saying is, at the end of the day, if you're going to make a judgment on something and you got to put your name on there, there's repercussions behind that because it's forever, right? As a banker, if I sit there and I do a loan, and I do a loan for $11 million, and 3 months into that loan it defaults, you know who they look at? They look at me because I did the analyticals. I'm the one that said, let's go forward and take that risk. And I have to bear the responsibility. And I think part of that's what's happening now. But at the end of the day, we need to get to the bottom of this. We went forward in good faith and said, let's get this far-field study. We've already done a far-field study before, but we want this specific far-field study. Now we're going to go back out, we're going to do this. And now we're contemplating who's going to review the far-field study to make sure that it's all accurate. Is that a fair synopsis of where we're at?
I would agree to that, yeah.
So, the only thing I can tell this council is we got to make sure whoever does the peer review on this, number one, is qualified, and number two, is impartial, and it's going to give us a good result. Because then what's going to happen is we're going to peer review the peer review. And this is just getting ridiculous. It's what I said earlier, we're banging our head against the wall. Yeah. And at some point in time, we got to quit banging our head against the wall. And we got to believe the data, and we got to go on. And if that means we turn it down, we turn it down. If that means we go forward, we go forward. But at some point in time, we've got to quit doing this pointing and saying, well, that person, because you know what, at the end of the day, as a council member, all I want is accurate information to make a decision on. And whoever's qualified to do the best job. So please, staff, make sure you find me the person that is capable of doing the best job. And the rest will take care of itself, because I don't really care. I don't care if they're marine biologists. I don't care what their title is. Can they do the job? And that's what we're looking for, to make sure that the process was followed and that it's accurate, and at the end of the day, we're safe. Because if we go out there and we do the Inner Harbor, and within 3 months we kill all these fish, I'm not saying that would happen, but we're going to be held accountable for that. And I've been saying that from day one. So thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, were there any indications from them, because I kind of backed out all of a sudden, that they are donors or anybody threatened their revenue sources in order to prevent them from participating in this?
Oh, all I have is their emails, Councilman. So there's no reference to that in any of these emails.
No conversations, nobody that said any, I mean, you met with them directly. Was there a specific reason given for their unexpected pullout from this process?
So we met with them on July 7th, and that was the meeting. We tried to have follow-up meetings, and they declined the meetings.
Does that seem odd?
Yeah, the whole thing seems odd. They were intent on redoing this in 2 months, and that's why we were really surprised when we met with them on July 7th that they had a different plan. So we had a lot of questions, obviously, so that we could brief council. And then we were surprised once again when we received these emails.
Okay, I may reach out directly and see if I can, you know, I hate to put them in a bad position to where, you know, just because they're choosing to assist us, that they threatens their own donor base. But I don't know if that's the case. It's unfortunate that's happened. I also saw the email from Dr. Wetz that they were, upon completion of the review, independent review of the model had been performed, that they would be willing to assist in the impact to the marine environment or aquatic life, impact to aquatic life, once the independent review of the model had been performed. He didn't say in that email that that they were completely backing out. It's just that their portion of it would be the impact to marine life. Did I misunderstand that? Because that's not, I mean, for the way the wording said is that that's what that they would help with.
They withdrew their previous, Dr. Wetz withdrew his previous comment that they would conduct an independent review of the model. That was made at June 2nd, right? So he did withdraw that, and then he stated multiple times that he feels an independent peer review of the model needs to be done independent of the city. He said that multiple times, before an aquatic life is done.
Right. So considering the political nature of this particular facility, it'd probably be best to have an independent modeler that's from outside the state.
That's why one reason we championed the initial plan, because the city was out of it. And I think going forward, we don't have a recommendation tonight. We want to get some feedback from the council.
I just, you know.
But we don't want to do it.
I don't want to get too, I mean, I'm disappointed that Coastal Bend Basin Estuaries backed out. I think they would have been the right organization to kind of filter that process. But I still think HRI, I don't know about UTMSI, but in terms of the impact to aquatic life, that's kind of their forte and what they do. Might still be, I mean, something that's available once the peer review is done, but, you know, it's disappointing, to say the least, that we're, you know, our local, the organization that's most vested in the health of our bays, it decided not to participate.
Right, that's correct. That's an correct assessment based on the emails they sent us.
All right, thank you.
But as I said, I did want to repeat it because I didn't get it finished. We did champion this process because the city was removed and it had independence. Dr. Stanzel was going to independently pick a reviewer of the model. They were going to work not for the direction of the city, that we were going to be completely out of it, which is what we need, so people will believe it. And then the two doctors were going to, then if the first study said the model is good, then they were going to see the impact to marine life. Not working for the city, they were going to do it independently. So all that independence is gone. That's what I was meaning yesterday by my comments that they're out of the process. But we don't want to pick somebody. We don't want to pick somebody to peer review the model. We don't want to pick a doctor to study the marine life.
That's right.
We need independence in this case, because we've already done our work. We've already hired Spheros. They already developed the report. We had Plummer review it from a desktop read review. That's why now we can release the final report.
The goal is this week by the end.
Right, so we've done it. So there were 10 doctors that signed that memo, 9 of 10.
Yeah.
So maybe we could approach some of them to see if any beyond the two want to do the work. That's something, but anyway, that's just some feedback that we liked the process that was laid out to Nick and I on July 7, and then that all changed.
Yeah. Councilman Bonito.
I mean, we were asked to do a far field study. We said it was part of it. I mean, I support it. I really, I'm not to the point I'm just exhausted. And I think what we need to do is continue to eliminate the objections so that way the next council, when they approve the Inner Harbor, that way they have this information. Because if you're not supporting of Inner Harbor, well then, because of there's some reason somebody's so excited about Inner Harbor, then, I mean, just go ahead and do whatever it is you have to do, accept their support, and let's just move forward. So that way, when perhaps Mr. Hanslick is on the council, then he's got the information and we've removed those objections. So we remove those objections so that way we could proceed forward. But I'm sure whatever group that comes up with, they're going to find some other obstruction. whatever the situation is. But yeah, I support whatever it is that we have to do to remain independent so that way, once again, we continue to eliminate the objections. Leaders lead and followers look for a show of hands.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I wouldn't jump to any conclusions about who's going to be on the council, that's for sure. I know, go ahead. I find this very suspect. I don't think that you just stop saying, I'm not going to do it. When they were all in, they were excited about doing it, they loved this city, and they wanted to find the information. So what it tells me is something's going on behind the scenes. I really believe that. Stencil said, we are no longer in a position to directly facilitate. To me, this has to do with their boss, someone up above. It could be the governor. I don't know. But something is going on because industry has the ear of the governor, and others around here do as well. So they're not going to say, because their job is probably at risk. So for us to just take it lightly, I don't think we should. I think we need to move on, and I would support, like Gil said, to find a group to do the blind peer review of the model out of the state of Texas. I wouldn't do anybody here, and they've got a list of names. I've got a list that I was given of names that we can find to do that. Because this is important. I want us to get it done no matter if Inner Harbor's approved or not, and if it's another council that brings it back, so be it. But at least there will be a study that tells us whether or not that bay is safe. And that's due diligence, and we need to do it, and we need to do it quickly, Mr. Sinoni, because here we are, we're set back again. So I'm hoping that you can contact, if it's bays and estuaries or Dr. Wet, Stencil, to get the names. If not, I've got a list.
Yeah, we'll do that. She said when we met with them on the 7th, they said there was 6 or 7 firms. Because I asked, when we put our RFP out for the far field, there were only 2 firms that proposed.
Right.
So I said, who else is going to propose to do the peer review of the model? And she said, oh, I have 6 or 7 academic modelers, and that's who I will look to use.
Yep.
So we can get that list from her, and we'll have her pick. She can pick it, and we'll just pay for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to pick it.
No, and I will just say this. If we find out higher-ups are doing this, there's a reason for it. Is it because there's something you're afraid of what the study is going to bring? Is that the reason? I don't know. I'm just, it's just very frustrating to me because I do not believe for a second that they did this on their own. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, who works for the Coastal Bend Bays Foundation? One of those doctors do?
Dr. Stansel is their director, and she is, in our meeting, she clearly stated she's representing Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries. Dr. Hertzka.
She's the one who said that she couldn't do it anymore, right? She's one of them?
She's one of the 3, yeah. They all.
It was brought to my attention just now that the Coastal Bend Bays Foundation board president works for Frieza Nichols. So, I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, it's on a website. You want to look at the website.
Did you look it up?
Yeah. Okay. Is the report going to be public this week? Or are they going to ask for a public record request for it?
No. So once the report is finalized, then a couple of things will happen.
Okay.
We'll issue all of you a hard copy, and then the report also goes up on our website, securingwater.corpuschristitx.gov.
Okay.
What's the date?
Under the seawater.
Yeah, when do we expect it to be printed?
By the end of the week, Peter.
Okay, so by this Friday, we're going to be providing the community the far field report in final. And if people want to get paper copies, we can look at that as well. We've provided people like Aaron Price, who's in the back, that was on the committee, the raw data in a flash drive.
Aaron has all the raw data.
It's been very open, so we don't need open records requests. We'll give this out to whoever. So it's coming out this Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's frustrating. We're crunch time trying to get this going, but this is the reason why we should have done a far field study 2 years ago. Doing everything last minute, especially a far field study. I mean, I just, this is why we're here today, because of that. I mean, we should have done this, 2 years ago.
Yeah, Councilman, we have done it previously. There's been a lot of effort previously.
Not the whole far field study itself, not the whole bay. My opinion, we need to get a university scientist to look at it, not an engineer firm. Just want to throw that out there because, you know, you pay an engineer and they're going to tell you what you want to hear. That is all I have for right now. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Somebody talked to me about costs and timelines. So this is are we talking about a two-step? We're going to do a blind peer review, and then the biologists are going to do some interpretation of the product after the blind peer review? Is that?
Dr. Wetz stated that they would, once the peer review of the model runs and the model data was validated, then they would consider the aquatic life assessment, and we asked if that would be by the Heart Institute, and he said that's what they would consider.
Okay, so what's the timeline on a potential blind peer review?
We don't have that information. You know, we asked for a timeline from the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries and Dr. Hertzka and Dr. Wetz, and we didn't receive it. It sort of dropped off before we got it.
Oh man, I'm way out of the loop. I mean, when I say I don't know these doctors, no one's communicated with me. So there's all these conversations about there's something going on. Well, they ain't going around in my world. So yeah, there's a lot maybe going on behind closed doors, but it's all over, right? I think it's just all over. So how long would it take to do the biology? Is that the right word?
Yeah, aquatic life. I think aquatic life study.
How long would that? Do we know? Did they communicate that, hey, when you get this peer review done, it will take us X number of days to? We don't have that.
We never got that. That was the schedule that the city manager and I requested. We never received.
Yeah, we were trying to, after the meeting on the 7th, we were hoping that within a week's time frame, we'd have that kind of written out. But the folks that would have known it are the 3 doctors, and
So 21 days ago, we thought we were close, but we didn't have a schedule 21 days ago, I guess, either.
No, yeah.
So we have no idea how much it's going to cost, and I think you do, and that's okay, and what the timeline would be for these additional 2 steps. Okay, but council members, if somebody has a sense of that timeline, I'd love to know, because no one has spoken to me about this.
Councilman, we have some, I can give you some general answers. So,
please.
Dr. Stanzel said it would be between 25 and 50,000. Remember, about 25,000.
She did estimate that. Yes.
So she said it'd be about 25,000 for an academic modeler, okay, to do the review of the model. On time, they knew, the doctors themselves are the ones that said September 1 they could get everything done by. In our meeting on the 7th, they still said they could probably get everything done by that time, but it would be a little bit tight, okay, by September 1. So that would have given them July and August to do all of the above.
So they were going to do the peer review and the aquatic life analysis?
It would have been a tight time frame. That's why I told them if you need more time, let us know so we can come back to council. It could have gone beyond September 1.
Got it.
But we never got any more information than that.
Correct.
So the last we knew, it was 2 months, not Councilwoman, I hear you.
Right.
2 months, and that was to do the peer review, which would have been blind, I guess, at that point.
It's a peer review of the model, right.
And then an aquatic life analysis.
Yeah, it would have included some type of analysis of the 5 or 6 firms, a selection, a contract establishment, right? So they would have put them under contract, and then they would have done the work of the review of the model. Maybe that's a total of 30 days, and then 30 to 45 to 60 days to do the aquatic assessment.
And I'm just curious, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it? Or do we have a blind, and I mean this, it sounds facetious, but do we do a blind peer review of the aquatic life analysis by HRI? Or is that? No, I'm not being, I mean, I don't know. I didn't expect this process. I thought we were doing a far field model, and my sense in my little brain was if you write me a note. I can't talk and read at the same time. My sense was that if total dissolved oxygen, is that right? Oxygen was okay, then the aquatic life must be okay, because if they're okay with the oxygen, then everything was okay. That was my sense of what the the far field model was gonna do. And now we're doing this aquatic life, which is just new to me, right? And so I'm agitated that I was unprepared for this conversation, and maybe that's my fault. I just thought that I thought the far field model was going to tell us what we need to know, and I thought there was some information in this model that said we didn't do the other stuff because our results were okay, and if our results are okay, we don't feel the necessity to do the other studies. So
That's a reasonable assessment.
50,000, 60 days.
Between 25 and 50,000, probably 60 to 90 days. It was 30 days to pick the consultant to do the review of the model, and 30 to 60 days to do the aquatic assessment.
Okay, all right, got it. So
Yeah.
well, let's just take the high end, because I think that's one of the problems that we did is we forced you in. We took a 4-month model, we made you do it in 3 months, and
That's why we told them in the July 7th meeting, if you need more time, let me know so we can make sure we don't hear those comments again. So if we started in August, it would take August, September, end of October, November, before we'd have any reports. Based on these 3 scientists' estimation, because we haven't done this before.
got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me ramble.
Okay.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, the Coastal Bend Bay and Estuaries, they had already done initially this research on the Inner Harbor back in 2021, and they had already published a report done by Dr. Montagana and Dr. Coffey, Dr. Jose, and Dr. Stuntz. So that was back in 2021, and they had already stated, I mean, that's how I learned that the Inner Harbor was not a safe place to discharge the salinity. So that was done then. It's just very suspicious now that, we're just, these scientists that had been advocating and had been sitting, I think, on the Far Field Modeling Committee, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, all 3 of them were
Yes.
on the committee.
And they had been pretty vocal about, what their position was. And then all of a sudden, I mean, it's just like a stop. So then you look at, okay, well, who is part of the Coastal Bend estuaries? So then I looked that up and I thought, okay, I mean, I think we all know, but just as a reminder, the partnerships on their website says Celanese, Valero, Citgo, Flint Hills, ConocoPhillips, Lion Basil, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, Buckeye Partners. I mean, again, it's industry, being private partnerships.
I think you'll find industry supports most of those organizations,
so-
including the Heart Institute. Yeah.
So again, there's something just doesn't, of course, look right, sit right with me. We've already been told, but I'm like everyone else, I think, here, that I would like to see at the end of this an independent study from somewhere out of this state, because there may be, I believe there is pressure on the scientists that receive money from these corporations that also in turn work with our state, governor and what have you. So we need someone or another scientist that can be totally independent. So hopefully if we can do that, I think people would feel a little bit more confident about this report, this final report.
Councilman Scott.
Mayor, I want to point out that the president of the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries Program is Joe Christina, who's a local lawyer in town. That's who chairs it. Other members include Mike Pedrati, who's on the Port Commission. County Judge Connie Scott's a board member. So I just wanted to point that out.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Councilman Cantu.
Okay? Was there,
Did you have something? Eric? Councilman? Did you? You're done, okay. All right, next and last item is the water briefing. The short, Nick, the short water briefing.
Okay, this is our water supply update for July 28th. First, we will review our surface water supply. Lake Corpus Christi, these are readings as of this morning, was at 32.1%. A year ago, it was at 19.9%. Choke Canyon Reservoir has had a beneficial climb to 24.4. A year ago, it was at 13.1. The combined capacity as of this morning was 26.6. A year ago, it was 15%. Lake Texana is currently at 100%, and a year ago was at 98%. And then the lower Colorado River, the water that we are requesting through our water right is available. The next slide is a dashboard, national water dashboard from the U.S. Geological Survey. These are inflows taken as of this morning. The intent here is just to show how we are tracking inflows into both Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. The takeaway here is that the inflows into Choke Canyon are slowing down. We don't expect to see beneficial increases in that reservoir past the next couple of days or so. There still may be a little bit of climb, but certainly the inflows have declined. And then the Nueces River, if you notice sort of in the center bottom of the page, Nueces River at Tildren, the flow was 23,300 cubic feet per second. That's a good sign. That's a lot of water moving towards Lake Corpus Christi. The next gauge is the Nueces River at Three Rivers. That flow at 8:15 this morning was 1,090 cubic feet per second. So that large amount of water has not made it yet to Three Rivers. Once it gets to Three Rivers, the next step is into, many river miles, but eventually it'll make its way to Lake Corpus Christi, and that is what we are monitoring. The ongoing new water supply projects, the Nueces groundwater program, construction has begun on the conveyance line, and design and construction work continues for improvements at the Owen Stevens water treatment plant that's associated with the Brackish groundwater RO facility. The city has requested of the district to aggregate all production in the Nueces Western well field across the original 250 acres and the 2,500 Ed Rochelle acres in a way to spread out production across the entire, both properties. The district decided to provide temporary drilling permits. They didn't approve the aggregation of the production permit. But that is beneficial because we can move forward in constructing those wells so that we can better spread out the production from the well field. The production continues. It's determined daily by various factors, including the TCEQ water monitoring plan, operational decisions, system requirements, and best management practices. We continue to work with our hydrogeologist and deliver data on all of the work that we're doing so that they can update the model. Wastewater reuse, as we showed earlier today, this is certainly a beneficial impact into our water supply dashboard. The Valero has made significant progress on the construction of their conveyance line from Greenwood to their facility, That would open up a use of 3 million gallons a day of effluent reuse for Valero. And we're hoping that 3 million gallons a day will begin later this calendar year. At the Ellison wastewater treatment plant, Flint Hills Resources is constructing their connection to their water line, raw water line, and also their RO treatment of our effluent wastewater. We are expecting Flint Hills to begin taking water late summer, early fall. They've already begun discussing commissioning plans for their new treatment equipment, so we are very excited. Both Valero and Flint Hills are moving in an expeditious manner and moving, in my opinion, ahead of schedule. This council has approved a conveyance line to open up 11 million gallons a day to both our contracted users such as Valero and other users. That's a conveyance line that will take that 11 million gallons a day from Oso to Greenwood. And then we have additional entities such as Citgo looking at the Broadway wastewater treatment plant. In regards to the Evangeline project, in terms of the contested case hearing, I was at the San Patricio County Groundwater Conservation District on Friday. I myself requested an update and a potential schedule for the contested case hearing. The district hasn't been able to provide us with a potential schedule or dates as of yet. Construction on the Evangeline site continues. There's approximately 20,000 linear feet of pipeline installed. That's about 4 miles, plus or minus of the 30 miles required for the project. The two pictures on the right-hand side are of the Evangeline project. You can see it's HDPE pipe, and you can see the tremendous work that Garney Construction is conducting. Additional water supply projects, we have the Seven Seas Water Group. They have begun construction of a test well at their location on Chapman Ranch. I actually had the opportunity to visit that site last week and meet with them. They will finish the construction of that test well, then the drilling rig will move over and construct a monitoring well. Once that is done, they will conduct a aquifer test, and their hydrogeologist will provide a report to better understand how much water, potential water they may have available for their project. We continue to review potential contract terms simultaneously as their site work is being conducted. Inner Harbor, most of these updates, I believe we've already talked about. The big key, I do want to just stress that we will post that the written document of the Farfield report to the website as soon as it's finalized so that it's available for download. And then we did, in regards to the TWDB SWIFT funding, we did a request to restructure the loan commitment. To date, that request has not made it to a TWDB board meeting yet. The next meetings are August 6th and then another one on September 10th. We'll keep you updated once we know more. Harbor Island, the NRA, again, as they're working with their development partner, IDE, we've been told that in 90 to 120 days, they will have a 30% design complete and that they will have a cost for treated water. We've updated you previously on the permits available for that. And yes, we have been informed that they are working on the feasibility study for that Water Smart grant with the Bureau of Reclamation. When we met with the NRA, they informed us the total estimated project cost was $6.2 billion. The CC Polymers project located on the ship channel. We are working with a company called Aquatech who will build out that facility, and then potentially we will develop a contract to purchase water from them as well. There's a non-binding letter of intent, and we did actually meet with them yesterday to work out some of the final details. I think that letter of intent is about 99% ready to go, so we will advise council when we're ready to move forward with that. Barney Davis is another long-discussed potential site of a seawater desalination plant. We are working to set up a meeting with the interim CEO of CPS Energy. We know there's been a leadership change there, So the key is to meet with the interim CEO and to talk about the path forward and make sure that we're all in agreement on how to move that process forward.
I think that's next week, right, Nick? We have 2 meetings scheduled, an interim, an initial one, and then we're gonna do a site visit with them.
That's correct, yeah.
So next week is the first meeting with the interim CEO of CPS.
And over the last couple of meetings, there's been a lot of discussion about grants, and per Councilwoman Paxton's request, we put together a list of the grants that we are currently working on and also have submitted with the approval of this council. What this list shows is the grant name, the amount requested, the match required, the project cost, the city project, linking it to what's in our capital improvement program, the application status, and then the potential notification of grant award. If you can see, there's a FEMA Building Resilient Infrastructure brick hazard mitigation grant. We are hoping to receive a positive notification on that in December of this calendar year. There's also a Defense Community Infrastructure Program grant. Hopefully that notification comes a little bit sooner before the end of the calendar year. But you can see all of these grant requests are associated with current projects in our capital improvement program. We wanted to provide an update. I won't go through the whole list, but there's there for your reference. And with that, Mayor and Council, I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Councilwoman Paxton.
Nick, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you very much for that final slide. With our utility rates, costs, et cetera, do they factor in awards of these grants, or would these be in surplus to those numbers?
The rates would only take into account grants that have been awarded and accepted by council, and there have been some, and those aren't on the list. So the rates do include those. These grants are not reflected in the rates.
Okay, and that's totaling about, I think, 115 million?
Yeah, the amount requested was 118 million.
118.
Right.
Okay, perfect. And if we get those awarded, these would likely impact the next year's rate cycle.
I would say that's a safe assumption, yes.
Okay. I truly appreciate this. Has there been anything coming down, I don't want to say down the pipeline, but anything in the forecast that we could be using to some of those larger water projects in the form of grants, fundings, et cetera? I know the state's looking for innovative ways to help with water production, and also they have some surplus funding in some areas.
Yeah, the team looks hard at grants. We did bring it up with Representative Villalobos when we met with her this week as well. We are hopeful that we would have her support and other support, but you know, we take it seriously because it impacts rates positively. So it's something we're committed to working on, and we'll pursue all the opportunities that are available or would meet the criteria.
We're very grateful for her advocacy to go directly to the state and specifically request those millions. So was there an indication that that was an option again, or is that?
The first thing we did is we thanked her,
yes.
and it's worth bringing up again. With her involvement, we were able to obtain $30 million worth of grant funding for the Nueces Well program, and $16 million for the Mary Roads pipeline upgrades, which is another key thing that helped us stave off the effects of this drought. So tremendously effective, and we're very appreciative of her support. She didn't provide any specific instances of projects or opportunities going forward. What we did say is that we would continue to communicate with her, and she appreciated that in terms of potential needs.
I don't want to ask the obvious, but at the risk of not asking the obvious, we were able to lay it out pretty articulate to her, pretty clear to her, like, we need to cover this.
Right, and you know, the city manager is not shy in saying that either. We are embarking on significant water supply projects. There's a lot of costs that the ratepayers of Corpus Christi Water have to bear, and we're looking for any assistance we can, whether it be from the state or the federal government.
Fabulous. Thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
The CC Polymers and Aquatech, it says your last meeting was yesterday.
Yes, we met with them yesterday.
So what's the holdup on this letter of intent? What's the point of, I mean, is there some sort of controversy or?
There's no controversy. They need the letter of intent so that they can go back to CC Polymers and finalize their agreement to move forward on the project itself. The letter of intent has gone back and forth multiple times just to make sure that everyone's in agreement. It was a good meeting yesterday.
So what's the projected timeline to sign that letter of intent?
We just received the revised red line back, and the only thing holding it up is I have to schedule a meeting with our attorney and the city manager to review it.
Okay, can we get that done by the end of this week? Or?
I don't see why not, Councilman. Yeah.
Okay. On Barney Davis, we had discussed possibly setting up a PUA. I don't see any mention of that here. What happened? Are we not doing that? Are we not pursuing that? I mean, what's?
No, and thank you for asking. Absolutely, and it's those. I've been trying to pare down all of the details. That detail is absolutely in the my weekly memo. That is still an option, utilizing a PUA to develop that project. I apologize it's not here, but it's definitely mentioned in my memo. The key with a PUA is just, and you know this, Councilman, identifying that appropriate partner to move forward with.
Okay, we had talked to a particular option. Have we made any inroads or discussions with them?
Yeah, they've talked to me and they're not interested, they said.
It's not what I'm hearing from their board, but I won't get into the
That came
details of
from the
that. since
CEO,
it's-
you know.
I understand.
Okay.
I'll circle back with you on that. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Nick, eastern and western fields, what are we pumping?
Currently today, 0 from the eastern well field.
Last couple of weeks?
Combined, they've been anywhere from 10 to 15 million gallons a day.
Okay, so whenever the lake fills up, is that when we're going to stop pumping, or when are we going to stop pumping?
Yeah, so absolutely. So one thing that we've done is we made a conscious effort to stop pumping from the eastern well field. We made that decision yesterday. The western well field, the pumping has continued this week.
Okay.
And the reason why is because we have our customers, San Patricio Municipal Water District, they are taking water from the river this week, so we're doing our best to make sure water's available there. Once we start seeing the inflows into Lake Corpus Christi and understanding that impact, then of course we cut back production or
Okay.
potentially shut it off
Yeah.
as well.
That's what I was hoping to hear. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Nick, I think that's all the questions and comments. We appreciate your presentation and the work you're doing, and of course, your weekly briefings that you email us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned at 8:58 PM.